Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
In a world brimming with noise, only few rise above, clear, unapologetic, and unforgettable. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is one of those voices, a storyteller who reshaped global narratives not just about Africa but about identity, power, and womanhood. She was raised in Nsukka, a quiet university town in southeastern Nigeria, a place where intellect was heritage and curiosity a birthright. Among 5 siblings, her passion for books set her apart, from African tales to British classics. She started studying medicine at the University of Nigeria, but later moved to the United States at 19 to focus on writing. In America, she encountered a different lens, one that reduced Africa to a single narrative of poverty and war. That cultural dissonance will shape her voice, sharpening her pen into a tool for clarity and resistance. Her debut novel, Purple Hibiscus, in 2003, arrived with quite a fuss, a coming-of-age tale nestled with Nigerian political unrest. It won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the literary world took notice. Then came Half a Yellow Sun in 2006, a sweeping portrait of the Biafran War, love, and shattering way of conflict. The novel earned the Orange Prize for fiction and cemented a place among the greats. Americana in 2013 followed a love story layered with themes of migration, race, and belonging. The New York Times named it one of the 10 best books of the year. Readers across the continent saw their truth in her pages. Chimamanda's influence moved far beyond the printed word. In 2009, she stood on a global stage and delivered The Danger of a Single Story. It wasn't just a talk, it was a cultural reset, a masterclass in reclaiming perspective. 3 years later, We Should All Be Feminists became a manifesto and a movement. Our words echoed through classrooms, boardrooms, and pop culture, even sampled by Beyonce in Flawless.
All of my work is, writing is very much, in some ways, about vanity. It's really about you, isn't it? and for me, it's sort of trying to make sense of, America has been such a part of me, because I left Nigeria when I was 19. I was educated in the US. There's certain things that I find myself, I spell the American way now, to my father's absolute horror. And so there's a connection.
In 2023, Chimamanda ventured into children's literature titled Mama's Sleeping Scarf, published under the pseudonym Unwa Grace James, a tribute to her mother. Inspired by her daughter, the story captures a child's day filled with imagination and familiar love. Away from the spotlight, she is married to Nigerian-American physician Dr. Ivara Esege. Together, they have 3 children. She is a devoted mother, balancing her global literary influence with family commitments. Through initiatives like the Farafina Trust Writing Workshop, she nurtures a new generation of African storytellers, ensuring their voices are not just heard but celebrated. Chimamanda reminds us that storytelling is not just art, it is resistance, healing, and hope. In every sentence she writes, there is courage. In every silence she breaks, there is freedom. And in every story she tells, there is truth.
In the book, I did not have the title. And that often happens when I sort of have an idea of what I want to write about, but I don't know what the title will be. And so I actually had imagined that I would call it For Men Only. I'm serious.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. The city call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day, or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her deaf uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but back date when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It does mean that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So how aware, really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered. Their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government will always turn out. They sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of LASODA that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs. Everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them, and ensure that videos things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time, part-time, part-time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV.
He's making the buzz from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future for planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effect. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the EcoCity Vision, Okweyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to like rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where EcoCity Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to level out your plastics and not to affect human health. I feel like when you are taking out your, let's say the reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in Eco City Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or more 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
It begins with every one of us. This is our environment, this is our town, this is our community. And the most important thing is that we have to get our environment clean. Earth is wealth.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposing
fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
On People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin.
Good morning and welcome to another interesting edition of VOP this morning on Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Okechukwu. It's quite interesting that we have to start the show a little bit beyond the time when it's supposed to be 7 a.m. And that's because we're having another, maybe a bridge version of today's show. And one of the topic of conversation we'll have to have today is that APC versus the people. As 2027 general election, the showdown begins, and ADC as defecting governors also sparks one-party state fear, even as we know that APC now have the 23rd majority in the Senate. In quite interesting lineup this morning. I'm Fina Okechukwu.
All right, I'm Moses Humphrey, of course, and yes, let's dive into the conversation proper now. The political temperature in Nigeria is fast rising as the African Democratic Congress ADC and opposition voices warn that the 2027 election may not be a contest between parties, but between the ruling All Progressives Congress APC and the Nigerian people. Now, this follows the dramatic defection of Governors Peter Mbah of Enugu State and Doye Diri of Bayelsa from the PDP. Well, for Peter Mbah, he has made it clear that he is defecting to the APC. But for Governor of Bayelsa State, Doye Diri, he's not been very outspoken as to where he's headed. But there are speculations that he's headed to the APC. Well, the ADC slammed the move as political apostasy, accusing the APC of plotting a one-party state and betraying the electorate. Meanwhile, Lagos State PDP leaders have echoed the sentiment, insisting Nigerians will not accept a democracy hijacked by defections and elite deals. Well, adding more concerns, actor-turned-politician Kenneth Okonkwo has called on INEC to declare Diri's office vacant, arguing that his resignation from the PDP invalidates his mandate. Well, the ADC, however, remains unfazed by the defections, saying they only confirm what Nigerians already know, that the ruling party is desperate to consolidate power at all costs. With economic hardship deepening and trust in governance eroded, the stage is set for a fiercely contested 2027 election, one that may redefine Nigeria's democratic future. And of course, the onus is on the umpire itself to ensure that elections are freely and fairly conducted. Oh well. Let's get into this conversation now. Defections and it all. We have with us in the studio Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and a political affairs commentator. Good to have you this morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
We're also being joined by Barrister Eze Luche, who is an attorney at law and a public affairs commentator. He joins the conversation virtually. And also from our Benin station, we have Comrade Destiny Nabulele, political and public affairs commentator, former executive chairman Ovie, Southwest Local Government Council area, former member, Edo State House of Assembly, former president of Conference of Non-Governmental Organizations, CONGOS, member of the Civil Society Organizations, and advocate of good governance in Nigeria. That's talking about Comrade Destiny Enabulele. Good to have you, gentlemen, join the conversation. Let me start off with Barrister Eze Luche. Good to have you, Barrister. Well, I don't know if you watched the screening for the INEC chairman yesterday. I would like for us to start with that. Some say it was 2 hours long, 2 hours grilling, according to some, but some pundits are of the opinion that that wasn't long enough. For one that basically holds the trust of the entire over 250 million Nigerians, the grilling should have been more than that. What are your thoughts, especially when you look at the answers, the response that he gave to the questions asked?
Well, considering the nature of his nomination, who nominated him, his antecedents as a former lead counsel of the ruling APC.
But he debunked that, didn't he? He debunked that. He said he was never on the council of the APC.
Okay. I mean, but basically, in fact, what got me really worried was when he said he would look at the glitch, what caused the glitch, and try to be better at it. The reality is this. I consider the entire process virtually a waste of public time. And we know, Nigerians know that even before his appointment, that whosoever Mr. Bola Tinubu nominates to this same Senate, led by Akpabio and his cohorts, will be approved. If Mr. Tinubu had gone forward and nominated his wife or his son or his so-called Yaloja or whatever, or any of his children, the Senate will approve that person. So the whole charade that played out in the so-called vetting process is just pure waste of time. But what I urge Nigerians is to look beyond this charade. The reality is that from antecedents, we already know what will be. Good enough, he talked about the glitch, and maybe he wants to perfect it or he wants to add to it. I and many Nigerians don't have a single iota of confidence in this process or in this INEC that will be led by this character nominated by Bola Tinubu. So the entire Nigerian populace should begin to think of their own plan B. Yes,
what would that plan B be?
Good. No, but I mean, and it's quite open. We are still at the teaching process at an early stage, and we don't even know who will be the candidate. Nobody's even sure till now if Mr. Bola Tinubu will be a candidate at the elections, because in politics, these people talk as if everything is a given. I that is talking to you now, I'm not even sure I'll be alive till tomorrow, and that is how basic it is. But in Nigeria, we just talk of 2027 as if everything is a given. But Nigerians should begin to strategize, because this man has already talked of the glitch, how he will study it and better it or whatever. So
he didn't say better it.
No, he talked about the glitch. He will look into it. But the reality is this: Nigerians know there was no glitch. I mean, forensic evidence has led to the fact that it was somebody just switched off the server. I mean, that is basic. This is core science. When you say you will look into whether day broke or night fell, that tells me the mindset the person is bringing into office. Because expert forensic examination, even as presented before the courts, was that there was no glitch. Somebody in the server room switched it off to enable fraud to be perpetrated, and this man is saying he will come in. So that gives already the idea of where he's tilting towards. So the plan B Nigerians have to think of is, yes, if this man has promised to better the antics of Yahya Mahmood, what do we do so that we don't have a repeat of the electoral haste of 2023 that has virtually devastated Nigerians? So that is what we should be thinking of.
Some persons were saying that we need to legalize the IREF and Beavers, saying that it shouldn't just be left on the prerogative of the INEC. So what do you make of that too? Because when questions regarding the IREF and its usage and also electronic transmission of results was asked, saying that you're going to probe into it does not really answer the question of what will happen if such is to happen again. So do you also share the line of thought that we need to find a way to legalize it?
No, certainly not. You see, we are too legalistic in this country. We think of laws, electoral reforms, and the reality is this. With a Supreme Court that finds it difficult to define what and means, and a system that deliberately obviates the cause of justice, we cannot be talking of electoral reform, because under the last regime, under the last Mahmoud Yakubu's tenure, the laws were very, very clear. It just needed common sense application of the law. And the law was that, and not apart from the law being very clear, the INEC chairman, Mahmoud Yakub, went all over the world announcing that there will be instantaneous relay and release and announcement of results. On his honor, he went to Chatham House, went everywhere. So the issue is not the law. The law is there. The issue is the persons handling it and the characters interpreting the law. So now have you heard of American or Britain going to change laws every time there's an election cycle? We don't need to change laws. Those who change laws or those talking of changing laws are only trying to distract Nigerians. Let us realize that this man is coming to build on the works of Mahmoud Yakubu. If we don't want a repeat of what transpired in 2023, what do Nigerians do? What do we do at our various polling units? What do we do at the collation centers? What do we do at the National Collation Center? And how do we react to electoral heist? That is what we should be thinking of, and not looking at the distractions of approval of a nomination that was bound to be approved from the day, even before it was announced, it was approved.
All right. Thank you so much, Barrister Ezaluche. And let's get your opinion on this particular one. Comrade Nabolele. Now, ADC is saying that the 2027 election is going to be APC versus the people, even when we know that some of the APC stalwarts are beginning to tell Nigerians some things that some persons will be like, okay, this is more like a clear revelation. The likes of Fayose say that more governors are to decamp to the All Progressives Congress. How are we going to see the people now coming to this when the Minister of Information also told us that by 2026, APC as a party will have 30 state governors? What does this really portend for Nigeria and the upcoming 2027 election?
Well, let me, my usual, we appreciate your platform for yet another opportunity for at least join my voice to look at the issue that is bedeviled this country. You see, I align with the first speaker, a little bit not in tune with him. You see, I must be very frank with you. This country belongs to all of us. For us to have 2027 as the Nigerians' way, please, I stress it, Nigerians' way, not for selected few, but some, with utmost humility, or some persons that have, go sway to our collective patrimony and to the detriment of the Nigerians. We must see 2027 as our last hope. As if without 2027 going Nigeria's way, please underline, Nigeria's way, there is no life. Therefore, we must begin to learn how to practice madness now. We must begin to learn how to practice madness. That is the gospel truth. A situation where you see APC and some security agencies paid with Nigerian taxpayers' money align with APC to storm the venue where either PD or ADC are having their meeting, or the barrier, and you that is supposed to be having meeting, you are coming there with a suit and tie. It will tell us that we are not fit, we are not prepared in this coming election. That is the gospel. That is why I said we must know how to practice madness. Because that's the only way. If, for instance, I'm approach this, and I know that Moses has some kind of madness in him, and me come in and put no suit, I will have a rethink. That is the gospel truth. But this situation of gentleman, see, at any rate, the president told us that politics or election is not served a la carte. He said you must grab it and you must run with it. And Nigerians must begin to follow suit. We must begin to practice madness. I'm here this morning. My message to Nigerians is a message of madness. Message of madness. Message of madness. If you've not seen a madman or a madwoman before, I will humbly appeal to you. Go to any psychiatric home. Go and see. You see, there's a saying in the Bible. It says, in the days of John the Baptist, the kingdom of God suffered violence, and the violent were taken it by force. Some less than 5% of Nigerians cannot be driving us into a state of where we can no longer, differentiate the good from the bad. You can see from the recent pardon, with utmost humility, the men they have released, a well-known kidnapper in the Niger Delta,
talking about the pardon, the list actually, nobody has been released according to what the Attorney General Federation told Nigerians. So the list actually came up, but they are looking into it to make sure that the people that are to grant those pardons actually merited it. It was just the list made to the president. So everybody is waiting for the release of those individuals before we see how it goes. Nigerians are already talking about it. Some of the people that, received the pardon also have reactions. For example, the lady that murdered the husband's people are also kicking against. So it's better for us to put that straight or make it right too.
My sister, you cannot begin to speak the language of wedding in a funeral. The language you are speaking now is a language of wedding when we are in a funeral. It's not. It is insanity. I must be very frank with you. It has been listed in the list of those that the president or the presidency has pardoned. Understand pardon. We must be focusing. We must call a spade is never a garden for. It's like we are not ready to have a society where your children and my children can approach any ministry without knowing anybody and secure our job with merit. We are not ready with the way you are talking now. That is the gospel truth. They have told us that these are the list. And it stands. You see, all right. I'm a little bit disturbed this morning because, again, this country, if we fail to do the needful, that needful that we fail to do will not be sacrificed for tomorrow. That is why I said my message to Nigerians this morning, we will begin to be practicing madness every three days a week.
All right.
Before 2027 general election.
No one is trying to practice madness, and I don't think we should be raving mad or acting mad in Nigeria, but
require desperate measure, desperate time, require desperate measure, and it is there in the Bible that in the days of John the Baptist, the kingdom of God suffered. You see, Nigerians must have this stick to their brain. That in the days of John the Baptist, the kingdom of God suffered violence, and the violence was taken it by force. And the president said it, that election election is not served a la carte, meaning you must grab it and run with it. That is my message to Nigerians this morning. I don't have any other message to Nigerians, that we must begin to learn how to practice.
Comrade Nabulele, do you think that the people in Nigeria are ready to run the election in 2027? Like ADC said, that by 2027 we'll have APC versus the people. Do you think that Nigerians are ready? With some accusation that I've gotten that they are docile, maybe some persons are enjoying what is happening.
I know that Nigerians, they are ready for 2027. That is why a platform like this must be readily available. Today, the message
not message of our message of fertility, but message of that is the gospel. Because if we fail to convey the right message and begin to tell our children, tell our sisters, tell our cousins, tell our brothers that we must approach 2027 with gentility, my sister, take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. Politics or election is not serve a la carte. All right, then, thank you very much. Well, we do have, as I can feel a lot of passion there coming from Comrade Destiny and Abilele. But let's welcome Asim Adams, Esquire, legal practitioner, civil rights activist, former spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Itubo, Peter Obi Campaign Organization, Labour Party, Rivers State 2023. He joins the conversation as well. It's interesting that we have, two individuals this morning that that are lawyers, and they can look at things, when we speak about Professor Joash Amukuta, and his the possibility, what we project that he will be doing in INEC in 2020, as he takes over office right now. Well, good morning to you, Barrister Asim Adams.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to you, everybody. Good morning.
Good to have you join this conversation. Now, quickly.
Yes, I will. Let me just join back. I'm in the court premises right now.
Okay.
And I have to rush in. The magistrate just came.
All right.
So I'll join you back.
All right, then, no problem. That's so he's going about his duty. Well, let's bring it to you now. I understand, and I'm pretty sure that Professor Amukuta understands the gravity of the position and the temper of Nigerians right now. A lot of Nigerians are looking at him. Will it be, a situation where he's been handpicked to hand over election to the person that appointed him, or will he do it in such a way that Nigerians will have renewed trust in that office? Because it's a sensitive job that he's doing, and he's pretty aware. Yes, he did say that he will probe the issue of glitches that took place in 2023, the IRF glitches and all of that. What are your thoughts when you look at the interview, the screening granted?
Well, to my understanding, he didn't say he will probe. He said he will look into it. Looking into it is not the same thing as probe.
His English was that he will probe that glitches. That's what he said.
I didn't hear that.
Go ahead, please.
Now, he came in, and whoever appointed him, of course, the presidency appointed him, must have seen certain qualities in him before picking him. And it is his responsibility to live up to the billing of Nigerians. Somebody has to pick him, and the Constitution allows the president to pick him. But it doesn't mean he has to do the bidding of the president. He has his name to protect. He has his integrity to protect. And he also has his future and the future of his generation to protect. I'm sure today, nobody wants to answer Anini anywhere in this country, just because of the glorious escapade of Nomayoko Anini, the law. In fact, I'm yet to come across somebody that will be a Oyenusi. Even over 50 years that he was tied to stake and shot at the back beach. So he has that responsibility. And one thing I know is Yoruba, we respect ancestral names. And so I expect that he would be very conscious of that.
Okay.
Secondly, you might say because somebody appointed him, he will do his bidding. But we have seen in this country that when the tide is overwhelming against you, you don't have a choice. Jega was appointed by Jonathan, and he announced the result against Jonathan. So it's not sacrosanct that because somebody has appointed you, you must do his bidding against the wishes of Nigeria.
But you see, you also understand that it's not just about the personality now that is the umpire. You know, it's about the institution itself. There are certain members of staff of that institution that have their loyalty within the political space. What would you advise the chairman of INEC to do, especially with ensuring that the political preferences of his staffers will not interfere with them carrying out their jobs?
You see, most of these things are not something you can put your fingers on. How do you determine somebody who has a leaning to a political party? Is it by petition written against him?
What are the things that can be done to ensure that their influences?
It's the system that has to be overhauled.
Okay.
And over the years, how much has been done to overhaul the system? If the system is not working right,
when you say overhaul, what exactly do you mean?
Of course, you redefine rules of engagement.
Okay.
And then you have code of conduct. And within the parameters of this code of conduct, if anybody strays, you deal with that person to serve as deterrent to others. That's how to strengthen systems.
How independent do you think INEC is at this point? With the fact that we also learned that the ministry, a particular ministry here in Nigeria, went ahead to say they are building a complex for INEC for their effective performance. When we know also that there's a close affiliation with this particular minister or the ministry with the president.
Who is the owner of the money? Is it the individual that said he's building? Is it not our money? Is it not our taxpayers' money?
We're looking at the code of conduct. At what point is it that INEC can no longer take care of a structure that we have to extend the branch for personnel?
Was it part of the budget? It wasn't part of the budget.
So why would they accept that the building will be built?
Who is accepting? Who is accepting?
INEC have not come up to say we are not going to allow the ministry to build a project or even take up this project for us at this point.
How can INEC say a ministry that is part of government shouldn't build for me? Who is it to say that?
So you're saying that it's justifiable for that?
It's justifiable.
And you're not seeing anything that has to do with the political affiliation to that. So
I'm not going to descend to that level.
Can you say the same also for judges in Nigeria? The houses also have been built for, and cars also.
Lagos State government built houses for judges, and for the first time in 2001, they gave SUVs to judges. It never happened in this country.
You're not seeing that
You're
not seeing that actually play out in the way they carry out their judgment about it being a bit bad.
No. Must judges be paupers?
So why are we selecting people that will reach or people that benefit from
How do you select?
We get to Abuja, for example, have more than 100 judges in Abuja. So why are we having selected few houses being built for selected judges? Why is it that
do you have the statistics of all this?
For all that?
You don't have the statistics of all this.
Why
you don't have it.
We do. We have the statistics.
Can I have one? If you have 100 judges and they are doing it in batches, were you part of the meeting?
We don't have any information to say it's being done in batches.
It is not everything that will happen in.
So why will everything under this particular
you?
process be done in secrecy? Why should it get in secrecy? Why not come up with?
If it was done in secrecy, how did you know?
So you're talking about us not having data of the persons that benefit from that project.
See, for me, if anybody has not come to tell me that he's using his private money to induce government officials, if you are using government money to take care and make sure that welfare is guaranteed for those who do the job, for God's sake, there was a time in this country that magistrates were joining Molue. You imagine a conductor that had been sentenced to 1 year imprisonment by a magistrate, and that conductor is freed, and then the magistrate walks into that bus to join the bus. What will run in the mind of that conductor? Have you identified that magistrate? So if government now decides to buy car for that magistrate to prevent him from attack by that conductor, government has induced that
even
magistrate.
With a 300% increment of the salary, you're still saying that it is justifiable for such to happen?
All right, then let's get the views of one who is in the system, Barrister Ezeluche. How do you react to the question asked by my colleague here? Influence on judges.
Well, thank you very much. For a very long time, we've been advocating for the independence of the judiciary. Independence also in terms of financial independence of the judiciary, such that the judiciary should receive its allocation direct from the federation account and not have to beg or go to the state governments or federal governments for their emoluments and things to make them effective. It's pathetic to see at various levels of governance, federal, state, whereby the state governors dish out vehicles, office equipment to law officers, to judicial officers. It's condescending. You see this chief justice or the chief judge of a state going to receive car keys from the governor, and it's not how it should be. There should be, these are three different arms of government. There is no reason why till date Nigeria should still subsume the judiciary or make it the judiciary subservient to the executive arm. But in the interim, like the speaker was answering, yes, if that is what is happening for now, let it continue. I mean, it's public funds for public officers. But I want to also, before I step out, just address one or two things that have been said in the past. The last speaker was talking of comparing Anini and all those criminals with INEC officials. No, that is not the comparison. That will engineer or enable an INEC chairman to do ill or do evil. The appropriate comparison should be Professor Humphrey Nwosu. Professor Humphrey Nwosu, of his own mind, conducted what is reputed to be the best elections ever in Nigeria. And what has happened to him? Even discussion about giving him a national honor was thrown out because he conducted a basic election. So there is no stimulus for INEC officials to do the right thing. Rather, is to be like Mahmoud Yakubu and even Tahiru Jega and do the most fraud you can and get away with it while you can. And then he also raised the issue of the Yorubas having to live by their names. I mean, that's not true either. The names are names. Anybody can get any name. We had a Yoruba governor whose name was Omoboriowo. But while he was in office, we saw that he changed his name. It would now become Owoboriomo. For those who don't understand Yoruba, Omoboriowo means the child is greater than money. But in reality, the man became somebody that was like, people refer to him now as Owoboriomo. Money has become better than the child. So those are, I just want to discontinue those two issues he raised. And then on the issue that one of the other speakers had also addressed about the convergence or the decampment of all governors to the APC.
Yes. I want us to talk about that now. Let's go into that. The movements, they all seem to be, the governors in particular, and the cabinet seem to be going to the APC. Some have said it's going to cause an implosion within the APC because all these governors have their interests. And will the president be able to contain all of these, newcomers, as it were, to the APC, knowing fully whether there are those who are within the APC as well that might be aspiring to such positions? Do you think there might be some sort of implosion, or are we going to see a situation where everyone will be served, and properly taken care of?
You see, unfortunately, these people don't learn from history. I mean, and that is what will lead to their downfall. In PDP, leading to the 2014 elections, we saw the mass decampment of governors to the PDP. And the beautiful thing about governors is they have immunity from prosecution. So, and they are the best suited to scuttle a party from within. If a senator or member of the House or other people do it, you can send EFCC police to harass and intimidate them, but you can't do that to governors. So yes, the governors are going into the APC, but then that is what will factionalize the APC. Let them keep on opening their doors to all the governors. They will come in, and then they will destroy that party from within. That is why I say Nigerians should relax. You see, when dictators think they have had it all, when they think they are running home and dry, that everything is over, that is when their demise is immediate. The PDP before 2014 elections, they were telling all Nigerians that they will be there for the next 60 years. They were very braggadocious, making noise. But what happened? They collapsed. That should happen to the APC because they have become insolent. They now think like they own the world. They think that because of what's going on now, they are immune from Nigerians. not just immune from the system, they have attained immunity from the pains, cries of Nigerians. And my dear, that should be what will bring that downfall. Because Nigerians can't continue. There will be a time when Nigerians will tell them, it is either you or Nigeria. And we are approaching that climax.
All right,
I don't have any worries about the governors, the campaign. The whole political structure in Nigeria has been messed up. The courts have allowed it to be messed up. Because ordinarily, when a person becomes to a party and there was no faction at his own party, he loses his seat. If the courts had been implementing this right from the moment the members of the Senate and the House were cross-carpeting and jumping up and down, these things will happen. But the courts have failed Nigerians. They have allowed these rascals to keep on jumping from party A to party B and then back to party A, making everything look like a mess.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Barrister Ezeluche. Comrade Destiny and Abulele, let me come to you now. Now, let's take from what Kenneth Okonkwo said. I mean, he basically picked out Governor Doyediri, who is a second-term governor, who decided to the camp. And he's saying that, look, he should be suspended. And we also do know that Governor Doyediri has not officially said where he's going to. But there are speculations that he's headed to the APC. And he did say in that meeting with his commissioners, he did say that he's not leaving the PDP alone. He's leaving with he's leaving with everybody, the cabinet and every other person there. Now, do you support the idea of a suspension or the possibility of it? You know, and what are your thoughts on this movement taking place in the political space now?
Yeah, Mr. Moses, before I try to answer your question, let me quickly join my voice with some of the issues raised and with that of the former speakers before me.
Okay.
I think they said something about that during Goodluck Jonathan, vis-a-vis that of Jega, someone trying to just oppose that of the present, bringing in the INEC chairman now. You see, we must situate it here appropriately because Jega or Jonathan is not the present president. That is President Ahmed Bola Tinubu. If you can still recall, perhaps let me refresh the mind of the speakers before the last one, that during his campaign, when he came to Edo, he did promise APC that, do you want me to give you Edo back to you? And they said yes. True to his words, as we speak now, he has given Edo back to APC. Even while during the election, they had printed 2 separate result sheets with same serial numbers. There are evidence for that fact. And you want to say that Jonathan produced INEC, therefore the INEC chairman, therefore Nigeria shouldn't be worried. Nigeria should be more worried than ever. Because this is a man that said that election is not served a la carte. You must grab it and you must run with it. That is why Nigerians must learn how to practice madness at least three days a week. Get towards 2027. If you fail to do that, I tell you, the 2027 election is a walk in the park for President Ahmed Bola Tinubu. And let me again look at one of the issues raised. I don't know if we have forgotten. The former President Buhari was more of, adhere to the rule of law compared to what we have now. The last election and the electoral, voyage, the tribunal voyage that Dr. Asholime passed through. I can tell you for a free that with utmost humility, that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and my brother in FCT, Yendeba, they both were instrumental to the winning of the present senator, Monday Okpewolo of Edo State. I can say that authoritatively. I'm the one saying it. It's not a platform. So for us, if we try to play with these present men in the shadow of leadership in the central, we are mortgaging our tomorrow. See, we must call a spade is never a getting for. We must say it the way things are. We must begin to tell Nigerians that these are the men we are dealing with.
so that the Nigerians will know how they will prepare. So if we tell them that they are sent, whereas they are demon incarnate, there's a problem. You know, when you are preparing for a saint, it's different. When you are preparing for a devil incarnate, it's different. Let me go back to your question. That Diri is the campaign. It's no longer news, even to some of us, as we speak very just now. The soul of PDP, with utmost humility, maybe till we will now look at November convention that is coming up in Ibadan. Then and then, some of us cannot say, it's okay, yes, PDP to some extent is redeemable. Till then, that Diri is the campaign. He's trying to save his political future. That as we currently have, PDP with utmost humility is a sinking party. It is the November national convention that will determine whether it will be buried or not. Because my friend again of the FCT, Eyendeba, has strangulated. I don't know the word. I'm short of words because over time they have abandoned the party for Wike, solely for Wike to be financing. So he paid the piper, dictates the truth. That's exactly what is happening in PDP. So it is now that the founding fathers and some loving people of Nigerians that believe in democracy and viable opposition, they are trying now to rescue or redeem the People's Democratic Party from the grip of my friend Eyendeba in FCT.
Well, thank you very much, Comrade Destiny Anabulele, for your intervention there and your contribution. Well, let's get into another conversation now. According to the Nigerian Medical Association, Nnamdi Kanu is fit for trial. Now, court declares October 23rd a date for trial as Igbo leaders split as protests brew. Let's talk about this when we come back. Join us again.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Now, a court-ordered medical panel has declared Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, medically fit to stand trial on terrorism charges, clearing the way for proceedings to resume on October 23. The panel, commissioned by the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, at the request of Justice James Omotosho, concluded that Kanu's health condition is not life-threatening, despite conflicting reports from his personal doctors and the Department of State Services, DSS. With this ruling, the Federal High Court in Abuja has scheduled 6 consecutive days for Kanu's defense to begin, reigniting tensions across the southeast and beyond. As the legal team gears up, The political divide deepens while youth groups and civil rights activists have endorsed a nationwide protest on October 20, demanding Kanu's unconditional release. The prominent Southeast leaders, including Ohanaeze Ndigbo, regional governors and ministers, have publicly rejected the demonstration, calling it a destabilizing ploy orchestrated by opposition figures like Omoyele Sowore and Atiku Abubakar. The protesters in the region have also voiced frustration over rising insecurity, arguing that Kanu's continued detention fuels unrest. Oh well. Mr. Omoyele Sowore was very much in this studio sometime last week, where he talked about the planned protest. He did say, he did call on the Southeast leaders and Nigerians to join him as they march in protest for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. That's slated for the 20th of October, which coincidentally coincides with the NSAS anniversary. Oh well. And then we saw the other day how an individual who says he's a part of a group, wrote to the DSS asking for protection as he also decides to protest against the protest for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Well, let's start off with Barrister Eze Luche. Now, Barrister, thank you very much for staying with us. We still have a gentleman with us. Barrister Eze Luche. Now, the protest. Let's look at the issues here. Protest for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Do you think it's coming a little too late, according to some? And also, the declaration by the NMA that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is fit for trial. Do you think this will, further propel trial to kick off without any other delay? Your trial is slated for 23rd of October, which is 3 days after the planned protest for his release. Well, what do you see happening in the coming days? Barrister Eze Luche.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have followed the sequence of both the NMA release and the trial dates, and it's very worrisome. It's worrisome in the sense that I know that it was on the 26th of September that the court ordered the NMA to conduct examination and tests to determine Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's fitness for trial, and reiterated that same order around the 5th of October or thereabouts. The NMA letter that was sent to court was dated 18th of September, which is earlier than the date the court gave the order. Apparently, on that 18th of September, the NMA had met with the DSS and issued whatever orders they did. So in essence, the court order for NMA to examine Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has not been complied with, because the letter the NMA is purporting was took place before the court order was issued. And what is more worrisome is this: from the very onset of this trial of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, his defense attorneys have always asked for time to sit down and converse with their client, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And this has never been granted. They wanted it in private. Sorry, sir.
Sorry to interrupt you there.
Yes.
The court order you mentioned, are you privy to it? Can you point us in the direction of where?
I have seen copies of it. I have seen copies of it.
Copies of it.
Yes.
We would like for you to share those copies with us.
Okay, yes. It was issued on 26th of September. While the order, it's even on public knowledge. You Google when the court order was issued and the court trials. But the document the NMA submitted to court was predates that date by some days. So I'm just trying to say that the NMA has in reality not complied with the court order. But then, on a more serious issue is this: the defense counsels have severally sought to have a meeting with their client in private. The DSS has always said, "Come to our office, you will meet with him." But it's a different issue, because the DSS is a security agency. Definitely, their offices will be bugged, and the lawyers want to meet with their clients where they are sure that their communication will be private. And the court has only ordered that private meeting between the defense counsel and Nnamdi Kanu inside the courtroom on a day before the date the court declares that defense must start their defense. Now, that means that the defense counsels have only one day to discuss with their client before being forced to commence a defense of their client on all these charges, very serious charges that can even lead to death sentence. On the face of it, it's nonsensical. It's injustice. It's an aberration of the justice process. And I don't know whether the judge, Mr. Omotosho, went through all this process. You cannot say meet with your client one day, and you don't know if they'll finish their deliberations on that day. Then you order a 6-day trial. You already have okay, how many days was the prosecution allowed? How many days? How many years actually was the prosecution allowed to bring their case? And you are now compelling the defense. Why bother with giving them a time to defense? Why don't you give your ruling immediately? Because you already say 6 days. Meanwhile, the prosecution had how many months or years to present? And now you talk of a protest, rally, and all that stuff. Mr. Showore, yeah, he's a public, he likes publicity stunts and all that stuff. So this and the dates this gives more time for publicity and all that noise, arrest and beatings and all that stuff. But in reality, how does this advance the cause of justice in this matter? The same in Nigeria, there has been several instances where people awaiting trial have severally applied to court for leave to travel abroad for medical reasons. Even in instances when they just know it was a charade, it was a joke. Somebody's attending a party the day before and he comes to court in clutches and pretends, and the court grants him leave without asking the NMA to get involved to look at the matter and know whether it's worth giving medical permission to travel abroad. What is wrong with this Mazi Nnamdi case? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case? Is it because it's Igbo? Is it because he's talking about Biafra? The bottom line of it is this.
Or could it be because there is fear that he might jump bail again?
No. If the fear did not exist in other issues, I mean, that can be curtailed. You can ask people to come and drop $1 billion each or whatever and allow him to travel and go. There are always mechanisms. And if he jumps bail, then Nigeria has protocols with various countries across the world, the UK, the US. He jumps bail, he'll be brought back. So there is absolutely no reason why the courts have severally granted leave for suspects to travel abroad, and in this instance, you bring this novel, unheard of issue of NMA that is not even structured to undertake such. Well,
I think some doctors will take that.
What I'm trying to say, in essence, is this, and I've repeated this several times: Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's trial is not a justice issue. It is not judicial. It is political. And the lawyers have allowed themselves to be roped into this mess, because it's actually a mess. For a very long time, the Nigerian system has proved that it is incapable or it's unwilling to look into the justice of this matter. And the lawyers have been advised, it's in extraterritorial. There is the West African Court on Human Rights. There is the African Commission on Human Rights that can actually deliberate on these matters. Do not waste your time in a system that is rigged, that gives you 6 days. The 6 days to do whatsoever.
All right.
How many? Because there must be equity. You see, when you look at the sign of justice, the sign of justice is that there is like a measurement scale and it's balanced. If it is not balanced, as in this case, for goodness sake, how many days was the prosecution allowed? How many days are you giving to Nnamdi and they can? This is a travesty. This is a charade, and then they can, if you want to shoot, go ahead and shoot the man because he's evil. That's the bottom line. And the Omotosho cannot claim, the justice cannot claim that she's being just in this case. Because if she was being just, then she wouldn't be getting into the pit she's getting into. And unfortunately, many of our judicial officers, many of our justices, even to the apex court, have severally shown bias that is shocking, bias that makes even students wanting to read law wonder whether in Nigeria do we have law that needs to be read. And it is the pronouncements, the the mannerisms, the behaviors, the judgments of some of these courts that lead to this kind of unfortunate scenario. You don't give 6 days to do a defense when you didn't give 6 days to the prosecution to prosecute. You don't allow just 1 day for the lawyers to meet in private with their clients when for all these several 4 years plus he has been in the custody of the same people who are prosecuting him. He even needs time to be out of their system to understand himself and be in a state where he can converse with his lawyers. 1 day is certainly not enough. So I don't see anything happening from this trial. It's more of a persecution. It's not a trial.
That's quite
Thank you.
a wholesome submission there. Basically, just bear your mind entirely. Let's go to Comrade Destiny and Abulele. Comrade, now, Barrister did say that the protest might be a charade, for the optics. Well, how do you think that protest for the release of Nnamdi Kanu, called for by Omoyele Sowore, calling on the Southeast leaders and everyone who wants Nnamdi Kanu released, how do you think it will impact on the judgment that is slated for the 23rd? How do you think it will impact on his possible release or continued detention?
Yeah, Mr. Moses, let me again appreciate you. For me, in the NMA reports, let me start from there. You see, and we have Nigerians have since reacted to their reports. But the questions that we need to, or perhaps that is bothering our minds, is that who and what defines life-threatening? Do you know, Mr. Moses, if ordinary headache at times can be life-threatening? I've seen it when I was in the university. And my classmate, I was having a headache. Before we could know it, she was gone. A headache. They have a headache. Ordinary brain. So for them to come, see, for me, I'm not even when I saw it in the social media, I knew the Nigeria has happened to the report. It's very unfortunate. It has happened to the report. And you and I know that with utmost to the enemy, there is no way you can divorce enemy from the presidency. That is the gospel truth. We must be frank. So we must be very frank.
I think a lot of doctors will take offense with this assertion that the NMA is biased. These are just professionals doing their job. And by the way, you do know that the doctors that tested Nnamdi Kanu were brought from the different geopolitical zones of the nation. Don't you think that was done to have a fair analysis of his health?
Mr. Moses, I told you, I started by asking a very salient question. I said, who and what defines a life-threatening? Who defines a life-threatening? And what defines a life-threatening? These two questions in one. I told you when I had I was told, I was there. A friend, a lady, a girl having ordinary migraine. Before we know it, within 20 minutes, it's too much. She was gone. That's why I'm asking, who and what defines life-threatening? I started by asking such a silly question, 2 in 1. So for me, you must be frank, a man that has been in a particular place for over 5 years. Moses, let me beg you this morning. Try to stay in a particular confinement for ordinary 1 week. And see after 1 week. Not to talk of 5 years. So for me, it is quite disturbing when we see situations like this. And for me, I don't have any hope or trust in the DSS, because they have since betrayed my trust in them. Since they led a talk to attack me in the last rerun election in the state. DSS. Since then, there have been no comment from them. So my point is this: the issue of protest. You and I know that this government in power, it is an offshoot of protest. You see, Moses, it is very difficult to win a family war or a family fight. This APC government, they are more of a civil society. They are better off as opposition to checkmate government in power. That's what they are good at.
And for us, the civil society now fighting them, it is going to be very difficult for us to win this APC. Because with utmost humility to Jagaban, he knows what to do. He knows how to do it. And he knows how to go about it. So that is why I said earlier, my message to Nigerians is for us 3 days a week, we must begin to learn how to practice madness towards 2027. I think at this point, I'm forced to ask you to explain what your definition of a practice of madness looks like. You see, Mr. Moses, if I know that if I'm about to engage you, I know that this Moses is like one knot of his head is no longer there. I must begin to prepare like you to be able to attack you. Are you calling for a breakdown of law and order? Are you calling for a breakdown of? You see, there's a saying. It says, since the birds have suddenly learned how to perch, are suddenly how to fly without perching, the hunter has suddenly learned how to shoot without missing.
So many persons will disagree with you, comrade, because also there is a saying that says you don't have to play dirty with a pig to prove a point. So now the question I want to ask you on this particular one is, now that you've come up to say that this present administration is more like against protest, some persons were already saying, especially from the southeast, we have the Hanes and Dibo saying that they are not a sport of that. Some of them a function of it, and also some of the Igbo elites are saying, please take us out. But we have prominent Igbos also who are saying, any day this protest is going to be organized, get across to me. The likes of Uwazurike, who happens to be the leader of the Bush, is also talking out, getting ready for that. Now, with the prominent people also that have been reached out to participate in that protest, are you saying we're not going to see anything out of it? And also, what does this really portend, given the fact that the protest is going to happen just 3 days before the trial will begin?
You see, let me help you out. Even if Bokwe, one of the apologists of President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, has said it. And let me put it before you. Even among the 12 of our Lord Jesus Christ, there was Judah. For me, I'm not surprised. What we should be concerned with, who are those for Nnamdi Kanu? You see, it is disturbing. Looking at the clemency of the presidential pardon, look at the list of the presidential pardon of, you see, the drug barons or the drug offenders with utmost humility. Some of them has reacted to it. That it is likened to, an old schoolmate trying to have a reunion with an old schoolmate. So for me, if you can grant a pardon, what is in essence? What were the reason for saying that a president should have a pardon for an inmate? It's very simple. That there are some persons that are unjustly, prosecuted or persecuted. In this case, Nnamdi Kanu is being persecuted. It is more of it is political rather than the law. We must be very frank with ourselves. That is why the president of this day, that is coming from agitation, is a product of agitation from Nadeko and the likes. That's why we need to be more concerned about Nnamdi Kanu. At any rate, what is the offense of Nnamdi Kanu? What is the message of Nnamdi Kanu? It's a message of that my people have been oppressed. They have been marginalized. You haven't exactly answered the question of whether the protest what impact will the protest have? The protest slated for the 20th of October. What impact will it have on his case in court? Will it aid or will it be an albatross for him? You see, I said it earlier. I said this present men in president or presidency or in APC, I said it that it is difficult to win a family war. Okay. Or a family fight. Okay. If you have ever embarked on a family fight and a family war, I know what it means. It is difficult. The present party in standard of leadership in the central, they are better off as opposition because they are part and parcel of the civil society. Right. And the money and the standard of leadership is an offshoot of civil society. Right. That is why it's going to be very difficult because as we speak, you have paid a death here and is willing to take any bullet. All right, then. Thank you very much. But let's have concluding thoughts now. Okay, Comrade Enabulele, let's have your concluding thoughts now. You could merge both conversations. Yes, Mr. Moses. I have listened to. They said the man with his ancestral name, his pedigree. But let me say this: Nigeria definitely has happened to that to Professor Amukpetan or Amukpesun. And I don't know if I get it right. Yes, it is strenuous to preserve dignity. It is very strenuous to preserve dignity in the quest of greed, not poverty. That is the gospel truth. Nigeria has happened to him. I'm not very proud of it. You see, in the whole of this gamut of issues that we have raised, I have said it, and I'm still reiterating that Nigerians, 3 days of the 7 days of the week, you must, as you go for gym, and some of us go for 3 days, we must begin to practice madness in these 3 days of the week towards 2027. Because if I'm coming to attack you, I know that you are better prepared. Then I must have a rethink. I must double your preparation. All right. So for us as Nigerians, if we are truly sincere in having the Nigeria of our dream, where our children will approach any ministry and they will be absorbed based on what they have in head, we must prepare for 2027. All right, then. Thank you very much. If we rely on this, let me lie with this talk. If we rely on this National Assembly, that they will come up with reforms, we better wake up. Because it is easy to wake a man that is really asleep than the man that is pretending to be sleeping. Thank you very much. All right, then. Thank you very much, Comrade Destiny Enabulele. I would like for you to stay with us as we get into newspaper review. Jennifer Nimo, you've been in the media space for a long time, and tell us, you heard about the protest. What impact do you think it will play? You know, juxtaposing with protest of its like that has happened before this time. And also, let's wrap all of that with your concluding thoughts as well.
I'm happy that a lawyer is on this program and he understands the law very well. Whatever hues and noise outside the court premises has no impact on judgment. So it's just for the optics, and it's high time Sowore matures bankrupt beyond the days of his unilag activism.
How do you react to what the lawyer barrister said about the NMA reports coming after, coming before, rather, the courts. Sorry?
Before the court seeks for it.
Yes, before the court sought for it.
It's an information for the lawyers of Kano to pick and explore. But it will only mean going back and forth. We were unanimous on one point in the course of discussing Nnamdi Kanu now, that he is being persecuted. Let us agree without conceding that it's being persecuted. Persecution will not be resolved in the courtroom. It means we have to apply political solution to it. And that's the best way to go. If this man will come out to reunite with his family.
All right, then. That will be your concluding thoughts.
Yes.
All right, then. Well, thank you very much, David Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and also a public affairs commentator. We've also been speaking with Barrister Eze Luche. I do believe I would have loved to get his concluding thoughts on this, but I understand that we lost connection to Barrister Eze Luche. Well, thank you very much, Barrister Eze Luche, for your time and your intervention on the program. And also, big thanks to you, Comrade Destiny Enabulele. It's been an abridged version of VOP this morning, but newspaper review comes up next. I am Moses Humphrey. Join us again at 10, where we dive into the papers, looking at the headlines from the dailies.
And I'm Fina Okichiku. Enjoy the rest of your day.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney Dime, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
You don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. Amayana Bodi.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey. And of course, I'm being joined by Dele Fanimo, who is a seasoned reporter and a public and political affairs commentator. Good to have you once again. Thank you very much for staying with us.
My pleasure.
And also we're joined by Barrister Eze Luce, joins the conversation again. He will be joining the conversation. Well, and also Comrade Destiny Anabulele stays back also from VOP this morning. Interesting times. And we're getting reports that the Take It Back movement organizing a protest today asking for compensation for those whose properties have been demolished around Lagos. Some of them in the Oworoshoki area, and some of them in some other parts of Lagos. So they're basically taking their grievances to Alausa, Ikeja, where the protest is currently taking place, and we'll be joining our correspondent Matthew Gusuada as he covers that protest. Well, I think we'll just go over there now and see what's going on. We'll get back to Matthew, who is at the scene of the protest right now, and get a good look at what is going on in that area. And the number, we hear that the number is gradually increasing. Number of those that have come out to protest gradually increasing. Oh well, let's get into the papers now. Now, one big story in the papers today is the prerogative of mercy, the presidential list, the list that pardoned the 175 Nigerians, convicts, and some people that had one case or the other, or have done one term or the other, served one term or the other in prison. There's been pressure on the government to review that list. And so the headline from the Punch here reads, it's the big story on the cover page of the Punch. It says, under pressure, Tinubu may drop controversial names from pardon list. AGF probes presidential pardon list. After NDLEA, ICPC, police allege name smuggling by committee. Yes, we did say that there is the possibility that the president may not have gone through the list given to him.
No, even if he has gone through the list, he doesn't know these people individually. So he will just look at the names and rely heavily on the recommendation of the committee. He will just approve.
But isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that what should have been, we are putting the cart before the horse, because there should have been a review of the list before there is a pardon. But now we've seen a situation where pardon has been granted, and now we are being told by the AGF that these people have not been released yet. Now there's a review.
It's a vote face. They knew that there was public outcry,
so
especially
outcry.
So they have to find a way of wriggling out of the embarrassment that list had caused government. You recall that there was something similar in Osun State last year, where a condemned armed robber was released by the state governor.
Indeed, yes, yes.
And even the judge in that case came up to write a rejoinder that this particular convict was convicted based on unassailable evidence that he actually committed the crime as at that time, and that he was no longer a minor when that offense was committed. So, for me, I think government should be very, very circumspect, especially when you are giving out this prerogative of mercy. Yes, it's your right. It's enshrined in the Constitution. And as a matter of fact, that particular lady, it wasn't a federal case, it was a state case.
Which one? The Sasanda?
Yes.
Sanda's case.
Yes.
Okay.
It would have been the prerogative of the state governor, where the offense was committed, to give her that state pardon, not the federal government. Because they would have everything that has to do with that case. They will have every details of that case. But the federal government, somebody
basically
who is influential, just smuggled out her name, and they were not expecting public outcry. Look at the aftermath. The father had to come up to say one thing, and another person had
the
to.
Family is saying a different thing. The father is saying, okay.
Father said, okay, you can allow her, and you can understand that Nigeria has come into play in that, and then the family says no. It's eye for an eye for an eye. Look at the case of Yetunde in Oyo State too. That lawyer that killed her husband. She was in the DPP office when she committed that crime. So she ought to know that committing that crime is clear, that the judgment is clear. But they manipulated, and she's a free woman today.
Well, they said they haven't released anybody yet.
In this case, but in the past they have released.
Okay. Well, This Day also reported, it says, FG, presidential pardon still under review. No convict released yet. Riders to that one says, government taking final look at list for remedial purposes. Appreciates citizens' vigilance. Constructive feedback. That's a good one. Declares reaction demonstrates Nigerians care about justice, good governance. And then Herbert Macaulay's family canvasses restoration of legacy. Now, the family of late Herbert Macaulay also reacted. Now, they've said that the descendants of the late Herbert Macaulay, the father of the Nigerian nationalism, have commended President Bola Tinubu for granting a posthumous pardon to the late patriot, but have condemned the manner in which it was done, describing it as demeaning to his legacy. Now, they say that Macaulay fought oppression and gave us the courage to stand as free men, and so he should be appreciated differently, not just a pardon.
They didn't commit that offense.
He was accused of committing the offense by the colonial masters.
There was a sentence.
Yes, there was a sentence by the colonial masters.
Now that distract, you may be a good person in some areas, and if you commit a crime, you go for it. Ejikadero was very generous to them in Ajioba.
But could it be that he was unjustly accused too of fraud?
At that time, the justice system was very tight.
So there's no possibility that
there is no possibility that he didn't commit the offense.
All right.
They were just looking for alibi.
But he should
we should. That's why I feel, and I still feel, that they did injustice to us in Nigeria by removing history from curriculum. I thought
let's hold that thought.
Okay.
We'll come back to all of that. But let's run to Lausa now, where the Take It Back movement has gathered some protesters protesting the demolition of properties and asking for compensation. Our correspondent Matthew Guswada is reporting from the scene of the protest. Matthew, good morning. Tell us what's going on.
All right, good morning, Nigerians. It's another beautiful morning right here, and what we can see is the Take It Back movement group marching towards the Alausa Secretariat. Right here is the Ikeja Under Bridge, and we have different placards here. We have different placards, like I said. What these protesters are saying is that they are demanding immediate compensation from the government with regards to illegal demolition that has taken place in the Oworoshoki axis of the state earlier in the year. They are also saying that apart from illegal demolition that has happened, the government should come and publicly apologize to them, saying that the government ought to apologize to them for some actions that the government have taken earlier in the year regards to illegal demolition. And what we can notice earlier, we would see heavy security presence. If you can see behind me, these are security personnel that is taking place right here. We would see the protesters are actually in the front. They are marching towards the Ikeja, they are marching towards the Alausa Secretariat, and because today coincides with the International Day Against Hunger and Poverty, these protesters are saying that the government ought to look into the issue of poverty, eradicate it. Let's get to meet you. Good morning, ma. You are here at the protest. Tell us your cardinal demand. Please hold on. No, I'm going with you. All right, so she does not want to talk, but earlier we had some people told us that the illegal demolition was really severe, and so they are demanding that the government take urgent action towards illegal demolition. The government should provide compensation for them. The government should also provide social support regards to illegal demolition. And so because today is the International Day Against Hunger, they are also saying that hunger should stop in the land, and the fuel price hike, the tax increase in different parts of the country should be reduced so that the burden can be reduced for its citizens. We will continue to monitor that development closely and provide you with further updates.
All right then. It gets a little confusing here. I can see some people walking with... okay, yes, it is gathering momentum. We see some of the conveners with their beret, and also, it's a little bit confusing because you have the convener of the protest along with regular Lagosians going about their business, walking past. But I think it's just, okay, so these are pictures, and you have them. This is probably where they gathered from as they marched.
Usually it's always at the under bridge.
But it's interesting that we have law enforcement escorting the protesters, and you can also see that last small official there making a video. So it would have been nice to hear the address by these conveners of the Take It Back movement, hearing what they have to say as they address the crowd. It would have been nice to get the audio of that one. But of course, we can see that they have gathered, and but a lot more people I see are just standing by. I don't know if we should tag them. Exactly. I don't know if we should target members of the protest or the mere spectators, but of course, it's just gathering momentum. And there you have our correspondents also moving with the protesters. Well, I do hope that they will stay safe, because that's the most important thing. Some advertisers too have taken opportunity to advertise their product. As backdrop. Because I like Nigerians. Don't miss out on any opportunity. So they're advertising their products as well. Oh, well, this is, they're asking for compensation for those whose properties have been demolished. There you have it. I'm trying to read what's on that banner.
No compensation,
no compensation, no peace. Okay, yes, that's what it is. No compensation, no peace. And this also speaks to the demolition taking place in Oworoshoki, where the residents have complained, and the fingers have been pointing at the Bale of Oworoshoki. He has been accused of selling properties while people are still on the properties, and we hear that there is a desire to build a sort of estate, elite villa in that area. And the other day we had Opeyemi Ogunlami, who is one of the conveners of Take It Back movement. He was in our studio, and where he talked about the issue going on. Excuse me. Talked about the issue going on in Oworoshoki, and he said, look, that the Bale, or the Oba of Oworoshoki, was trying to compensate some of those who were affected, and that they were given 75,000 naira. Now, if we could bring out that
if only we could get that Opeyemi in the midst of these protesters.
Well, he actually did say that he would be there.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So if we could get, we
need to communicate to our correspondent
to him
to be on the lookout for Opeyemi.
Indeed, and then we can hear, firsthand what is going on. Well, we'll get back to the protest ground, and keep you updated of how that one is going. They didn't write to the police. I'm not certain that they did.
In the midst of this painful demolition, I think we need to advise, and I'm sure that if the barrister is still with us, he should be able to advise more on this, that before you, no matter how beautiful, how strategic a parcel of land is, do due diligence before you go into it, before you buy. These Omoniles, they can sell moon to you if you are not careful. They know, in most cases, they know why they are selling, and they know the problem that will arise later on over this land. I told you about my experience when I wanted to buy my land in Ibadan. They took me to a place I almost paid. If it was when you could transfer, probably I would have been duped. But on the second thought, after they left, after we had gone to that land, somebody now pricked me and said, look, go and find out from Ministry of Land if this land is free. And luckily, I had my friend's wife, who was an assistant director in the Ministry of Land. As soon as I mentioned the place, in fact, she was the one that was describing the whole place for me, that anybody that buys land there, that it's at its own risk, that it's an acquired land by government, and that it was originally meant for Polytechnic Ibadan. Before they moved to the current site of the Polytechnic, and that the government is planning to site a university there. I had to go to the other side of the road, same vicinity, and I bought land. Do you know that? That was about 16 years ago. Do you know that 3 years ago, bulldozer came and they demolished over 100 houses. Some of these people were already pensioners waiting in the tarmac. Some of them, they rely on rent in those houses to survive. And they had no case. And it just went like that. Later on, I got to know that about 3 or 4 people died in the process of high blood pressure and some other ailments. So it is also instructive while we are saying that government may be wrong in demolishing. And why did government wait until when structures were there before they came? But whatever it is, please let us err on the side of the law. Let us err on the side of the law while we are prospecting property, while we are going into real estate, so that we don't fall into this kind of.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Now we're getting feelers that we've reconnected to the protest ground. Let's go back to the protest ground and see what's going on right now.
All right, so we can actually see the marching of the protesters right here. Although there are some sound glitch here, but you can please see them. We would see that these people are vexing their anger towards the present administration, saying that they are not pleased with the current situation of the country and the current situation of the economy. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. What are your cardinal demands for the government at this point?
We are demanding for the government that the government to catch up the people that want to grab our land. The Oba is trying to grab our land for us. We are doing protests here that the government to capture the people that is trying to grab our land. So we are going there now to go and ask Sanwo-Olu that is he aware or he support them to collect our land from us because they are trying to grab our land. So we have seen this bill over 3 years ago in Oba. So that is
grabbing. Tell us what led to this land grabbing. Were you notified earlier?
We are not notified. When they came on 2023, we are not notified. They burned our house. They burned most of our houses.
What are we saying? What are we saying? What are we saying? What are we saying? Say everybody. Listen, they are not. We are homeless. We are homeless. Kiss homeless. We are homeless. We are. We are. Abatunde Balewa. We are. Abatunde Balewa. We are homeless. Saluti Balewa. We are. Saluti Balewa. What they ready to go take us when we don't vote?
Well, there you have it. The protest taking place in Ikeja from on the bridge. They're heading towards Alausa there. And you can hear them chanting, "We are homeless." These are some Nigerians protesting the demolition of their properties and lack of compensation for those whose properties have been demolished across Lagos. You know, from Oroshoki to Aspanda, different parts of Lagos. There you have them protesting. Oh, well, we have Barrister Asim Adams join the conversation. Barrister, thank you very much for joining the conversation.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Yes. So we were, excuse me, we were talking about the banner headlines from the Punch, and then also it's reflected in all the papers, really, about the names, the controversial names from the list. Now, the Punch. Mr. Faniwo was just giving his own thoughts. Now, well, these are the headlines. Under pressure, Tinubu may drop controversial names from pardon list. AGF probes presidential pardon list after NDLEA, ICPC, police allege name smuggling by committee. The Guardian says, presidential pardon under review, says AGF, as Macaulay's family pushes back. And This Day says FG, presidential pardon still under review. No conviction, no convict released yet. Says government taking final look at list for remedial purposes. Appreciates citizens' vigilance, constructive feedback. Declares reaction, demonstrates Nigerians' care about justice, good governance. About Macaulay's family canvasses restoration of legacy. The interesting part in all of this is the fact that it's obvious that government pays attention when the people talk.
Absolutely.
That's it for.
I think we have to cut some slacks for them.
Yes.
Let me say for the present government of President Tinubu, we have to give them some slacks. We have to cut some slacks for them. They listen. For instance, this particular list, even though a lot of misconceptions pervaded the air, but I saw one or two names there that did not merit that particular list. If it is true.
Now, Mr. Faniwo was saying something. He was saying the issue of Miriam Sanda happened in the state. Shouldn't it have been the prerogative of the governor to either pardon or not to pardon? Why are we getting the pardon from the federal government?
Well, the law is not too clear on that. Because the prerogative of mercy that we know, ultimately lies with the president. That is the executive president, as we call it. And there are levels of, that particular, whatever they can do that the state government or the state governors cannot, undertake or do. For instance, treason. The state governors cannot, go into that because say federal, whatever. Murder on the other side, too. In my own opinion, I believe that it's above the state, it's above the governors.
Oh, really?
That is my own opinion. That because it's a grievous offense. After treason, you have murder in the hierarchy of felonies, as the case may be. So I believe it's there. But, periscoping that particular issue, whether it was granted by the president or granted by the governor, or as the case may be, the merits of that particular pardon granted, I think most of us may not really understand it until we know what came about. I heard one of the conditions or one of the reasons was that the in-law, as the father-in-law of the lady, intervened and was even pleading that she be pardoned. In the sense that she's a young girl, it is as the case may be. Nobody knew exactly what the situation is that the recommendation was not made.
But the family of the husband have also kicked against it.
It's a two-way thing. It's just like when you see government releasing bandits, you see government releasing terrorists. The question we have asked is this: what about the victims of the crime? For instance, the man whose family was, the family whose son was murdered or hacked down. You see, so it's high time we enacted, Victim of Crime Act, where victims of crime we have to benefit, from maybe by way of compensation, etc., damages, as the case may be, by government. In America, I know we have Victim of Crimes Act, because the moment the man goes to the man is sentenced to death or whatever, that ends everything. Then you are left to go and lick your wound. So I was of the opinion that we have to, the National Assembly has to look at it, so that they can enact Victim of Crime Act. It happened in Niger Delta, where you find out that many people lost their lives, and at the end of the day, you are now giving reprieves to some ex-militants, as we call them. In the Northwest, we saw what happened too, where Boko Haram, dropped bombs and they were killing many people. Then at the end of the day, a government will come out and focus on them and say they want to rehabilitate them. And nothing is done to rehabilitate the family of those people that were inhumanly hacked down, as the case may be. So it's an unfair situation. But we cannot we cannot stop talking about it, in the sense that in the case of Sanda, why the family of the husband will be mourning, as the case may be, the family of the girl, the wife, maybe sort of be happy to have their child back. So it's I don't know, it's something we need a balance, for us to get this whole thing done. I think that is what government should be. Those who are granting these pardons, should look at, strike a balance, so that people will not be aggrieved too much.
Okay, another major of concern. Okay.
I feel that I've had on several occasions when I was covering the court that justice rests on the tripod. That justice to the society, justice to the victim, and justice to the assailant. Now, in this case, federal government did not consider the society, because they are only looking from the narrow prism of the victim and the assailant.
In Sanda's case?
Yes.
Or in the entire...
Yes. Sanda's case, they are looking at the assailant, which is that woman.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The victim is the man.
That's right.
But what about the society? Because whatever happens to this Hadiza, would either encourage more of this.
Miriam Sanda.
Miriam Sanda, yes. Would only encourage this kind of thing. That means people will be encouraged. Those who are on death row, that have families that are connected, well connected, will now begin to make moves and putting pressure on government. There was no reason from the judgment, because I went back to that judgment and I read it. There was no alibi. There was no reason for any restitution for this particular woman.
You see what I feel. You see, the essence of conviction from what those of us who are libertarians, in criminal law jurisprudence, is not punitive but reformatory.
Okay.
That is the basic. That is the pinnacle on which justice rests. If you want to punish a man, it then means that she is to be sentenced to death by hanging. But you find out that today that most countries of the world, they are abolishing death by hanging. But that is an eye for an eye. So that will tell you that the reason why you see most times, yes, of course, the society must be taken along. But if you want to do the society's bidding, it then means that woman's head will be taken off. They will want her to rot in jail. But the essence is not to punish, or it's not for punitive measure, but to reform her. And the essence of prerogative of mercy is that when a man commits an offense, he goes for what they call restitution. I think there's a word that the Christians use. You know, when you commit sin, penitence, you see the man is remorseful. I read some of those people who were granted this pardon that the man became an artisan while he was in the prison custody. He became a leader. He became a leader of sort and a man of God, so that you believe that he has genuinely repented of his sin, and you cannot take him to go and reform society. For instance, finally, there is one man. That man used to be based in Ibadan. He talks about this, what's it called, the congestion of Nigeria prisons and reformation of ex-prisoners. He himself was once a prisoner.
I think he's
you should remember the name. Yes, he himself was once a prisoner.
He was an armed robber.
He was an armed robber. You understand? But you see, when he came, he even left the prison before his time. You understand? Because he had already become reformed.
Okay.
I also had in Port Harcourt, River State, I had those who were convicted. They were not craftsmen. They could, mold and do things, and they were not training inmates on their new trade. Then they now look at them and say, okay, see, let us see if we can integrate this into society. And mind you, that's the reason why you find out that the name has been changed from prison to correctional center. Because the essence, at the end of the day, we all have our mistakes and faults.
But some will still disagree with you.
Yeah, some will disagree, of course.
The living conditions in the place doesn't seem like a correctional center. Comrade Enabulele, sorry, we've kept you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, you see, Mr. Moses, I appreciate my senior in the studio there very sincerely. You see, we must learn to call a spade a spade. It's never a garden fork. The issue of trying to compare the Niger Delta, which was saddled with the issue of freedom and recognition of the people that house the oil that lubricate this country financially and economically, and that of the banditry in the north. You cannot put them side by side. That is a gospel truth. We must be very sincere. I love it when I don't know whether it was Barrister, where he talked about the issue of the assailants, the victim, and the society. What the president or the presidency has done by the way of this presidential pardon, they failed to look at the national moral question. I'm going to be very frank with you. For instance, the issue of the drug offenders. We have had in this country, the NDLEA, as we speak very just now, has been underfunded, and the department, or perhaps the agency, has been abandoned, especially since the section of this country, since the section of this present administration. You are a journalist, you can do your own findings. So what does it tell to Nigeria? What does it portend to the larger society? Is that this administration, they are not perturbed, they are not disturbed about what happened in terms of drug and drug-related activities. They are not doing enough. And some of them are likely to, it is the old school reunion. I'm not the one saying it. It's not that before the public. So for me, with utmost humility, I want to appeal to them. Because if they continue in this path.
Okay. Now we're running out of time.
Rightly said, to some of us that want to live within the law, we might be constrained, or perhaps we might be to take aside the law.
All right. Okay. Well, I have a concern here. My concern here is the fact that these names, some names, according to the ICPC and the police and NDLEA, that some names were smuggled into the list.
That's the Nigerians.
My concern is that means there are those of questionable character close to power. For them to smuggle names of drug, convicted drug barons, names of murderers into the presidential pardon list. Isn't that troubling?
There's an Italian, I think, will I say an adage, Italian adage that says that the most smelling part of a fish when it's getting rotten, or rotten fish, is the head. The head is the most smelling part of a rotten fish. So that tells you that head leadership is the most smelling. We are all corrupt in Nigeria here. Or let's say 85% of Nigerians are corrupt. One way or another.
Because I'm not.
I'm not. I'm just saying that's why I didn't generalize.
Okay.
And I said 85%
Are you corrupt?
or more are corrupt.
Are you corrupt?
One way or another.
Not to be corrupt.
But corruption smells most at the top. Let me tell you why I say Nigerians are corrupt. As a practicing lawyer for 33 years now, who has ventured into the criminal aspect of law mostly, majorly, we have found out that in the correctional center known as the prisons before, a convicted man or a man under trial, let me use the word, not even convicted, a man under trial, awaiting trial, is a big man. He goes to that prison, you see him with camera. Before you know what's going on, you find out that he's outside somewhere. It's an RAG kind of thing. In the prison there, everybody ought to be equal. That's why they wear that uniform. Some of them we know where. So there's no equality there. There's VIP in prison. There's this whatever case may be.
Of course.
Is that not the corruption we have in Nigeria? I was in a court in Rivers State, where the judge of the high court, called a lawyer and said he should look at paragraph 4 of that affidavit. He read it out to the open court. At the end of the day, he said, is that true that the prison, whatever, granted this, whatever? He said, yes, my lord. He never knew that the judge at that time had done his underground investigation, sending that particular copy of the letter from somewhere, to verify. In fact, that medical authority responded and said they are not the author of that particular letter.
Okay.
That's a lawyer. A lawyer who ought to be a little bit above board, let's say above board. So the system is corrupt, and I say a lot of corruption goes on. Two, let me tell you, people should not pretend. Nigerians pretend a lot. And that's the problem. That's why we're having pretentious leaders and corrupt and crooked leaders. Because a system that is innately corrupt can never produce something that is fine.
All right then.
You understand the point? So this is a situation we find. And in our daily living, we have those of them who smuggle things, both in the prison, judiciary, agencies, security agencies. There are bad people in there that will do the bidding of the criminals.
Yeah, I honestly wish we could talk about INEC and the duty of the INEC chairman and those that work in INEC in this regard of having people inside that might be sabotaging the work. But unfortunately, we're running out of time. But we have to go to the protest ground in Ikeja, where we have Opeyemi Ogulami, one of the conveners of Take It Back movement. Let's hear from him.
This is the Allen Avenue Junction, and we still have the protesters right here that are trying to send a clear message to the government. Let's get to tell us the message.
All right then. Well, we will fix the audio and then get back to the protest ground in Ikeja. We still have our gentleman, Barrister Sim Adams, Comrade Destiny Nabulele, Daily Fanimo, with us here. Let's quickly react to. I would have loved us to react to this headline from The Guardian. It says, "More music, less manifesto. How praise singers override party agenda, scorecards at rallies." And then, it says, see the picture of a politician on the podium addressing the people, and some, praise singers behind him say, "On your mandate we shall stand, on your mandate we shall stand. We're laughing, we. Okay? This one says, "You do for me, I do for you. Inyendeba. As it depend them, it is sweet me. It is sweet us." All of that. There you have it on the cover page of The Guardian. I would have loved us to talk about it. But let me just read out a few other headlines here. Obi Wike trade words over 2027 presidency. Capacity to lead. Aviation experts kick as Kalu accuses pilots of smoking marijuana. NBA, Spidel. Police agree to review tainted permit policy. Heavy reliance on oil, domestic debt expose Nigeria to financial risks, IMF warns. Defections, legal disputes rock PDP as APC governors project strength, unity in Kebbi. And also NMA says Kanu fit for trial as Ohaneze group advocates dialogue. World Food Day, FG tasked on support for local farmers, equitable distribution, and presidential pardon under review, says AGF, as Macaulay's family pushes back. Gentlemen, these are the headlines. Let's have quick reactions.
Yeah, the major headline, which says that in political rallies, you see, it's deliberate anyway, because when they know that the candidate in question does not have anything to say, so all you need to do is just prop up the praise singers and then disrupt the whole activity to make sure that he doesn't see anything that will be counted against him in future. It's part of the political game, and it's quite unfortunate. But you see, beyond the rallies, there should be a forum where contestants should square it up, and
they refuse to go for debates. That's it.
The debate makes it better. Other than what will a person who does not even understand why he's running say in the open? They have to put powder in the face of the man now by shouting slogans.
You see, the point is, the moment we don't have a party based on ideology or parties based on ideology, we're going to have this kind of a thing. We don't even need to come and begin to talk openly on air what we are going to do and not going to do. Our manifesto, for instance, in the civilized climate for US, America, Britain, the conservatives, you already know their manifesto.
Even UPN and
NPN. You already know you know that is, you will not make up your mind before they will come and campaign to you. But in this instance, what we have here is actually the citizens also are part of the problem we're having. I participated in campaign rallies in Rivers State. And I could tell you right now that there is no politician in Nigeria today that do not have what they call rented crowd. Politicians, you see stadium filled up. If you ask about 80% of those who are there were forced or coerced to come by, either money in their hand or bag of rice, something like that. You understand? You begin to ask yourself questions. You give them the flag.
The same crowd you saw in Party A is still the same crowd in Party B.
So what they just go there is that when you talk in rally, it's not a rally is different. A rally is an ideological whatever. When the Democrats are doing their rally or whatever, you know that you are going there to learn, to ask questions on their manifesto, and for them to reiterate what they have already there. But when you have politicians who do not even know exactly their party constitution, you are going to see things like this. And supporters also, those on both sides, because all politicians like the red crowd. If you see an empty stadium and a politician is coming there, you know he didn't pay money. So these are the things we do. So you must have, these people that will cheer him, what they call think moves, as case may be. They are present everywhere. Like Nigeria political landscape. So it's difficult to rule it out until ideological based politics is being played in Nigeria.
Comrade Enabulele.
He's a politician, so you should.
Comrade, talk to us, please.
Comrade is a politician.
I am an accidental politician.
Oh my God!
one leg in, one leg out.
One leg out.
You see, beautifully. I use the word beautifully because our democratic space does not encourage cerebral and intelligent people. That is the gospel truth. They want those that have a lot of baggages. They know that, yes, good and fine, have one or two questions. And they can be perpetually within their radar. They can be controlling left, right, center. That is the gospel truth. You will agree with me. Just look around the crop of governors we have with utmost humility. Try to compare with 1999 to 2003. Cerebral, intelligent, and they can confront the status quo of the national government. That is the government in the center. At any rate, let's look at Edo State, for instance. Mr. Moses. Are you?
I'm here. Yes.
If we're to be in a state society, can we have the present governor of Edo State as a councillor?
Well, I wouldn't know that. I think some of the people voted.
To be at the center of leadership. You see, Mr. Moses, we must like to call a spade in this country. That is gospel truth. If you want to move forward. A man that cannot make a complete sentence without making mistakes. Come on. Marijuana. Sheriff. Say, my brother, we must like to call a spade. Without a clear policy. I don't know. See, at times I'm a little bit disturbed when I see certain things. You see, we are, as a platform, we need to tell those in government the truth. We don't need to beg it for an answer. No, we don't need to. You see, my senior in the platform, in the studio there, they raise a very fundamental issues. They are serious of, priests, singers, and what have you. Apart from they call it bypass or flyover. I don't know. You have a representative here. Let them do an independent investigative journalism and give you reports. And see what we have in Edo State. It's not only Edo State, it's across board.
Yes.
It's across board.
But the governor has reintroduced the Edo language in schools. Don't you think that should be commended?
Oh my God, Mr. Moses. I'm sort of well, it's okay. It's okay, Mr. Moses. It's okay. Now, go all over the world. It's no longer theory. We are talking about practical crafts. You are talking about introducing a Edo language. Mr. Moses.
Comrade.
Crafts. It has taken over the space. Technology. Yeah, you are talking about Edo language in the 21st century. With utmost humility, Mr. Moses. I'm short of words by the introduction of Edo language.
When you are saying these words,
what I only wanted to say was that, with due respect to my younger brother, Comrade Enabulele, a great man, great activist. Edo is our state. And I want to say, yes, Nigeria as it is today, it's not composed of philosopher king, kind of maybe leadership politics that only cerebrals should do. Okay. The second one is that we have tried cerebrals, we have tried people who have it upstairs, but they disappointed all of us. You see, for instance, INEC, I have suggested that professors are the ones that head INEC. Professors. Mm-hmm. They are the ones that is, when you go to the academia, the highest rank, I think, is professorship. So that is where you have the highest. And in the academia, you should have people of integrity. People should do what I call death before dishonor. But they don't have such. Now they are afraid of us. So let us try illiterate. Insofar as they are sincere and have integrity.
All right, then, thank you very much.
I will just add to it.
Thank you very much, Barrister Asim Adams. Thank you, Comrade. Comrade.
hire and fire. Who are those that hire? Who are those that hire the professors? Who are those that hire the professors?
Comrade Destiny and Abulele. I feel your passion. I feel your passion.
I feel your passion. Yes, like you have said.
Very much.
Okpebolo is somebody, I don't know him, but I believe that let's watch and see. Let's give him some time.
Okay.
You know, there's no flyover in the whole of Benin. In those states.
We don't need the first one. That's what we need it.
All right.
I'm not speaking for the government.
It's already saying
There is no flyover.
Well, this is how far we can go.
That's why I pass to my village or my town every day.
So it benefits you.
It benefits all of us. What you're saying?
Takes away traffic.
Yes. It benefits the company.
Well, this is how far we can go.
That's right.
On newspaper review.
So many of us, we cannot just go back to the rest of the place. That is the truth. For us it is.
Thank you very much. Of course, yes. Well, big thanks to Comrade Destiny and Abulele. Thank you also, Dele Fanima, for being part of the program. We'll take you back to the protest ground in Ikeja, where the Take It Back movement have gathered and are asking for compensation for those whose properties have been demolished. And then, right after that, will be sports on VOP television. Bye for now. I'm Moses Humphrey. Bye for now.
Stop calling Stop calling us foreigner in our own land. Stop the land grabbing. Let's come down.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech.
All right, it's a beautiful Friday. Of course, so much happening in the exciting world of sport. And of course, we're here to do Sport Republic on Voice of the People Television with me, Jerry Arpelion High. And of course, Definitely supposed to be a pidgin version, but I'm not very good with my pidgin. But it is what it is. And of course, so much happening on the streets, and we'll be giving you updates with what's happening on the streets of Lagos. And of course, Nigeria, people are protesting over demolitions that have been going on in Lagos and some other parts of the country. And of course, people are not also happy with the level of poverty. Of course, talking about people living in multi-dimensional poverty is increasing on the daily. And of course, a little bit of concerns. And of course, VOP TV is talking about Matthew Ogunsua that is on the streets of Lagos covering that report. And of course, you're being informed and of course giving you updates as far as the voice of the people is concerned. We bring the voice of the people from the street from every corner of the world to our viewers to be able to know what's really happening. Of course, it's another beautiful time here on this platform. We're ready to give the biggest and of course the boldest and of course the hottest gist as far as the sports world is concerned. I'm not alone in the studio. I have Ike Chuku with us. So much going on down in the exciting world of sports. It was a very interesting week, a week where the Super Eagles sealed their spot to be a part of the World Cup playoffs. As of last week, Friday, a lot of Nigerians, fingers crossed, were worried that the Eagles might not make it. And of course, it's another interesting one as far as that one is concerned. But let's take a bit of pause from sport because we can hear that from the street. And Matthew is back as far as updates, as far as the protest is concerned. Just because we're a voice of the people, and in real time, we'll have to give you what's happening on the street. And of course, pause some bit of sporting details. We'll go over to Matthew. When we come back, we'll deal with sports.
All right, so we still have protesters right here marching. We have earlier begun the protest from the Ikeja Under Bridge, and right here we are at the Allen Avenue. But before I give you my update, I would like to speak to some of the agitators right here as they give us an update. Good morning, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's get to meet you, your name and your role.
Oh, good morning. Thank you. My name is Okoyemi Benjamin Ogunlami, the Take It Back coordinator for Koshofe local government.
All right, so tell us your cardinal demands right now.
Well, at this moment, we are observing the International Day of Poverty. And then we have observed that Nigerian poverty is artificial poverty. It is what the establishment, the ruler, plunged us into. Now, we also notice that in the whole of Nigeria at the moment, regardless of ethnic group, regardless of religion, people's houses, properties are being demolished. In Oworo-Nshoki, we have observed the Oba of Oworo, Oba Babatunde Saliu, being in the forefront of demolition. People who have got buildings, people who have got 3 to 4 houses in the last 20 years of their life, woke up one morning and they found themselves that there's nowhere to put their head again. They plunged them into abject poverty. Our cardinal point and request at this moment is that we, the people of Nigeria, the Lagosians that are here, are saying that the people ruling us, or let me just put it, the people representing us, should put a stop to this demolition, one, and they should compensate people whose properties have been illegally and indiscriminately destroyed and demolished. Though they are still saying the demolition will continue, we want to say categorically, if they should continue the demolition, the people of Oworo-Nshoki, in particular, we take up to their bridge, which is the Third Mainland Bridge, turn it into a home for the Lagos State government to understand. And then part of what we want to say, people have died as a result of this demolition, and then we expect Babajide Sanwo-Olu to step into the case at this moment because he hasn't said anything since the last 2 years when this thing started. We've always been seeing the Oba of Oworo-Nshoki coming out to say that government. Meanwhile, the government isn't saying anything. Lagos State isn't saying anything. Koshofe isn't saying anything. In fact, they dissociated themselves from this demolition.
Thank you. I'll come back to you in a moment. But I have with you, you are a victim or you are a resident of Oworo-Nshoki. Tell us your name. Tell us your experience.
Orúkọ mi ni Olùṣọ́kútàn Bartholomew. Ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní abẹ́ gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì abẹ́ Babájídé Sanwó-Olú. Wọ́n ní ká vote fún APC. A dẹ̀ ti vote fún APC lọ́tún lọ́sì. wọ́n ti wó gbogbo ilé wa o wọn ò jẹ́ ká rí bí sùn o.
ẹ sọ fún wa kí làwọn kan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní pàtó.
àwọn kan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní 2023 wọ́n kàn débẹ̀ lójijì wọ́n mú iná sínú ilé àgàgà àyíká ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì bólúwà ti fẹ́ parish iná wá lọ́jọ́ yẹn ṣẹ́rí gbogbo ilé tó wà ní ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì yẹn pátá náà jó kò sẹ́ẹ̀kan tó kù.
ilé yẹn tó mélòó.
ó tó 53 house òun náà láìka ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì agbègbè àyíká yẹn ló pọ̀ ní àyíká yẹn 53 house náà jó lọ́jọ́ yẹn adẹ lọ sí ọ̀tún a lọ sósì wọ́n ní gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì kan ọba sálẹ̀ òní adẹ lọ sọ́dọ̀ òun ká bẹ̀ wọ́n lọ́tún ìgbà tó rí pé ìyẹn ti kọjá wọ́n tún lọ sí níwà wọ́n tún lọ gbé níwà wá a tún lọ sí níwà àwọn níwà yẹn aṣáàsọ wọ́n ní ká lọ bá kábíyèsí lẹ́yìn yẹn wọ́n tún wá gbé òrò wá ní last year 2024 ní July 26 wọ́n tún gbòòrò wá pé kán fi òrò lé wa a tún bá wọn aṣáàbá wọn dragi títí ìyẹn kọjá ìgbà tó tún di yẹ́ yìí ní 2025 ní September 6 òun náà tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí wọlé àtẹ̀rí ibi sùn gbogbo àwọn ilé tó ń ti wó a tún ti kọ́ àwọn kan padà torí kábíyèsí ní ká lọ kọ́ ilé blọọkù padà àwọn ilé blọọkù ta ti kọ́ bí èmi tí mo ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí mo ti ná 45 million nínú ọdún yìí sí precious seed mo kọ́ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì mo kọ́ fúrátì everything wọ́n tún ní wọ́n ti fẹ́ wo káwọn Nàìjíríà kan bá wa bẹ àwọn èèyàn o APC kan jọ ẹ̀bẹ̀ lámbẹ̀ ọba wòrán abẹ́yìn o Babájídé Sanwó-Olú abẹ́yìn o president abẹ́yìn o kan jọ o kó má jẹ́ ká sùn ta o Ọlọ́run la fi bẹ̀ wọ́n a dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé ọba kan wà tó ju gbogbo ọba lọ òun là á pè ní Ọlọ́run.
All right, so what he was saying in vernacular was that the incident was quite unfortunate. In 2023, they were not notified about the demolition earlier, but the demolition came, and his own particularly he had about like 50-something apartments, you know, in a specific compound. He's a shepherd of a church. That's what people would say, a pastor of a church. So he was actually saying that incident is quite unfortunate, and at some point in time we had the Oro. Right here is the security personnel, right here. And of course, let me just speak to one more person. Hello, sir. You're live on Voice of People TV. Tell us your cardinal demand at this point.
The problem we are having, and we are demanding to the government to help us to talk to Oba Oro to stop the demolition in Oro now, because the Oba Oro is telling us that is the governor, is the government that is coming there to come and demolish our house. So we are, and when you go to the House of Assembly, they are telling us go and talk to your cabinet, go and talk to your Oba. So they are just pushing us. So we are begging the government now. We are begging the government to help us stop the demolition from Oro. Because
so as a resident of Oro, tell us your experience. What did you witness about the demolition so far that has made you come out to protest today?
Since 2023, that is when they have started the demolition in Oro. So and some areas they did not demolish their house. No, they burned down their house to ashes. They burned down their house to ashes. And some area like Odunfa, Odwenron Street. So and when we do the protest in that 2023, so they stopped the demolition. So they came again in 2024. It's like they just come and just for Sofia. So they did not come in 2024, they stopped, they didn't do the demolition in 2024. So they still now came in 2025. It's not September. They came to Ojileru. So they came there around 12 p.m. They are sleeping outside, and most of these our fathers, some collect their pension to build their house and have a tenant. In fact, the poverty we are crying. So we need to talk to the government to help us. We are begging you now, because I know this is the second protest we are doing in this year. If you are trying to do the third protest, it will be worse. It is worse more than this. It at least. So we are begging the government now to help us to talk to the Oba Oro. And if the government is doing this thing, if they wanted to demolish any house, there must be a provision for the people in the area. So we do not provide anything for us. So you cannot just come and be demolish our house. And the funniest thing that the house is that they said they want to do is to do a big villa estate.
Thank you. What's your name again?
My name is Olale Mohammed.
All right, so we can go on and on, but I just need to tell you that the cardinal demand of these protesters are compensation. They want the government to at least compensate them. They want the government to at least compensate them for their action. They also want the government to, apart from compensation, to issue a public apology to the victims and also to provide social support. We will continue to monitor that development closely and provide you with further updates as the situation unfolds.
All right, you can hear from the streets of Lagos as far as the protest is concerned, Take It Back movement, and of course our man Matthew Ogunswada giving you what's happening on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, as Nigerians are showing their displeasure over what he called artificial poverty, and taking a look at, he said demolition. I think the Woronsogi area in Lagos State experienced massive demolition of late, and of course residents also joining the protest, saying that the Lagos State government should look into the matter and take charge. But let's now go back to sporting matters, and we'll talk about Eric Chell, the coach of the Super Eagles, is making plans ahead of the World Cup playoffs, which comes up in Morocco in November. And we hear that the team will have the services of 3 key players for the World Cup qualifiers playoff next month. Injury to a host of players ensured that the team went into the final 2 games of the World Cup qualifiers without the services of some of the players the coach would have loved to have in his team. Even after submitting his list, he was forced to alter it, with the duo of Zaido Senusi and Uche Crisantos coming in as late replacement for Felix Agu and Cyril Dessers, who were both forced out due to injury. And despite their absence, the team picked up a 2-1 win over Lesotho before getting a much-needed 4-0 win over Benin Republic to book a spot in the playoff, where they will take on Gabon in the semi-final next month in Morocco. And of course, for both games, for the games of the mini tournament, Chelsea will have the complement of 4 players who missed the last round of games, as they will be fit by then. And we can exclusively reveal that Bayer Leverkusen's Nathan Teller is expected back in the team after missing out on the last selection due to injury. He's now back in full training and expected to be fit and ready for the playoff. Whereas also Club Brugge midfielder Rafael Onyedika is also expected to be available for selection, just like the duo of Fisayo Dele Bashiru of Lazio and Bright Oshayi Samuel of English Championship side Birmingham City. These are interesting names. Of course, they'll add some bit of flair to the team and some bit of backup. This may not be the first team players, but at least having these players as backup, it's an added advantage, most especially Rafael Onyedika.
Absolutely. I mean, we're talking about Wilfred Ndidi. Yes, he gave a good performance in both of the games he played so far, but I think he really needs someone to really push him. And Rafael Onyedika offers that. It brings a lot into the team. And of course, look at his performance for Club Brugge. You know that he actually brings a lot going forward as well. I think it's a perfect blend of Frank Onyeka and Wilfred Ndidi, so it's going to be a huge backup. And Fisayo Dele Bashiru is another very hard-working player in the middle of the park. So when we need players to actually tidy up and win a lot of balls in the midfield, we need someone like him to actually step into the plates to actually do that job. Plus, the fact that Bright Oshayi Samuel is back, that's my biggest point for this whole thing, is because we lost him and Olajuwon, and it gave us a lot of selection problem as a guy who's going to actually play the right back position, and that's exactly why we saw Benin Frederick play in that particular position. With the situation we have in hand, knowing that Shemi Ajayi will be absent, it definitely means that we can now rely on Eric Chell to play the Benin Frederick and Calvin Bassey in the middle of in the heart of the defense, and of course Bright Oshayi Samuel then retain his position in right back. I think that's going to be a very good one for the Super Eagles to go into this final 2 games. We need someone who can really attack, push in attack. Then of course Zaidu Sanusi, if he's fit before then, he's going to also be a very good addition if Bruno Imechi fails to actually live up to the expectation in those games. So I think our defense is a little bit settled, and of course adding additional body into the midfield, plus the fact that Uche Santos and Co will also be very much available. I think we're having a very healthy squad going into this particular round of qualifier. It's a good one. I just hope that it's not about having all of these players now. It's about the coach putting the right ingredients to make these guys actually work very well.
All right, it's about the coach putting in the right tactics and ingredients to make sure that the team ticks and they get the necessary victory, because this is not about points, it's about victory to make it to the final, and of course winning that mini tournament to be a part of the bigger one and qualify for the World Cup, which will be co-hosted by the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And of course, in a related development, the Gabon head coach Thierry Moyoma expressed confidence in his team's readiness to face Nigerian Super Eagles in the African playoffs for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. But despite failing to secure automatic qualification, Gabon finished with 25 points from 8 wins, 1 draw, and 1 defeat. Moyoma acknowledged the tough circumstances surrounding their failure to qualify directly, but is focused on the upcoming playoff matches against Nigeria. And of course, it's not easy to have 8 wins. How do you have 8 wins and you don't qualify? That's a whole lot.
Yeah. The only match they actually lost was against the eventual winner of the group. Talking about Ivory Coast, and Ivory Coast actually won that game by 1-0, and it was a very, very difficult game. 36 minutes, the goal came via Fofana, and after then, it was difficult. It was close. No real chance was created. Both sides actually had it. Emerson Faye's side actually did the job right then. Cote d'Ivoire to actually get the 3 points in that particular game. Of course, the first leg actually ended 0-0 in Gabon, and Gabon actually went on to actually do justice to all of the other teams, and the both of them were actually head and shoulder above every other team in their group. That explains why they have that huge chunk of points, 26 points, and then 25 points. Now they've surmounted the group's phase of the qualifiers. Now it's this particular round against Nigeria, and it's going to be a tricky game. Knowing that Nigeria actually played against Cote d'Ivoire 2 years ago in the finals, and we actually lost that game 2-1. And now they're actually playing against, Nigeria is actually playing against a team that actually gave this same team, serious trouble. But the thing is, looking at this particular game, yes, it's optimistic. I like the fact that the coach is being optimistic. Coming into this particular game, Nigeria has actually really grown. We've really changed from the same team that actually went to the AFCON in 2023. A new sheriff is in town. The way the Super Eagles actually took, the Cheetahs of Benin to clean us, it's going to be difficult for any team at this point with what is at stake. Nigeria actually know how to actually rise to the occasions, and that's exactly why I look at this Gabonese side. Yes, they've been decent, they've done a lot for themselves. As a team, I think they're a very proper team. Nigeria should be wary, we should be very careful. I don't think there should be any room for complacency. But then I also don't think that the Gabonese have any they have any special case to actually prove in this particular game. 25 points, perhaps because of the quality of teams in their group. I don't think the Super Eagles would be in that same group and then they will still go all the way with 25 points. I seriously doubt it if Nigeria and Cote d'Ivoire are in the same group with the Gabonese. But that's away from that. Like I said before, I just hope that the Super Eagles coach, Eric Shaw, has the right ingredients in this particular game. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang is the only big threat in that particular team. The man with the biggest level of exposure. He's seen it all. He's won the Bundesliga top scorer, the Premier League top scorer, African Footballer of the Year. He knows what is at stake, but of course, he doesn't have the leg anymore. The age is obviously not inside. And there's something about Nigeria going into games like this. Anytime we have a big attacker in a big game, especially on African soil, there's something about Nigeria, how we have usually turn up. Our defense will definitely rise to the occasion. We did it in 2023 against Didier Drogba, 2013 rather, against Didier Drogba, and definitely against Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. I don't think it's going to be different. We just need to keep our heads cool and then approach the game with the same vigor that we actually took into that Benin Republic game. And of course, 3 points and then qualification should be ours at the end of the day.
All right, and that's the coach of the Gabon side, also sharing the same name with Thierry Henry, the Gunners legend. And of course, the playoff matches are scheduled to take place in Morocco from November 13 to 16. Gabon will face Nigeria, while Cameroon takes on DR Congo. The winners of those matches will advance to the Intercontinental Playoffs in Mexico in March 2026. Gabon's team has had a strong qualifying campaign and will be looking to make a mark in the playoffs. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, Gabon star player, has been cleared to play against Nigeria after serving a one-match suspension. This is a significant boost for Gabon, as Aubameyang has been instrumental in the qualifying campaign. Nigeria, on the other hand, secured the playoff spot after a 4-0 win over Benin Republic, and the Super Eagles are looking to overcome their disappointing World Cup qualifying history and make amends. However, they will be without defender Semi Ajayi, who has been suspended for one match due to accumulated yellow cards. And despite this setback, Nigeria is determined to qualify for the World Cup. We talked about Semi Ajayi's situation, but nobody's also talking about Ademola Lookman. He's going to be back into the team. He didn't play against Benin Republic.
Yes, like I said, we are going obviously into that particular round with a very healthy squad. November 13 is less than a month from now, I think about 3 weeks from now. And it's going to be a very, very tricky game. But the Super Eagles needs to actually keep their heads calm. One thing that is certain, I just hope that between now and then, a lot doesn't happen. Some players doesn't get injured. I just hope by that time, some of the other players like Ola, if it's possible for him to be back in the fold at the point, it's going to be a huge, huge bliss. But then the African Footballer of the Year, Ademola Lookman, being part of that particular party is also going to be an extra motivation. Now the big question is, how sharp will he be going into that particular team? How much of a game time will he be enjoying? Because of course he's having a topsy-turvy season so far with his club side. The coach now talking about Joe Rich in Atlanta now favors Kamaldeen Sulemani in that particular role. Because of course what happened to the transfer issues between Ademola Lookman and the club, talking about Atlanta. But I just hope he's going to be very sharp and then come into the Super Eagles fold to actually give us his best as usual. Then if we can actually get everything, every of our attackers, fit and sharp before that particular game, and with the level of midfielders, the news of Onyedika and Co coming into the fold as well, I think we have a very good chance of actually not just winning that game, but winning that game convincingly.
Winning that game convincingly, and of course that takes us to women football. Talking about the UEFA Women's Champions League is heating up with exciting matches in the group stage. In one of the matches, Manchester United secured a 1-0 win over Atletico Madrid thanks to a goal from Melvin Millard, but it was actually an own goal scored by Atletico's player that led to the win. However, another report had it that the goal was scored by Hayley Lard's pass, which led to a deflection from an Atletico player into the net, or alternatively a Hayley Lard pass to another teammate before the deflection. On the other hand, Bayern Munich dominated Juventus with a 2-1 victory, while Paris Saint-Germain suffered a 2-1 loss to Real Madrid. And of course, in other matches, Arsenal bounced back with a 2-0 win over Benfica, and Chelsea trashed the Paris FC 4-0. Lyon secured a 3-0 win against St. Pölten, and Vålerenga suffered a 1-0 loss to Wolfsburg. Barcelona continued their winning streak with a 4-0 smashing over Roma, while Leuven edged out Paris FC's opponents, who weren't included, but Leuven won 2-0 against a different team. Actually, Leuven's game was against Paris FC 2-0. And of course, Barcelona ladies, they are always the favorites, and they are also making a statement from match day one.
How else do you expect to actually show you a strong team, or a boogie, or the boogie team, or the boogie man in a particular group, or the bully in a particular class, without showing that in the very first day? Barcelona, Lyon, Real Madrid, Arsenal, these are actually the heavyweights of women football in terms of club, and they're actually showing it. No wonder why they have in the last 3 years they produced the Ballon d'Or winner in the person of Aitana Bonmati. it's no surprise they have it. The Barcelona also, you look at the structure. They have a very huge, one of the best academy system in the world in La Masia. And this is also affecting how they run their female football as well. They churn out the best of talents. It's been so helpful for Barcelona, for Spanish national team, both male and female as well. It's a good one. I mean, it's also good to note that female football is really, really improving over the years. And I mean, we cannot just overemphasize Barcelona in female rankings. Yes, the likes of Chelsea and even Man City. These are teams in England that have really, really shown strength. And this is just match day 2. It's still a long way to go in the UEFA Women's Champions League. So the fact that they are doing it right now, it cannot be a yardstick to say they are actually going to be the winner of it. But yes, coming season in season out, Barcelona will always be a favorite to actually, or one of the favorites to actually make the trophy. And this season they started strong. And there's something about football when you play these games, going to a game like this, you know that a team, right, that is good, a top team that is good coming to a championship, they come in with the right mentality in the first 2 games. They instill fear in opponents, and when you go up against them, you definitely lose your mojo before coming up against them. And of course, it gives them an extra edge to actually do the right thing and win lots of games.
All right, as the group stage progresses, teams will need to maintain their form to advance to the next round. With the level of competition increasing, every match is crucial, and teams will be looking to make their mark in the competition. All right, and of course, it's all around sports on Sports Republic. Let's now take it to boxing. Tyson Fury is in the news. He's set to return to the ring next year, and his sights are firmly fixed on the trilogy bout with Alexander Usyk. Fury's promoter Frank Warren revealed that the former WBC heavyweight title holder is eager to avenge his defeat to Usyk in 2024. Warren described their previous fights as great and really close, and believes that Fury will do well in a rematch. Despite fan interest in an all-British showdown with Anthony Joshua, Fury seems non-committal to the fight. The two heavyweight stars have been trying to settle their differences since the 2010s, but a bout between them has yet to materialize. With time passing in their careers, Joshua's team is uncertain if a clash with Fury will ever happen. Warren dismissed suggestions that Fury is past his prime, calling him a smart guy who knows what he has left in the tank. Fury suffered his only 2 professional defeats to Usyk in 2024, losing both bouts on point. When these guys were on fire, Fury and Joshua, they had all the opportunity to have a fight. But now they have no belt, nothing much at stake. It will be difficult to have them come into the ring and fight each other, except just for the money and for the optics. But even the optics now, they don't draw much attention. And unfortunately, Usyk is more or less a traditional kind of boxer. It's not about the showbiz. It's more or less business-like. Unlike Anthony Joshua, who is Fury, is all about showmanship and establishing a presence on social media, trying to make more money through ads and so on and so forth. Usyk, he is more or less just a very private person. He's not like the normal boxer that's all over there. And I don't know whether Fury and Joshua is even going to happen.
So, Fury, like you rightly said, there's a reason why he's dubbed the Gypsy King. Yeah. He likes to, be everywhere, groovy, and these are people who, for any reason rather, they just want to be in the spotlight. And of course, for Anthony Joshua as well, I think the biggest problem that fight actually had at that point was that Joshua's promoter, David, I think it's David Hans. His approach to the way he actually promotes Joshua is kind of weird for me. You have the best boxer in the world at the point, or arguably the best boxer in the world at the time, because he wasn't actually holding the entire belt, right? Fury was holding some, while he was actually holding some. So I would have expected that, okay, as a promoter, you should do everything possible to ensure that this fight happened. But he kept actually avoiding a lot of fights, and that's exactly what I think that's one of the reasons why Joshua actually lost, because when you're not very active, when you're not active in the ring, you definitely tend to actually lose sharpness. And when you lose sharpness, if you meet a boxer who's very active, he's going to most likely outmount you. If you watch the Joshua and Usyk fight again, go back to it, you notice that Joshua wasn't sharp. That's the reason why he actually lost. Usyk was very sharp because he kept fighting before he actually met Joshua. And David Haye actually felt that Joshua is going to actually defeat Usyk because he was coming from a lower category. And that's exactly what the problem was. At that point, he had the opportunity to fight Fury. Fury, at that point, age wasn't really on his side. He wasn't even Fury is not a young man. So he and Joshua was very much in the same age bracket. It would have been easy for Joshua to actually take out Tyson Fury. But he kept avoiding the fight, and that fight didn't happen. Now, with what they have, Fury is the last person that to fight Usyk. So he's very much he's still very much having the right to first refusal when it comes to that fight against Usyk. Usyk will even fancy a fight, against Fury because it's going to really bring him more money than fight against AJ. That's exactly where the problem is. And for boxers, it's all about sharing the pulse. It's not about what's going to come in after, at the end of the fight. Fury will always fancy fighting Usyk, knowing that fight is going to bring him more money than fighting Joshua, right? The spotlight is not on Joshua again, so there's no reason for him to actually look at, except if Joshua will have to fight Fury on a certain sharing formula that is going to be against at the detriment of Joshua. These are the things, and Joshua will definitely. I don't see that happening because he's going to look at himself as a big boxer. He's going to want to place himself in the place where it's going to be around 50-50. He's not going to want to take anything around 70-30 or 60-40. They will want to make Fury to reconsider because Fury obviously have the edge in terms of promotion and right to first refusal in terms of publicity at this point. So that's exactly the problem that Fury has. And also you also consider the fact that he lost to usage in points, not that he was clearly beaten like in the case of Joshua. So all of these are all of the things that Fury will always think about, and it's so unfortunate because why Joshua was in the spotlight. I was expecting that his promoter David Haye would definitely give him loads of fight at the point, even if you don't end up giving him a fight against the heavyweight champion, which was Fury in the other category. I was expecting to fight against fighters like Deontay Wilder and co that are also very heavy, that are also very big heavyweight boxers to keep him sharp. But he actually didn't do that. Like in the days of Iron Mike Tyson, if you come for Tyson, Larry King was like, okay, if this is what you want to do, let's do it. And he kept on boxing until when his time actually got up. But I don't know why Eddie Hearn actually did what he did. I think it's one of the biggest problems that Joshua had. This is my own analysis of his own person and how he actually promoted Joshua, which I think it's for me it's not the best for the boxer.
All right, of course, I think Eddie Hearn was all about the money, where the money is, and definitely Joshua also followed.
But Jerry, when you're considering where the money is, you also have to consider the sharpness of your player. For example, you have a player in, say, Ademola Lookman or Victor Osimhen, right? And now Man City is bidding, say, 120 million pounds, and then the salary is going to be about 60 million pounds per year. And then you also have, say, Liverpool without a striker bidding about 80 million pounds, and say bidding about 25 million pounds per year. Now you know that Man City already has Haaland. It's going to really affect Osimhen's playing time. As an agent, the first thing you also have to look at, as far as you're looking out for the players' bag, you also have to look at the players' readiness and sharpness, because it's beyond that. It's how consistent you are as a player that is going to increase your bag. You can even go to a club with starting small and then the salary and everything increases over time. So these are all of the problems that I'm actually talking about. I was expecting him to actually do a lot of fights, right? And at the end of the day, yes, you don't have to pick all fights, but there are people in that category that can always, go head to head to keep you sharp.
All right, definitely. Fury so far there's only 2 professional defeats to Usyk in 2024, losing both bouts on point. And Usyk's last bout was in July when he defeated Daniel Dubois at Wembley Stadium. Other heavyweights, including Joseph Parker and Agit Caballero, are waiting for their shot at Usyk. Fury's return to the ring is highly anticipated, and fans are eager to see if he can overcome Usyk and claim the undisputed heavyweight championship. The potential trilogy bout between Fury and Usyk would be a significant event in the boxing world, with both fighters looking to prove themselves as the best heavyweight in the world. But I think with the 2 fights, I've seen enough. I don't think Fury has any answer to Usyk, because Usyk is something else. That guy is just, he reminds me of a real traditional OG when it comes to boxing. He does, he's a business-like kind of boxing, no fancy.
Like a street
just
fighter.
Go straight, yeah, just go straight
like
to the point.
Fighter, yeah. Absolutely. But again, Usyk has not been boxing for a while, and that again is going to be a problem. But the only problem here, or the downside of this, or the upside of this for him, is the fact that the man who is looking at fighting him again
has not been
fighting. Not been fighting, and is way past his prime in terms of age. So that's going to be a credit to him. But outside that, it's not a good thing for him to be at for this long without actually boxing. Perhaps he might just fight someone before he ends up fighting Fury again, because Fury is one very good boxer as well. He takes a very good advantage of his height, and he tries to actually box you into a corner. But one thing that Usyk has that is quite difficult to see, or that you look back at boxers boxers of old and you say, okay, many of them don't even have that thing, is his leg work. He's very good on the feet. Maybe the closest to Fury, to Usyk rather, in that how good they are with how good he is with his footwork, is the British boxer retired now, Nassim Hamed, that I was talking about. He's actually very good with his leg. He's actually dubbed the dancing boxer. Another person is Muhammad Ali. But if a boxer is very good with his leg, it's very difficult to actually beat them, because it's all about movement. It's going to actually get you wear out. And a boxer like Usyk, who does that a lot, it's going to be difficult for a man like Fury, who is definitely past his prime. But again, it's not good that he's lying fallow without boxing for a while.
All right, still with the boxing scene, where Ricky Hatton, the former world champion boxer, is believed to have taken his own life, according to a provisional cause of death given at the opening of his inquest at Stockport's coroner's court. Hatton, 46, was found dead in his home on September 14, with his manager Paul Speak discovering his body after he failed to respond. Hatton had been open about his struggles with clinical depression and substance abuse. He had previously described himself as like a runaway train due to his drink and drug abuse. Thousands of people attended this funeral, paying tribute to the boxer who had captured the hearts of many with his determination and resilience in the ring. May his boxing soul rest in peace. Definitely he fought, but he gave up. He gave up the fight when it matters the most. And it's pretty sad, pretty sad.
It's one of the things that happen to people who go into this sports that has to do with head contact sports like NFL and boxing. They usually suffer concussion, and this leads to depression over time. I think a movie was made about it a couple of years. I think it was 2008 by Will Smith.
The Nigerian released the study.
Yeah. So that thing is a thing, and when they actually retire, you start hearing voices, concussion, and all of that. It gives them a very serious problem. Many of them take to drug, it leads to depression. Eventually, many of them even end up killing their family, and in some cases, they take their own life. It's a very terrible thing to be. It's just one of those tragedy of sports. May so rest in peace.
All right, may so rest in peace. And we'll leave you with Japan Open. Naomi Osaka has pulled out of the Japan Open before today's quarterfinal because of a leg injury sustained in the second round. And that's where we'll leave it up on Sport Republic. Big thanks to Ikechukwu. Big thanks to the guys behind the scene, talking about the likes of Manfred Adura, as well as Ikechukwu, and of course Paul. My name is Jerry Apelahai, saying thanks for being a part of Sport Republic. Until we meet again, stay safe, and if not anything at all, tweet the Sport.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice.
that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
On Voice of the People television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP this morning. 8 a.m. Monday through Friday.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin.
And before we begin the news, kindly visit the website on www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. The headlines. FG to promote Made in Nigeria foods.
Academic Staff Union of Universities warns of lecturers' resignation, says collective bargaining insincere.
FG denies release, says pardoned inmate under review.
New INEC chief, Amopitar, pledges IREV probe over glitches.
Bandits ambush, kill policemen, guards in Zamfara.
In the world of business, IMF, Elumelu defer on domestic funding sources.
In the world of sports, powerlifter Oluwafemiyo wins gold in Cairo.
And in entertainment, AY urges Nigerians to resist stage reality.
Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu says the federal government will launch a national Made in Nigeria goods and services campaign under the Nigeria Force policy to revitalize the manufacturing sector. Tinubu, who was represented by the Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, John Eno, spoke at the 5th Adola Odutola lecture during the 53rd annual general meeting of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN. He explained that the campaign is intended to shift national demand downwards Nigerian products that met global quality standards, while also reducing import dependence. According to him, preliminary studies shows that such campaign could boost the manufacturing sector by up to 6% and create over 500,000 jobs within the next 3 years, noting that no country achieves prosperity without producing what it can and export them at scale. Tinubu assures that his administration will continue to prioritize policies that promote production, consumption and export of made in Nigeria goods to grow the nation's manufacturing sector. Meanwhile, he urged local manufacturers to uphold product quality and transparency and shares with relevant government agencies accurate data on capacity and pricing for effective policy planning.
Meanwhile, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, has asked the federal government to back its Nigeria First policy with legislation to enable its enforcement across all ministries, departments, and agencies. Speaking in Lagos at the 5th Adeola Odutola Lecture Presidential Luncheon, which was part of the association's 53rd annual general meeting with the theme
We'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. The rest of the media news continues.
Babatunde Soliu, as at 2003, I don't think it is worth 5 million naira. But today, he has G-Wagon. As at Babatunde Soliu, as at 2003, I don't think it is worth 5 million naira. But today, he has G-Wagon. As at Babatunde Soliu, as at 2003, I don't think it is between 2003 to 2005 that he has been able to amass this kind of
$139 million Nigerians are living in abject poverty.
Yes, Tenuma.
Which implies that gbogbo wa ta wa ibai ní bọ́tà tí a ta bá wa jọba yẹn pé ìyà ń jẹ wá o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, kàwé ìjọba.
Ìyà ń jẹ wá ni o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, Tenuma.
What are we saying?
We are hungry.
What are we saying?
We are hungry.
Ebi ń pa wá.
We are hungry.
Ebi ń pa wá.
We are hungry.
Ẹ sọ Yorùbá kọ́ lè gbọ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ebi ń pa wá.
We are homeless.
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 We are homeless. 139 million Nigerians are living in abject poverty.
Yes, Tenuma.
Which implies that gbogbo wa ta wa ibai ní bọ́tà tí a ta bá wa jọba yẹn pé ìyà ń jẹ wá o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, kàwé ìjọba.
Ìyà ń jẹ wá ni o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, Tenuma.
What are we saying?
We are hungry.
What are we saying?
We are hungry.
Ebi ń pa wá.
We are hungry.
Ebi ń pa wá.
One house. Is worth 5 million naira. And today, he has G-Wagon as at Babatunde Soliu as at 2003. I don't think it is worth 5 million naira. And today, he has G-Wagon as at Babatunde Soliu as at 2003. I don't think it is worth 5 million naira. And today, he has G-Wagon as at Babatunde Soliu as at 2003. I don't think it is worth 5 million naira. And today, he has G-Wagon as at Babatunde Soliu as at 2003. I don't think it is worth 5 million naira. And today, he has G-Wagon as at Babatunde Soliu as at 2003. I don't think it is worth 5 million naira. And today, he has G-Wagon as at Babatunde Soliu as at 2003. I don't think it is worth 5 million naira. And today, he has G-Wagon as
The People Television, we are kindly apologize for the breaking transmission, but actually it's supposed to serve you well and better as we'll be connecting with our correspondent Matthew Ogunsuada as we join, or rather we'll go to cover the protest being organized by the Take It Back movement as they are protesting for illegal demolition in Lagos and also the cost of living here in Nigeria. Matthew Ogunsuada, over to you.
Thank you. Start up.
All right, thank you so much. Right here we are at the Alausa Secretariat, the road that is the National Assembly. That is the road that is the National Assembly. You can see that there is every single earlier the protesters who never take it back have marched from the Keja under bridge to the Allen Avenue Junction, and now they are presently in the road that is the House of Assembly. And they are still protesting against illegal demolition that has taken place in this area of the nation.
It is our time to do
president are calling for fair compensation.
We have finished this country.
Support from the government as regards to country.
Please tell him. I know you're
in the state. But right now I would like to speak to some people that are here that are the protesters now as they share their thoughts, as they share their insights. Right now.
It's a man waiting. As we will be heading to our community today, we know they have sent fears to us. They have captured us with fear. The only person that should be afraid is the person that is not
directly from the government. Because
if we remove this fear,
about 10 years,
but for us,
we have been living under this threat.
It's not afraid of anybody. We are not afraid of Babajide Sowore. We are not afraid of Bole Sowore. We are not afraid of Daniel Ekolawo. We are not afraid of Obasa.
Because of that, they want to take us. We resist
because most of the houses, even the Nigerian constitution, recognized him as a ceremonial. Later, eventually, today, he is speaking like he is the governor of Lagos. Somebody has refused to speak with us. And we didn't has hidden his face from speaking to us. What we noticed was that the chairman has dissociated himself from the room. After we went out there, King Pharaoh, what is happening? That is sitting there saying that he will give us 75,000 property. I think it's not the PS for planning to Lagos. When the change was because approval for their business. And some of the approval that some of us have in the community. Later they came to claim that scientists or I'm a lecturer and I will not live in scientists. I live in the community and I probably
Thank you so much, Matthew Ogunswada, for that coverage. We hope and we believe that we'll also connect to you for further information from what is happening there in Alausa in front of the nation or the State Assembly complex as the people of Lagos are protesting illegal demolition and also the high cost of living in Nigeria in general. We'll continue with the rest of the news. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has warned of a growing wave of resignations among senior academics and the public universities. Given this warning in Ibadan, Oyo State, the chairman of the ASU chapter of the University of Ibadan, Dr. Adefemi Afolabi, noted that many professors were leaving for better opportunities abroad, while newly employed lecturers were quitting due to poor remuneration and unfavorable working conditions. ASU condemned what it called the federal government's insincerity and its collective bargaining approach while neglecting tertiary education, noting that the neglect particularly pertains to the welfare and working condition of lecturers in public universities. Against this background, it reiterated commitment to securing improved welfare for members and ensuring that the government provides adequate funding, revitalize public universities in the interest of the children of ordinary Nigerians. According to Afolabi, the government is taking the union's patience for granted in spite of its commitment to dialogue, just as the lecturers do not work in an ideal environment.
Moving on, the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, says that none of the inmates recently pardoned by President Bola Tinubu has yet been released. Fagbemi clarified in a statement to the effect that the process was still undergoing final administrative review, adding that the beneficiaries were still being verified and the list being reviewed before formal instruments of release is issued. He explained that though the Council of State had approved the recommendations for clemency, the final stage requires a detailed review to ensure that all names comply with legal and procedural standards. According to him, the issuance of the instrument of implementation is the last phase of the process, after which the Controller General of the Nigerian Correctional Service will be authorized to act. Meanwhile, Fagbemi commended the public for its interest and scrutiny of the exercise, stating that such engagement is evidence of Nigeria's commitment to justice and good governance.
In a related development, Amnesty International has kicked against Nigeria's continued retention of the death penalty, asking the government at federal and state levels to abolish capital punishments. Speaking at a stakeholders dialogue in Abuja to mark the World Day Against Death Penalty, the Amnesty International Programs Manager stressed the need to remove all provisions in national and state laws that violate international human rights law, especially provisions on death penalty. She further urged the government to ensure that the criminal justice system was sufficiently resourced and capable of investigating crimes effectively, adding that the law should be able to support victims and guarantee fair trials without recourse to the death penalty. The program was organized by Amnesty International in collaboration with the French Embassy in Nigeria.
Away from that report, the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Joash Amobuta, has assured a comprehensive audit of the INEC results viewing, that's IREV, portal to identify and resolve the technical glitches that marred the 2023 general elections. Speaking during his screening by the Senate, Amobuta said the review would help restore credibility to the electoral process and strengthen the deployment of election technology ahead of future polls. However, he stated that though the IREV and Bimodal Voter Accreditation System, BVAS, were introduced to enhance transparency and integrity in elections, there was no clarity about the purpose of the IREV before the election. He explained that the Supreme Court later clarified that the IREV portal was not designed as an electronic collection system, but a verification tool to ensure consistency between manually collected results and those transmitted electronically. Nevertheless, he insisted that the IREV was supposed to be a safeguard, providing some guarantee for checks and balances and for comparison, because the laws made by the Senate did not do away with manual collection.
Senior Election Administration, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says the 1.5 billion naira fee for certified true copy CTCs of the National Register of Voters and polling unit details represented only the actual cost of document multiplication and transcription. INEC made the clarification in a statement by the Commission's Director of Voter Education and Publicity, Victoria Eta Messi, following the concerns being raised over the cost extended to Mercy VC, Ota Opobuko and Associates after they had requested for the documents. Eta Messi explained that the cost was in strict compliance with the Freedom of Information FOI Act 2011, adding that the Chamber had requested CTCs of the National Register of Voters for all 36 states, the Federal Capital Territory, and existing polling units nationwide, stating that INEC guaranteed approval while detailing the cost for processing and issuance. Eta Messi noted that the quoted amount had attracted media attention and public inquiry since the response was made public.
In another developments, the Interim National Committee of the Labour Party, under the leadership of Senator Nenadi Usman and Darlington Nwokocha, has alleged an attempt by insider supporters of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC to take over its structure. Disclosing this in a leaked memo, the Interim National Publicity Secretary, Tony Akeni, expressed frustration with the current state of the party and threatened to quit if things do not improve. Akeni alleged that some unnamed APC moles within the LP ranks had convinced the interim committee not to fund the party's publicity directorate. He further alleged that the leadership had failed to conduct ward, local government, state and zonal congresses, as well as a national convention over 1 year after it was given a 90-day mandate to do so.
Meanwhile, the Federal High Court in Abuja has reaffirmed its order directing all parties in the November 15 People's Democratic Party PDP National Convention to maintain the status quo. Presiding Justice James Omotosho ruled that the previous order remained valid and binding on all parties pending the determination of the substantive state. He warned against any action capable of undermining the court's authority or rendering its eventual decision ineffective. The PDP counsel, Chris Uche, had complained that his client was restrained by the substituting order and therefore sought an expedited hearing. However, Omotosho assured that judgment would be delivered before the end of October and that no party would be permitted to employ delay tactics.
And in Edo State, the Independent National Electoral Commission has launched a voter registration awareness campaign hitting the streets of Benin City, led by the resident electoral commissioner, Anugbon Onoha. The exercise aims to educate citizens on the importance of registering to vote and engaging in the democratic process. Voice of the People TV's Godwin Kogos in Benin City has more on this report.
Commission, INEC in Edo State has kicked off its continuous voters registration sensitization exercise in Benin, led by the resident electoral commissioner, Anu Agbo Onoha. The exercise aimed to educate citizens on upcoming continuous voters registration exercise, CVR. The exercise, which began on August 18, 2025, the online pre-registration, August 25, 2025, for in-person registration, aimed to register new voters, update voters' information, and facilitate the transfer of voting location. During the roadshow, the INEC officials and civil society organization members spoke in various languages, urged Edo citizens to seize the opportunity to register and participate in the democratic process.
We are here to inform the good people of Edo State that we have commenced our continuous voters registration. This is one of the processes involved in the election. Like I've always told people that election is a process, and the process has started. Election is not an event. So if you fail to register, automatically you have failed to vote. So we enjoin the good people of Edo State to come out en masse and register for whoever they want to vote in the governorship, the presidential, the House of Assembly, House of Rep, senatorial election. It has started. The election has started. Don't wait till the date of the voting.
If you do not get registered, if you are not captured in the INEC data, it means that automatically you have disenfranchised yourself. So we are using this medium to remind you, continuously remind you that it is your obligation, it is your responsibility as a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to get registered.
The resident electoral commissioner emphasized INEC's preparedness for the exercise, despite initial challenges caused by a flood disaster that damaged some equipment. Registration centers have been set up at local government offices and other designated locations, with officials working to ensure a smooth process. The CVRO exercise is to run until December 10, 2025, providing AIM samples time to eligible voters to register, update their information, and collect their permanent voters cards, PVC. INEC urge all eligible voters to take advantage of this opportunity to shaping their future. From Benin, Godwin Kogos, reporting for VOP TV News.
Thank you so very much, Kogos, for that report. In another development, the Federal High Court in Abuja has dismissed the objection by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, and the Council General of the Federation to a suit challenging the Osun local government withheld funds. Filed by the Attorney General of Osun State, the suit seeks to stop the federal government from releasing the withheld council allocations to the sacked officials elected during the tenure of former Governor Adegboyega Oyetola. In his ruling, Justice Emeka Nwite held that the state's Attorney General had locus standi to file the suit on behalf of the local government's authorities. Consequently, he dismissed the defendant's application seeking the dismissal of the case on the ground that the Osun Attorney General lacked locus to sue on behalf of the councils. He further held that the ongoing suit challenging local government allocations does not constitute an abuse of local process. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a very quick break right now. When we return, more stories in the news will be up next. Please do stay with us.
Glad to have you back. It's still the Media News and Voice of the People Television, and it's time for the Media News Analysis. We've been joined virtually by Amobi Iheboro Mazi, who happens to be a public and political affairs analyst. Good afternoon, Mazi Amobi Iheboro.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good to have you join today's Media News.
Thank you for joining us.
All right, without wasting much time, let's start off from this particular, let's say, the developments coming out from the Federal High Court in Abuja as they dismiss the objection by the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Accountant General of the Federation over the local standby, whether the Osun State Attorney General has a right to sue so that local government allocations will be released to the local government chairman, those sacked at this point in time. What do you make of this particular case? Because it's been a long time coming, rather it's been dragging for some time. Osun State's local government allocations have been withheld by the federal government, and the stuff has actually destabilized the state to the point that local government workers embark on strike. Please, let's get your opinion on this particular ruling by James Omotosho of Federal High Court Abuja.
Yeah, thank you. I think...
sorry, before you continue, please, I need to correct something. Justice Emeka, not James Omotosho, please. Go ahead.
That's all right. I think Nigeria is a federation. Probably that is what the court is saying. You have the federal government, you have the subnationals as typified by the states, and then the local government. By this ruling, the court is just saying, reinforcing that notion that there are 3 tiers of government, and that the Attorney General of a state has no locus to begin to defend or kind of go to court on behalf of the local government. But the whole scenario is a little bit not too salutary for the people and government of Osun State, because a lot of things have suffered. The local government staff have not gotten their salaries, and the development is stalled. I think the government should do a much more political solution to this problem, because legalese, when you talk about legal now, there is a lot of things that is tied to legal tussle and all that. Time you begin to quote the law, the other side, and all that happens. But the bottom line, the grass will suffer. The people of Osun State are suffering. The local government is not functional. Recall that the local government is supposed to be the grassroots government and all that. So I think a political solution will suffice for now.
All right, then. Well, I like this conviction from your end, because clearly it is stating that, yes, the local government council did suffer under the administration of the then governor, Oyetola. Of course, as it stands, Adeleke is the governor of the state presently, but funds were not released at the time during Oyetola's position as well. But again, let's still take this court decision to another level, because a federal high court sitting in Abuja has reaffirmed its order directing all parties in the November 15 People's Democratic Party's National Convention to maintain status quo. Now, from your perspective, there is a conversation about the parts where some persons are crying aggrieved, particularly the fact that their names were taken out during this period. But with this standing order from the courts, of course, as presided by Justice James Omotosho, on the PDP's national convention that is supposed to be held in November, there's a part where the judge said that they were going to expedite judgment before the end of October so that there can be an inclusiveness of all parties aggrieved. Do you think this is a major development going into the national convention of the PDP? And then if that is it, what do you think is going to be the nature of the body language of people in the PDP, owing to the fact that there are several defections going on in that party?
The PDP is in tatters, if you ask my humble opinion. The PDP, I don't think the PDP can come out of this mess. If you ask me, I don't think they can, because it is one mess, too many. Though the judge has promised to expedite action on the matter, and who says that after that another legal hurdle will not be placed in the in achieving the convention. I mean the convention by November 15th. So what I'm saying in effect is that PDP brought this mess upon herself, and she should live with it. With the deluge of defections, particularly the governors who are supposed to be the custodians of the political structures in the states, your guess is as good as mine as what will happen to those states. And more are itching from what we are hearing. More of the PDP governors are also itching to join the fray, as it were.
Right.
So, if you look at the political periscope as it affects PDP, you find out that PDP is gone. Let me use that phrase.
That's the party that was adjudged the biggest around Africa in 1999.
33 governors. You know, this is the party that's now in tatters because of mismanagement and self-aggrandizement of some political elites in the PDP. It is gone. It is gone.
I would have loved to continue with you on this particular PDP conversation, but there is one that seems to be a bit pressing, which again I desire that I hear your opinion on, and that's on the part that the Independent National Electoral Commission has said that 1.5 billion naira fee is for certified true copies of the National Register of Voters and polling units detail, represented only the actual cost of document duplication and transcription. Now, a lot of persons have said with these bogus figures, INEC is making clarification on the statements by the Commission's Director, of course, voter education. I'm talking about Victoria Eta-Messi. This kind of conversation, what's your position with these conversations holistically on the part of INEC? Of course, you also would recall that just yesterday they have a new chairperson because a new sheriff is in town for INEC.
Simply put, it is scandalous. Very, very scandalous. What are they buying? A law firm is requesting, based on Freedom of Information Bill, and you are asking the law firm to pay 1.5 billion naira to get a document. It's scandalous. This idea of it is the cost of the real cost of the materials and all that is an afterthought. They are trying to, paper over a lot of things. It is very, very scandalous. If this is the case, then an ordinary man cannot make a case. How can an ordinary man go to court to challenge certain things when you need documents? The amount for you to pay to procure such documents are highly prohibitive. You see, these are the things we are talking about. You see, democracy must be all inclusive. It is not just going to polling booth, casting your vote. There are all other aspects, all other ingredients of democracy, which is this information, that this law firm is asking for.
Right.
And they are asking a whooping sum of 1.5 billion. It is scandalous, my brother. It is. Then on the INEC chairman, for the fact that he said he will revisit the glitch, showed me that the glitch that what happened that day was not. It's an admittance. Let me put it that way. It's an admittance that something happened, and which is supposed not to happen. For him to have said it from day one means that he has accepted the fact that that thing did not just occur like that. That they should probe deep. But however, he's very new in the job. I think that he's coming with a momentum. How this momentum can be sustained is totally a different ballgame. Let's stop at this.
All right, then. Well, unfortunately, we're out of time because we truly would have loved to have your statements on some of the other stories. But again, some quarters we want to argue and say if the new INEC chair is clearly accepting that there was a glitch, which again, the former chairman also did admit, why is no one being held responsible for such a glitch? Because billions of Nigeria's taxpayers' money was used in purchasing this particular equipment that we hear had glitches. Well, unfortunately, because of our time, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment. You want to say something?
Sorry, I will advise that the new INEC chairman should maintain the momentum. Please.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mazi Amobi Egboro, for joining us on the Midday News Analysis. I want to say thank you again for being here. But we'll go on a very quick break right now. When we return, more stories on the midday news will be up next. Please do stay with us.
Thank you for staying with us. It's still the media news on Voice of the People television. Bandits on Thursday ambushed and killed 5 policemen and 3 community protection guards along Gusau-Funtua Road in Safe local government area of Zamfara State. The victims were said to be on patrol in the evening when they were ambushed by bandits as they approached Gidangie village. Sources say the bandits might have been tipped off by informants about the security men who were said to have come from Government House in Gusau on a special duty to protect travelers due to persistent attacks by bandits.
As the world marks the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty, a day dedicated to raising awareness and taking action against one of humanity's biggest challenges, poverty. This year's theme, Dignity for All in Practice, emphasizes the need to empower people and promote sustainable livelihood. Voice of the People TV's Victoria Obaki has more on this report.
Poverty remains one of the greatest challenges facing the world today. From rural communities to urban slums, millions of people continue to live below the poverty line, often without access to clean water, education, or decent housing. This year's theme for the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty focuses on dignity for all in practice. It highlights the importance of empowering people to take control of their lives and create sustainable livelihood. Experts say tackling poverty requires collective efforts, from government policies that support job creation and education to community empowerment initiatives that build resilience among vulnerable groups.
I would say that poverty is something that we inherit based on our mindset and then the government. There are 2 factors that affect poverty, basically. The person and then the economy. The economy doesn't favor someone to come out of poverty. I was trying to interrogate our parents back then, how the country favored them during education. They were paying for their school fees. They were even paying them while they were in school. Why some? After school there is job waiting for them, and then basically you can save money, and within a few minutes or a few days you've already acquired. If you have targets, you've already gotten some things you need to get. But right now you see yourself laboring, toiling day and night, and then all of a sudden you can't even so okay, back then someone that was serving can actually buy a bag of crayfish. Like one of my aunties, when she was serving, she could actually buy a bag of crayfish for her mom when she was serving back then in Calabar. Then now imagine even those that they are collecting 77,000 now. They can't even buy a quarter of that crayfish. So it's so bad. And then I was listening to one woman, I was like, now to get rich is easier. I'm like, these people don't even know what they are saying. How will you say to get rich now? Then you know, these are our current governments. What they are making us suffer, they enjoyed while they were younger, you understand? So a lot of things. And then also on our own point, part of the thing is that a lot of us are lazy. We don't want to work. We don't want to put the efforts. But then even though things are not favoring you, you have to put the effort because it's only you have to take care of.
If those in government know that people are hungry, because it's very easy to get into office and it's very easy to also get detached from the people. They don't feel the pain of the people. If they feel the pain of the people, they will know that people are seriously hungry. Just empathize with people. If I tell you, if you go to the average hospital now, a lot of people can't afford health care. Go to school, go and look at the level of deprivation of parents who was paying their children's school fees. You will be alarmed. Government schools that is affordable, how many people can really afford it now? Virtually almost all the prices are hitting the rooftop. How much are people taking home? Except for the private sector that is even supporting. What else is government doing for people? You go around all the people here now, when you hear their complaints, you'll be shocked. Thank God we are around Mafoluku area. Enter into the hinterland of Mafoluku, you will be shocked. Let there be reduction in price of goods and services. If you are increasing, okay, recently, minimum wage came up. Everybody start talking of minimum wage. Between that period when that minimum wage was adjusted, go and look at the price increases of all goods and services in this country. The last time I traveled to Ilorin, when I used to travel to Ilorin, how much was? But go there 15,000 naira from the park. 15,000 naira to go, 15,000 naira to come back. 30,000 minimum wage is now 70 naira. So by the time you go and check your old folks twice, your minimum wage is gone. No feeding, no nothing. How much is the bag of rice? They should just try, let the price of commodity come down. If it can come down, people will not, nobody cares whether on your mandate we stand or your mandate we sit. Let people get food to eat. Once they get food to eat, somebody walked into the hospital that I walked into today, and they gave the person the price of drugs. The person walked away. He dropped the card and walked away. Not because it doesn't want health care, but can't afford it.
Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 1, aim to end poverty in all its forms by 2030. But achieving this requires more than just economic growth. It calls for equality, social justice, and inclusive participation of all citizens.
So we join the world to mark the World Food Day to raise awareness about global hunger, food security, and the importance of nutritious diet for all. Each year, it highlights a key issue in global food and agriculture, from climate change and food waste to water management and food system transformation. Voice of the People's Television, Precious Agumanu, explored this year's focus with the voice driving change.
Observed October 16th, raises global awareness about hunger, food insecurity, and the need for sustainable agriculture. With over 735 million people affected by hunger, the day highlights the urgency of ensuring fair access to nutritious food for all. Challenges like climate change, food waste, and inequality continue to disrupt food systems. Smallholder farmers, who grow much of the world's food, often lack resources and support. World Food Day calls for resilient farming practices, reduce food waste, and policies that promote food equity. It also encourages individuals and communities to take action, whether by supporting local food systems, adopting sustainable habits, or advocating for change to help build a future where no one is left behind.
Food can contribute by increasing sustainable food production, reducing food waste through proper packaging, improving access to nutritious food. Nutritious food or nutrient-dense food should be made available to the masses, supporting local food system and enhancing food distribution. Climate change can affect food production because we know that some of the foods that grow here in Nigeria are seasonal. We have corn and the likes. Other ways climate change affects food production are changing weather patterns, increased extreme weather events, rising temperatures. If there's a problem with the climate which will eventually affect the weather, it can cause stunting in crops growth and would lead to low harvest. Some of the scientific solutions that are being explored include climate resilient crops, precision agriculture, sustainable agricultural practice, and we know of the greenhouse agriculture where a canopy is being made over a particular type of crop to prevent harsh weather from affecting their growth and development. e.g., tomatoes. And some of these innovations include food recovery apps, food preservation technologies, like there are different ways to preserve our food. We have fishes, you can smoke them or dry them, and some of these are the technologies to prevent food waste and food spoilage. We have food waste reduction app, upcycled food products. Before I move forward, I would like to explain what food fortification is. Food fortification involves adding essential micronutrients to staple foods, and this helps in reducing micronutrient deficiencies, improve cognitive development, support immune system, and enhance overall nutrition. We know of babies who are being introduced to breast milk from the first day of birth till 6 months, and during that 6 months they are introduced to complementary food. This complementary food should not be given as staple as they have. They should be fortified to provide the babies with essential nutrients that they will need for growth and development. Aside babies, we adults or the general mass can have fortified food, can take fortified food to provide them with essential nutrients that they will be needing for growth and proper development. Biotechnology or genetic modification can improve crop yield.
Thank you so very much, Precious, for that report. Moving on to the business segment of the news. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the chairman of the UBA Group, Tony Elumelu, have given divergent views on the impact of government's reliance on domestic borrowing on financial stability. In its regional economic outlook for sub-Saharan Africa, which was released on Thursday, the IMF warned that Nigeria's undue reliance on local banks for its expenditures deepens the bank sovereign nexus and financial system risk. Also, he urged the government to intensify diversification, fiscal reform efforts, as well as more sustainable revenue mobilization. It warned that the country's overdependence on oil has remained one of its economic biggest structural weaknesses. However, Lumelu said at the ongoing World Bank IMF annual meetings that local fund mobilization will bridge the huge gap in the African infrastructural space. He explained that there is a huge prospect in the domestic market to fund critical infrastructure, including power, to give the youth a fair chance to develop their capacity for wealth creation. According to him, Africa can mobilize over $4 million from within to power economic growth and deliver on the potential of African economy to drive development.
Moving on to the world of sports, where 40-year-old powerlifter Folashade Oluwafemi broke her own world record to win gold at the World Para Powerlifting Championships in Cairo. Oluwafemi lifted 168 kilograms in the women's over 86 kilogram categories to surpass a previous 167 kilogram, which she set at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games to earn her fourth world title and extend her remarkable dominance in para-powerlifting on the global stage.
And from that sports story, we go straight to entertainment, where comedian Ayo Makun has cautioned Nigerians against falling for the temptation of social media comparison, stating that much of the online content is far from reality. Makun, popularly known as AY, noted in an Instagram video that platforms often showcase distorted images of luxury lifestyles, exotic vacations, and designer fashion, thereby creating an illusion of effortless success.
We'll still take you back to Alausa Ikeja, where we'll have Matthew Ogunswada, Voice of the People's correspondent, as they are covering the event, which happens to be the protest by the Take It Back movement as it protests illegal demolition in Lagos State and also the high cost of living for Nigerians. I am Fina Okechukwu. Thank you so much for watching the Media News.
Just stay close to the cast. Stay quick. But unfortunately, you have brought us. Unfortunately, brought us under the sun, and it is not the people you are seeing here are not the only people your government has condemned to the sun and heavy rains. There are thousands of people from Oworonshoki. Now, I am sure you are not hearing this issue of Oworonshoki for the first time. This has been before your table severally. What is happening in Oworonshoki recently is an issue of forced eviction, where people land. Thank you for that. Forced eviction is big, complex social movement, but what is happening is actually land grabbing, thieving, with other English you want to. And what exactly is happening? People spent decades. People have been living in their communities. 1 decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, 4 decades, 5 decades. Some have even lived there 6 decades. Only for us to have officers from the state government, police, everyone deployed to the community. Poor communities who are still very difficult to live under the over hardship of the government of Tinubu. These people are subjected to what I can describe as the worst form of dehumanization. Thousands of people have their houses demolished as we speak with you. Women, children, some have even been killed, some have died. All the statistics of death today, as of today in Oworonshoki, as of today, the statistics of deaths in Oworonshoki it is over 30 people have died. Because of the reckless demolitions that have been happening. Some even died while sleeping on the streets. And many of the people you see here today, they are here because they no longer have houses. Some of them are landlords, and now they no longer have houses. Now, some weeks ago, in the wake of a new wave of demolition, the communities took to the streets and locked down Third Mainland Bridge as a warning protest. But today, some of us decided to engage with the community. That look, let us come down to the government house and come and engage people in government over this issue and make our demands clearly known. That as of now, we want the government to intervene and immediately stop the demolition that is ongoing in Oworonshoki. And we were equally insisting that number 2, everyone whose lands have been taken, whose houses have been demolished. People have been saying that the reason they are demolishing people's houses is because they don't have CFO. You want to call it? You understand? Aside from the fact that there are even people who had approval, whose houses were demolished. It is actually the rest. I'm sure you know. I'll be preaching to the choir to say that it is the responsibility of government to provide housing. The last time housing was ever provided in Lagos State government is under the regime of Lateef Jakonde, where he built low-cost housing. Honorable sir, it is disgraceful that we have a regime since 1999 that has not built low-cost housing where people can live, where even police officers here can afford. You understand? So but rather than building this low-cost housing, the situation we are having is a situation where people gather their torokobo to build house, and then you are demolishing it. So our position is that whether they have CFO or no CFO, housing is a right in line with position, and it is the duty of government to resettle every one of those whose houses have been. As a matter of fact, the terms of compensation was imposed from the top. The subject because we've been seeing forms flying around. When you wanted to come and campaign, you came to the communities to them. You spoke to them. You worked in their midst. You understand? You campaigned. You made all sorts of things. But now you can't come back to the community to come and discuss them again. This is not acceptable. So that what we also added that our subject of compensation must be that which is jointly discussed by the community. But most importantly, this demolition madness has to stop. We are also saying, and I'm sure you are also aware, that the cost of rent, kulu, I'm saying, what we are also saying, the cost of rent, the cost of rent in Lagos is too astronomical. Minimum wage today in Nigeria is 70,000. The logic of economics of government. No, I'm not sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Today is an issue. It's an international job, and even the subject of rent falls on your table. So it's an issue. It's an issue. You understand? And by virtue of the social contract between governments and citizens, in practical terms, you cannot actually. It is not too proper. I'm happy to say advice, but it's not too proper to decide what we want. We are the one who knows what is paining us, and we have the right to express it. So on this note, I am addressing you as national coordinator of the TIB, but there are community people who are feeling these issues, and they can address it more accurately than I can. On this note, I'll be handing the microphone over to Comrade Jamo.
Of the greatest Nigerian people, I don't think we need to keep repeating ourselves over and over. We are not new to this state assembly. We're here in 2023. And we also came the way we did today to register our plights. In fact, we this aggressive in 2023 because we believe that it is an issue that the Lagos State House of Assembly can intervene. But to our surprise, the Lagos State House of Assembly is also indicting us. And you did not live up to that explanation. We have audio conversations of several meetings that have been hosted in this complex. In fact, in one of those meetings, I am so shocked that the MD of Lasura, in case you don't know what Lasura is, Lasura should be part of our demonstration here. If they are to stand by the mandate in which they are created, because their responsibility is to upgrade slum. But the MD of Lasura is also justifying demolition. So I tend to ask, if there are no slum, then what is the agency Lasura doing? So it is such an indictment, and we felt that, okay, let us give a second chance. Let us come here. We are peace-loving people. All our weapons here is our voices and placards. And since the police has been marching with us, I think we have not registered any casualty or anybody that have tried to harass anybody. So we want to be having that peace. But the Oba of Oroshoki is pushing us, and we know he's not alone. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has interest in our land. Let him come out openly and tell us this is not the first place they are grabbing. Not under a monarch and tell us to go and be meeting monarch as if we are in pre-colonial era, whereby another has the over everywhere. That is why we are here, and we want you to also intervene and issue be addressed and the ongoing demolitions.
Hello. First, I have to appreciate you for your peaceful demonstration to your House of Assembly. Hello. Hello, please take it easy. Is you please, please. When first of all, I have to appreciate Most. And secondly, I don't know whether you have any communique so that I can deliver to the Right Honorable Speaker for the proper actions. We are very sorry for the whole situation. But bear it in mind that Lagos House of Assembly is in your support, and we are going to do everything possible to make sure that we address this issue at short time. Thank you. God bless you all.
Sorry. Let me appreciate. Thank you for giving that commitment. But thank you for giving that commitment. But it is important to note that the communities who are here, the reaction you are getting is because it's not the first time people have come here. They were here in 2023. Yes. Where this bomb came from?
I think addressing the elites, there is difference between the executive and the parliament. If this letter emanated from the executive, I cannot say. But to the best of my knowledge, the letter is not from the House of Assembly.
Sorry. Okay.
Sorry, sir. You are an high-ranking officer of the Lagos. A letterhead or a letter emanating from the Lagos State. Sir, look at this letter. Does this letter look like letter that came from the Lagos State?
Please, don't quote me out of the context. To protect the interests of the citizens of our state, and in which I believe we have been trying our best on that regard.
Okay, all right. Kulu. Yeah, Kulu. Where? We are demanding that, as you have rightly said that you are going to intervene, please intervene as swift as possible. And something we are demanding on the immediate, is that you should stop any form of demolition. It needs to stop. Because if there is further demolition, that implies that there will be more people without houses. And where else do you want us to go? We are going to come here. We will come here to come and occupy, because it is funded by us, and it is by us, and it belongs to us alone. So please, this is just my last remark, and we want to take your word for it that you are going to intervene. Stop that demolition immediately. Every actor who is doing this demolition, except if you want to make political statements, which is understandable, you know them. All police officers who are conniving with Oronshoki DPO, with the monarch in Oronshoki, the high-ranking officers of the police knows them, the CP knows them, even he knows them. You understand? If he does not know them, it means that he's perhaps maybe incompetent, but I don't think he's incompetent. You understand? So this is our last demand. Thank you. Solidarity. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. We shall always fight. Solidarity forever.
So that is just the situation report right now at the Lagos State House of Assembly complex. We just heard the Honorable Majid, who is representing the Lagos State House of Assembly, Bejuleki, came to address the protesters. That the letter that is being given to them is different from that of the executive. They are saying that the House of Assembly are part of the parliamentary, while the executive, they are saying that the letter, he said that the letter that was given to him was not given to the parliamentary, but was given to the executive arm. And he said he's going to, of course, table the request of these protesters. He's going to table their demand to the House of Assembly. Now that they have decided to take their plea and their supplication to the House of Assembly. This is just the protest by the Take It Back movement. They are saying that they want an end to illegal demolition in Oworoshoki area of Lagos State and other things. Let me get your thoughts. Tell us why you are protesting today.
We are protesting today because we have destroying our house in Oworoshoki. They said the king they have right. He doesn't have right to go and destroy people's house in the midnight, destroying people where they want them to live. We don't have anywhere to live. So we please, Babatunde Sanwo-Olu should do more better than this. Please, please.
Thank you. What's your name?
My name is Muhyiddin.
All right, so Muhyiddin is pleading that the government of Babajide Sanwo-Olu find an end to the current illegal demolition. Let's get to meet you. What's your name?
My name is Abdullah Popola.
Tell us why you are protesting today.
We are really protesting because of our people. They destroy their house and they're supposed to do what the people want, because then they pay all, then they do what they pay us, because we vote for them during the time when they come for help for us, and now when we need their help, they need to stop all the things where they do, where they destroy all the whole house. And hungry the day where we say people they suffer. All the small children like under 12, under 13, under 14, they don't come to Olosho and they don't see money to take care of them very well. How you want to make us survive in this condition? And you go with the face, everything, everywhere, hungry. No light, no this thing, everything will suffer. Just help us tell them to find condition, find solution about us. Let us.
Thank you. Mr. Towolawi, you have actually played a great impact in this protest so far. Tell us your agitation. Tell us your agitation.
You say what?
Tell us your agitation. You've played a crucial role in this protest so far. Tell us your agitation.
Yeah, the reasons why we are here today is simply on 3 cardinal demands. Today is an international day of poverty, which the whole world is calling for an end to poverty. And we are also connecting this poverty issue with the issue of demolition, because you cannot address poverty when you are still demolishing houses of the poor. That means you are adding more to the numbers and the statistics.
So what do you want the government to do?
So what we want them to do, one, is enact policies that will address and eradicate poverty, and also to put a stop to ongoing demolition in Oworoshoki. We are also asking for the resettlement and compensation for people whose houses and properties have been demolished. And lastly, we are also asking for prosecution of those, every actor that is responsible for this demolition, because this demolition alone since 2023
Because of His excesses, we the people are here because of His excesses. We the people are here because of His excesses. We the people are here because of His excesses. We the people are here because of His excesses. We the people are here because of
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Beautiful people, yes, welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And don't forget, I'm your girl, Precious Agumadu, aka Call Me Pressy. Yes, and today's episode is an interesting one. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Please don't go anywhere. Sit tight while we ride together. And yes, it's a new day to stay positive and inspired. We are bringing you an exciting blend of gist. Plenty to read, plenty gist, plenty things to talk about. And yes, first on our list, we are talking about Pastor Toby receives an expensive gift. He receives gifts, luxury gifts, that's what I'm talking about. In a surprising turn of events, UK-based Nigerian Pastor Toby Adewuyega, known for his history of gifting luxury items to celebrities and influencers, has recently become the recipient of extravagant gift himself. Though details remain limited, social media buzz suggests that friends and close associates decided to show appreciation for the pastor's well-known generosity by presenting him with high-end items. This marks a shift from his unusual public image, where he is often seen giving out designer bags, Rolex watches, and large cash gifts to Nigerian entertainers like Davido, Chioma, and the Eniola Badmus. While the nature and value of the gifts have not yet been officially disclosed or confirmed by major news outlets, the gesture has sparked renowned discussion online about the culture of gifting within influential circles. Supporters have praised the move as well-deserved act of honor for someone widely regarded as a giver. So while critics remain cautious, citing ongoing concerns about the transparency and opulence in religious leadership, I want to say this. Pastor Toby has been gifting a lot of people, because what is this? He actually gifted Pella, gifted Jarvis. And what I'm talking about is not just gifts, just buy back and, buy expensive gifts like the Rolex, like the Louis Vuitton. It's a lot. Jesus. Please, he wished for them to gift him soon because he deserves it too. So a lot of people have actually, let's see this video because this gift says a lot. I even got to know that they even gifted him a phone, like a luxury phone. Like that phone safe, if you, Jesus, we need to see this video. Please, let's see this. He's actually so happy, like the gifts are lots, and there are a lot of gifts.
video. It's a Thanksgiving video. I went through death. I thank God for those who stood with me, and I promised them that all the gifts they sent me, I'm going to do a video to appreciate it. The STEM group of the Nation family wrote this from Imperial College as the solution for cancer. This is a big gift for me. Reading through it, I'm saying the future of solving cancer, all the way to luxury gifts. Look, this is just 1/4 of the gift. This is a beautiful one from Trendy. Thank you. All these boxes, a level of luxury that I don't even know exists. Look at that hard work. With a certificate of authenticity. The Nation family decided that every single day during chemotherapy, they will be sending me gifts. I've never seen luxury. The things in the boxes, they're not just shoes or bags. Got a hairphone from Lady Joe London. Thank you. Look, I never knew of it was a headphone. Everyone, all the way to a plaque. This is a commitment plaque from the Nation family. This is from Bishop Casey, the designers, those who dress me up to this from Music Nation, Abbey Road people now. It's so beautiful. I can't open them boxes of Rolexes. My friend's son, Prophet Hubert Angel, Sia Hubert Angel, then came to present this on my first service back from chemo. This is a beautiful phone. Very, very beautiful. Can you see this? It's 3 phones in one. I spoke to the dad. I said, I hope you know that your son is not only your son, he's kingdom's son. He's my son as well. He's our son. He's Christ's son. It's countless. I want to thank you for standing with me. Nation family, I want to thank you for not the gift. I've got everything in abundance. And those of us who are always giving, people who don't give us anything. They say, what can you give to a person that has everything? Yet they say, give me, give me, give me. That's what I receive from my own country. And no, definitely. Those of you are already saying, give me, give me. I will never do that. It's an atrocity. I will not give other people's thoughts and pain to you because you're who. But yes, you've been giving our Rolex to the people we want. It's our choice because we have much. We give much. It's a beautiful time uploading. I'm back in strength, in peace. Those who have been saying how the enemies who have been saying, oh, they do it this way, they do it that way. Keep excusing your failure and your mediocrity. Or keep looking at us to progressing from stage to stage. We did Abbey Road Studio. All the businesses that I told the church that we're going to deliver this year and add more jobs to the community have delivered them. Our flagship in Bond Street is going to come up by March next year, according to the word and the grace of God. But I came here to say thank you. Those who didn't give gifts but were praying for me from a distance. Those who could come, I thank Sanojuku, Chief Priest. I thank you for standing and by showing. You also gave me a gift, Sanojuku, beautiful gift. I'm grateful. Everything I've received, because we rarely receive anything, I'm grateful for it. Those words of encouragement, because all we have from our own country people is give me, give me, give me, just take. And those who come to the HQ who expect, oh, he's going to give me something if I go. Times have changed. We regard the people that are growing, the people that are coming up, and I give them gifts to show them that I understand their struggle in a country that does not or don't used to pay attention to them. So we're not giving carelessly. We're giving according to God's direction of our life, including this, of course. It's a beautiful gift, an FPG. Don't worry, you won't understand the watch. When you grow up and when your celebrities grow up, you understand what this means. It's been a pleasure. I thank Daddy Freeze, especially for his guidance through this, his knowledge on the situation. It's amazing. Sean Kuti, my bestie, what can I say? David, the whole one, thank you. All of you, thank you for your support. Yes, I'm not expecting gifts because look what the Nation family, my own family has done. And it's not just this, this is 1/4 of what they've done and how they've stood together. God removed the bad part of us, cut some people away. Otherwise, them being around, I would have died in this. God protected me. God cut the useless away and added more bone to us and added more years to our years because of your love and your prayer. Yes, it's Tuesday morning. I thought this would be inspirational for you. The only people that will hate this are the people condemned to poverty. Those who love God will see what I've gone through and will see that I'm appreciating my own family. Not for the gift, but for the thought of the gift. Meaning that over the years we've just been given endlessly and receiving betrayals. But your love, Nation family, has shown me, and all these I'm grateful. I can't show you the cars, I can't show you the other things. It's beautiful. But thank you. I thank you again and again. Those who are just liking the page, those whatever you do, I thank you for it. May God bless you. May God make this week fruitful for you. And of course, as my people like it, they love their rice. This end of the year, we're going to give to charities. I'm going to focus on my mom's charity. She takes care of a lot of widow and the orphans. She trains people in schools to learn violin, kids in school to learn violins. That's going to be my focus this year. Plus, of course, the girls will distribute some rice here and there and all that. But for the intellectuals, guys, keep following the movement. Go on SoundCloud, check what I speak about, check my focus. Then you'll be able to beat those who just want to use our name to catch clout. But even now, I'm not listening to anybody. I've come back from death. I'm more determined than ever to raise people from the low social, economic, and development and leadership background and make them global leaders. That's our call. That's what we do. This is PT. I thank you again and again. God bless.
Now, person where they give, now they receive. Because what is this? Hey, my God. See gifts everywhere. Jesus. So the part that actually caught me was where he said, you know, if you grow up, you will understand what that wristwatch means. Please, what next time they will say I like vain things, but please, what is not there to love? Hey, this is a lot, and trust me, it's actually seeing those gifts is like, my God. All right, a lot of people and a lot of fans have actually come out to say, congratulations to you on the plenty gifts that they're giving you. So please, let's take some comments. A lot of people, because what is not there to love? Jeez, even the Virtue phone they gave him, it was, do you get? And yes, someone said you beat cancer and also got your British passport. That's the goodness of God. Congratulations, everyone. So Eniola Badmo said, PT, Pastor, we love you. Yes. And another person said, make una help me, thanks, say it in I receive my Bible. Una don't start. This Bible where did they share? Una don't start now. I know they talk anything. No. All right, Shop said this is the explanation of the Burna Boys song. Now who love me, I go love. You get that in, right? Another person said most stylish pastor I've ever seen. Man speaks with aura. Hey, you get what I'm saying? Steals and composure, everything day. All right, we have a lot of this. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. Another person say you go sell 280K, yes or no? Wait till you want sell, Oga. At Big Lord official, I beg una no carry this Big Lord matter come. Biko at the beguna. All right, another person said I like this pastor's pattern, steady growth and development for everyone around him with better love and happiness and enjoyment. Unlike all these ones for this side. God. But that's the truth. He actually, this is one thing about him. He's just this kind person that wants to give. He's so focused and centered on this giving thing. And he gives a lot. Do you get unexpensive gifts for that matter? No big gifts where you go just he gives a lot. And trust me, this person is kind of person that gives the community, wants to see you happy, wants to, with joy and happiness. You go there happy, trust me. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Yes, let's take more and more comments. And yes, somebody said, Pastor, certain things should not be done in public. Excuse me, I don't understand. Then he said, Pastor, leave the ways of the world and focus on Christ. I beg, which be this? Which one be ways of the Lord? So God. These people don't start again. I don't start again, but I don't want to talk anything. It's well with you. So another person said, you are blessed. Yes. And DRE said, if you say no, be show off. Then waiting be this. He's saying it's not show off. He said he's thanking the people that actually gifted him. It's a Thanksgiving video. Why are you people pained? This is one thing with some Nigerians. When I go see something, no say it ain't good, but you won't talk bad. You just want to speak bad. And trust me, it's not nice. Why? Why would you do this? All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, another person said, you deserve it. Yes. Another person said, because you are who part. Okay. You are also a giver pastor. Oh, yes. And trust me, it's actually beautiful. Yeah. Congratulations to him. It's a lot, and trust me, those gifts are saying a lot. And well, is anybody that gives that receives? That's just the truth. If you give, you receive. Don't be stingy. If you can help people, if you are in that position to be of help to people, be kind, love people. There's nothing will do you if you just be nice. I don't just know why, but trust me, that's a lot, and it's actually a beautiful gift. And yes, we have another gist, and we are talking about Zik Saloma. Yes, so media personality and comedian has sparked controversy online. He has come out to state the reason why you can consider cosmetic surgery to enhance your look. Oh, Jesus. All right, please, let's see this video. Zik Saloma has said a lot of things. He's giving you reasons why you should. You get? All right, let's see this video.
With a good surgeon to enhance your looks, forge ahead and do it. I'll give you a reason using myself as a case study. When I finished university, I remember going for a very big customer care job. We have 100, and they wanted just one person. Out of 100, they dropped us literally to 3. Out of the 3 of us, they now rescheduled us to come and that one of us will be selected. They rescheduled us. When they rescheduled us, we did a typing test. My mom owned the business center, so I could type crazy. I was very fast in typing. We used Mavis Bacon and all these apps. We did reading tests. I can read eloquently. I studied English. So I was obviously the best for the job. When they now took us to the female directors, they were telling them that this guy is the best, but the female director said they don't want me. Why? They said my look does not work for customers. And they said it, how do you think I'll feel? Another typical example was when I auditioned for Project Fame in Abuja about 10 years ago. Getting to the stage, I passed several stages. Getting to the stage where the judges come together, where they were now selecting the top people, the final people that will go to Lagos for the finals. Getting to where the judges come together, after singing, they argued, they now finally told me no, and now left. A crewmate, like a DOP that was inside the audition venue, now came to meet me and was like, do you know you're the best singer I heard today? I was like, why did they now select me? He said, do I know about braces? I was like, no, you know that before my teeth it was like this, my teeth just make wah. You know, say if I can get braces to make my teeth, it will enhance my looks. And then I had pimples very well. He now said that if there's any beauty product I can use to clear my pimples and my black spots, I should use it. And guess what? Before then, I didn't even know there was anything wrong with my teeth. Do you understand? So what I'm trying to say in essence is that the world is extremely superficial. People always let you know that, who are you trying to impress? You're trying to impress them. Because that's why you can see maybe people will be selected for Big Brother, and the next you'll be hearing that, these Big Brother contestants, they're ugly. I know they watch. Why? Why would you watch? Or you see, why do people choose their favorite actors? This girl too fine. That's why you like her as an actor, not because she's so talented. That's why you like him, because he's too fine, he's too guesties. Superficial. Do you understand? So that's why you can even see people who want to be. So sometimes you do these things, you enhance your look, not because you want to impress people, because of who you want to be or what you want to do. For instance, now, somebody who wants to play a Romeo or a Juliet, you're auditioning for a Romeo or a Juliet. You know that there are certain beauty standards to be an actor, to play those kind of roles, and maybe you're on the very big side. No matter how good you can play a Juliet, you'll not be casted for that role. Instead of be suggesting, don't you want to be the cleaner or the housemaid for?
See, I wanted to talk about this. I don't know why people body shame a lot. Trust me, because you have a bad dentition, because you fat, you slim. I don't know how to put it, but then I think we should do better, because this kind of thing, they put people into pressure. As in, they put them into depression, and they don't feel themselves. Seriously. And I won't ask this question. What if you go do that now? God forbid, something can happen to her and I don't die. Everybody go to talk on that thing. But trust me, I just want everybody to be themselves. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Well, if you ask me, is there anything that concern cosmetic, whatever, blah, blah, blah on the body? Me, I personally, I know to like them. Do you understand? But if it's good for you, you continue. But trust me, I know to like them. And I'm not even in that category of where you say you want to go and be doing BBL, you want to go and enhance your look. Even the BBL now itself is not BBLing. It's LBB that I'm seeing. But it's well. All right, a lot of people have actually talked about this. Let's take some comments and then we'll take it. Let's just take some comments, because seriously, people just they talk about this thing. I don't know. Do you get what I'm trying to say? The pressure is too much. Just to look good. You want to do this. You want to do this. Fucking it. All right. Somebody said, but it worked for you. it worked for your comedy career, right? Okay. So model said looks really matter 100%. But trust me, if you're not that kind of, why would you go? What if you in that process you're doing this and something might have just happened to you? And because this is sometimes it's 50-50, you're not even sure that you go do the surgery, you come out alive. All right, another person says, so true, as a hairstylist, even your clients choose you for the looks, 100%. All right. So Isaac, you may not agree, but your former looks made your skits really funny, hence fame and success. I think so, yes, because even when without all those plenty things that you have been doing, you were still fun. You get what I'm trying to say? Everybody would love to watch you, but yeah, I don't know. It's your choice. You've done it, and well, it's okay. But I just feel, and what I'm trying to say is that please be yourself. Don't let anybody pressure you based on say you know too fine or you know do this. Trust me, I got creative, you'll be fine. You get. People not even ugly these days. Now just your money, your mullah. I'm telling you the truth. All right, that's it for that. And yes, we'll take a short break. And trust me, when we come back, we have a guest joining us today. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Please don't go anywhere. Stay tight till we come back.
Those that matters the most. Join the conversation.
I'm Studio Girl Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, we've been talking about a lot of things. Gist. And yes, we have a guest joining us today. And joining us today is a movie production manager with years of experience in overseeing end-to-end production processes across movie industries and film production. Known for his operational insight and commitment to quality, he's also the production manager of the highest grossing movies such as Everybody Loves Jennifer, A Tribe Called Judah, and also produced top series like The Men's Club on Amazon. And yes, he's no other person. Oh, please, let's welcome Olorutola and Ayodele. Ooh, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you.
The vibes is giving me. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? So, how are you feeling today?
Excited.
Please, he's excited. So, how's the week been for you? Like Monday, Tuesday?
It's been interesting because last weekend was our premiere for one of my first short film I did. And it's been exciting since then because we're getting a lot of reviews and yeah, it's been good.
So how was it like? Was it a lot of fun?
Well, it was my first thing I was organizing on my own, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of support. We had friends. We had family come together to watch it. We got a lot of reviews. We had people, give us their peace of mind, and yeah, it was very encouraging.
A lot of party this week. Yeah? Oh, well, that's good. So I want to ask this question out of the box of what we have today.
Okay.
So, when last? Maybe I speak pidgin because like say this one. If I speak English, it still not going to enter well. So when last you collect money from your parents, you get what I'm trying to say. You just say, say people they call their daddy's boy, mommy's boy, all those kinds of things. Say they collect money, put for pocket. But people like say some people come and talk say and they don't big, they know you collect money again. So but when last did you stop collecting?
Oh, it's been a while.
Okay.
It's been a long while because I lost my dad 2 years ago. And I lost my mom when I was 8. Oh. So yeah, it's been a long time. I've collected money from either of them.
I get that feeling. But don't worry, they're up there watching over you and that's beautiful.
I guess.
All right, so please can we meet you?
Yes, my name is Olorutola, actor, director, producer, assistant director, writer, amongst many other things. I'm filmmaking.
Hey, blood of Jesus. Only one person. All those things.
I'm filmmaking.
My God, this is beautiful. So I want to know about people. And a lot of people don't really know what production means. And production manager, movie production manager. So can you just enlighten us what it's all about?
Okay, movie production manager basically is in the name. Production manager is the person who manages the production, manages the resources that is given from the EP, which is the executive producer or the producer. And so basically, a production manager is in the production team, and you're managing the resources to make sure everything that has to do with the production is done. You don't overspend, you don't underspend. The production manager is basically the back end of the production. The AD is the front end. So I do both. But then on Everybody Loves Jennifer, I was the production manager.
So what was your journey like? Did you ever have this idea that you were going to be this? So how did you come about it?
Almost story time. Okay, so when I was a kid, I always wanted to act. Genevieve and Ramsey Noah were my go-to guys.
Hey, I get the vibe.
Yeah, I swear, Ramsey, I love you a lot. Okay, yeah.
I actually watch his movies, and trust me, hey,
he's gone from producing to direct. It's from acting to directing. He directs more now, but yeah, I love his movies. I loved him when he was acting back then.
Yeah.
And I would, reenact whatever I see on TV, and I'm like, I could do better than this guy.
You get the vibe.
Yes, I trained myself. I'm self-trained, and I think I did very well.
See, I don't want to send him, but let's continue.
So growing from there, I ventured into writing. That was my first step, and that was like a few years ago. I left the movie industry for a while for private reasons, personal reasons.
Wow.
I can't see on camera.
Wow. So how do you do your writing? Like, what really inspires you in writing?
Writing is crazy.
I guess.
Yeah, writing is crazy because writing is crazy. You have to create a world that doesn't exist. Create characters, create how they talk, create something unique. You're the first person that sees the picture. Before the director, before the producer, before the EP. You see the picture, you paint the picture. And it's not just putting words together. Sometimes you have to give the characters unique way of speaking, writing is a world on its own. It's a world on its own, yeah.
So at what stage in filmmaking process do you typically get involved?
All stages. From start to finish. From the story to execution to editing to finish, start to finish. I told you I'm film.
Everywhere. Jesus. So I would like to ask a question. In all the movies you've produced and stuff like that, which particular movie would you say you poured in your all?
Hey, all. So the thing is, okay, this is me advertising myself with time. The thing is, when I get on the project, you don't get. For example, if you get me on the project as a production manager, you don't just get a production manager. You get a production manager that is also an AD, that is also in costume, that is also in makeup. So when I'm coming in everything I am. You understand? So it's difficult to say this is the one I pour in everything, even down to the story. I can be a production manager, but when I'm doing my breakdown, I don't like the story. I'm telling you, can we tweak this? Can we make the story better here? Can we add this? Can we do this? And do you write? Don't worry, I write, but that's not what you hired me for. But let's make it better. You understand?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I do. I make sure everything I'm doing all together is it's a good project. Anything I touch must work.
Anything. Oh, well. So how do you really collaborate? Because being on scene too, to see those movies, like, how do you collaborate with the actors and get to, relate with them very well? Because trust me, I don't want to say this, some actors can be very funny.
Oh yeah, some actors are very funny. Very annoying. But I think I'm good at this because I was prepared for this. Before I ventured back into acting, like I said, I deviated for a while. I was in ministry. So yes, I served the Lord for a while. I'm still a pastor. But so I know how to talk to everybody. Everybody has how you talk to them. The way I relate to you might not be the way I relate to the next person, because I know the best way to relate to that person is this way. So same with actors. There are those that are very playful. You can play with them, but you know where to put your boundary when you're working with them, because sometimes you play too much, they'll disrespect you. And sometimes there are those you need to play with to get them, get favors and stuff. So you just need to know how to interact with each actor and manage their emotion, manage their skill, also manage the production. Because sometimes the director and the actor are going head to head. You need to manage the director, manage the actor, just manage the production.
Oh, you need to manage them because as well. So can you talk about the time? Was there any time you went wrong on set, and how did your team handle it?
Hey!
The blood of Jesus.
Blood of Jesus. Okay.
Oh my God.
This one was crazy.
Yeah.
Shout out to Oscar Mani, which is Kemi Adetiba's husband. So I was on the project of Finding Messiah. Please, sir, we want to see this movie. When is it coming out? So I was on the set of Finding Messiah. I was the AD. I was the second AD. And I was brought on that project so I was supposed to do my assistant director, like I said. So I was supposed to put the schedule, know the actors on set, know everything, but we shot late a day before and I was exhausted. So I didn't do a thorough check on all the actors that were supposed to be on set.
Yeah.
So we didn't call a particular actor, and the actor was traveling back to Ghana. So because we didn't call him, he booked a flight to Ghana.
Oh my.
He was packing his bags to the airport when we realized that he was supposed to be on set. So we had to start calling, trying to lock him down, trying to stop him from getting to the airport, and then we had to bring him back to set. And Oscar, covered my ass and covered the flight. God bless you, sir, and saved my ass that day. And yeah, we got him back to set and we shot Finding Messiah. We're still waiting for the movie to come out, by the way. It's a very, very beautiful movie.
That's crazy. Yes. So, do you have any projects you're working on right now?
Yes, actually. I'm currently working on the... Can I say this?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I have a lot of juice, but I don't have enough time. But yeah. Okay. So I'm currently working on the project with Shaggy right now.
All right.
As I said, I don't know. Am I supposed to say this?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm giving too much tea. Don't worry, that's private. But then, personally, I'm working on the project because we just did a movie and a short movie.
Yeah.
It's on the YouTube channel, my YouTube channel too. Because I've been working for a lot of people. I'm still working with them. I'm trying to start up my own channel. Yes, and like I tell people, this is the first time I'm saying this. I am going to be Nigeria's Tyler Perry.
Ah!
Yes, I'm saying it for the first time on air.
You just heard that.
Yes.
Oh God.
So when I'm out there in 2-3 years from now, 4 years, when people start talking about me, the closest person they'll relate me to will be Tyler Perry. So I'm putting it out there right now. So hold my word for it.
I get that.
Yeah. So we're starting on YouTube for now. We're starting small. We're doing small projects, unique stories, things that are different from what you're used to. On YouTube right now, what people do is just love, rinse and repeat, just change the scene. Hey, if it was the guy, change it to a girl. They're just doing the same thing over and over again. But I want to do something unique, something different, and we're already doing it. So I did something called Adopted.
All right.
It's a very unique story. It's currently on ONA TV Originals. That's my YouTube channel, ONA TV Originals. Yeah. And I'm working on something else called Voices. Voices is because everybody has voices speaking to them. The voice of social media, your pastor, your friend, your own thoughts, God, the Holy Spirit, the devil. We all have voices, and a lot of time it makes us make decisions that we're not supposed to do. So that's coming up. Yeah, that's.
So you talked about Adopted. I would like to. Can you just enlighten us on what?
Yes,
what
Adopted is out. It took us a while. We had to work in something new.
Yeah.
I wanted something different from what is out there, like I said. Christianity. I'm a Christian, by the way, like I said. And I wanted something different. A lot of people, when we hear about witches and Christendom, the first thing that goes through your mind is fall down and die. You fall down and die. You're trying to bind and cast. And,
oh my God.
You put the scripture, suffer not the witch to live, And we're used to it. But then I came up with something different. The devil is not just recruiting witches, in quotes. Some of them are also stuck in a space they don't want to be in.
That's true.
Some of them are also victims of the devil. So some of them are in a space they can't come out from, because in my world of pastoring, I've had the opportunity to talk to some people that were associated with witchcraft in one form or one way or the other.
Yeah.
And they will tell you things like, I never wanted to be there. I tried to come out. I couldn't come out, and they were stuck there. And I imagined, what happens when someone who doesn't want to be a witch is stuck in such situation, and then they meet a Christian. Now, the Christian wants to kill them, but they're also looking for the God that you serve to come out of the problem while you're fighting for them to die.
Yes.
So I came up with something different, and I'm saying Jesus died for witches too. So it's a unique story, it's a unique concept, and you need to go watch it, because Jesus died for witches.
You need to go and watch this movie, because I'm already excited, like everything. It's well. All right, I'd like to ask this question, because I know during production process, it's a lot. Things goes there. And how do you plan for the control, the budget during production, finances, and the rest of them? I know it's really hard. So just enlighten.
I talk about my project, or when I go general?
Like maybe generally.
Okay, because if it's my project, we just hope on God.
Hey, God, Father.
We pray hard. Because one small thing, I know I'm a small unit. So one small thing can make you go over budget. One small, maybe someone just decides, you know what, I'm not giving my camera. You have to pay full money or whatever, because we're trying to rely on relationships.
Yeah.
So something small can trigger and just escalate the price. But then for production, basically from the writing, you're already considering your budget. You're considering what you want to spend, and you're considering how you want to spend it. So from your writing, you're already looking at cutting expenses. You want to tell a good story, but you don't want to spend too much. It's from the writing.
Yes.
So when you go out of the writing, you now go into the budget room. You have your team, your production manager, you bring your DOP, you bring other people. Then you look at what is written and you're like, can we improve on this scene? Will it cost us more? Oh, this will cost us a lot. Let's reduce here. Let's rebudget this. You start structuring different elements of your production. Yeah.
Wow. So I would like to ask this question about your writing.
Okay.
So have you been in any position where you've done the writing and your final touch up on everything, and you're not so satisfied with the work, and you're like, I need to do this again?
Always. I'm not satisfied with anything I do. Even this adopted, when I watch it, I'm like, I could have done this better. There's nothing I do that I don't feel like I could have been better, even writing. I write it, and if you give me another week and I read it again, I'll change something. Give me another week.
I even want to ask this too. So during production process, have you ever changed locations like that before?
On set, as we're shooting, I'm like, I don't like this again. No, this is not working. No. Even the lines I wrote on set, I would change. No, I don't want you to say this again. No, change it to this, and we're fixing it. Shout out to Aunt Funke. She's my mother, my role model. She's many things to me in Nigeria, and she's one of the reasons why I'm this good at what I do, because she harnessed me. And why I shouted out to her is because she's the master of this thing I just said. She's not satisfied. Even she's doing the script, because I used to write for her. I wrote for her from 2021 to 2023, 2024. I worked with her 2024 again on Everybody Loves Jennifer.
Yeah.
She's not satisfied. We can write together, and the next day while reading the same thing we discussed that she said we should all put together.
Jesus.
And she's like, no, this character. I'm like, man, you said it. It's your mouth. I can play the voice note. And she's like, no. This character said, we'll change it. Wait for shoot. While we're shooting, they're writing, So this is while we're shooting.
You're changing?
We're changing on set. That woman is something, and that's why her production is at the level it is. That's why she's number one in Nigeria. She's not going to
I'd like to know the journey of Everybody Loves Jennifer, because Jesus, that movie,
no.
Even to now, like, I'm still shocked. Like, when I see the movies, like, there's this joy I have. I don't know how did you guys do this?
Okay, so I can't take credit for a lot of things, because it's her brainchild, and she did a lot of work. She was in my office. Now, when I say she's the EP, she's also an actor. She's also the production manager. Now, I was the production manager, but she's also the production manager. There's an AD, but she's also the AD. There's costumes.
She's everywhere.
She's everywhere. And the sad thing is, she enters your office and she makes you feel like you don't know your job, because she's still doing it as good as you are, or even better than. And like, Mama, I know it's a gift you have. Just allow us nurture our own gift. She's really, really gifted. Everybody Loves Jennifer. She created that art, and she told us, this thing is going to hit a number. It was difficult to believe at that time, and we did it.
Wow.
We did it. Now she's working on something called BTS right now, behind the scene, and I know it's going to be huge.
Of course.
It's going to be huge too. But I don't know if it will beat Everybody Loves Jennifer. But I pray it does. I mean, she's a talent. She's amazing.
Oh my God. So a lot of fans are actually watching you right now, and they're like, I want to go into movie production. What's your advice for them? Because they're listening to you and they're watching you right now.
Okay, there are a lot of schools out there that you can learn from, and you can go practice and get a degree to learn these things. I'm self-taught, and I had people like Aunt Funke guide me. I had people like Tola Odunsin, God bless you, sir, God bless you. He's one of the first persons that took a risk with me. Tola Odunsin gave me platform to do a lot of things. I'm self-taught. If you want to do this, first of all, you need a mentor. You need to get a degree if you can. If you can't, start as small as a PA, a production assistant. Go on set. Look at the things you're doing. Look at the department you're naturally called to, because everybody has what they're naturally called to. I'm naturally called to running the set. I produce, I direct, I act. So I know that's my office. But then, because of that office, I have to know everything about everything. So sometimes when you come on set, find the department you're strong in, where you have strength in, and then go and understudy. If you like sound, if you're very picky with your ears, you can pick things. Go into the sound department, sit down there, help hold the boom. Watch the guy, just learn. And don't expect to earn. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. Don't expect to earn until you're maybe second or third year. Not because they don't want to pay you, but there's something that comes with practice. Over time, you become very good at this thing, and then you begin to have value for that thing. Go in to learn first before you start to earn.
Oh my God. Thank you so much for sharing your light with us today. I enjoyed myself, and I'm sure our viewers also enjoyed themselves too.
Thank you for having me.
So, to amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight. It was a blast, trust me. And yes, remember, if you're going viral or going global, stay true to your journey. And yes, don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOP TV Live. And yes, subscribe to our channels for more updates, exciting episodes. And until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, this has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So bye for now.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
8 a.m. Monday through Friday.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We'll begin the African News from Kenya, where Kenya held a state funeral for revered opposition leader Raila Odinga in Nairobi on Friday. Odinga, 80 years of age, died from a suspected heart attack at a health clinic in northern India on Wednesday, triggering a huge outpouring of grief for a man known affectionately as father by many Kenyans. President William Ruto told the crowd at Nairobi's Nyayo Stadium for the funeral that Odinga walked among Kenyans as a man, but also charged among them as a movement for change, a movement for justice, and a better and greater Kenya. Arguably the most important political figure of his generation in Kenya, Odinga served as Prime Minister from 2008 to 2013, but never succeeded in winning the presidency despite 5 attempts. However, he outlasted many rivals and is credited as a major player in returning Kenya to multi-party democracy in the 1990s and overseeing the widely praised Constitution of 2010. Still in Kenya, 4 persons have been killed in Kenya's capital, Nairobi, after security forces fired shots and tear gas to disperse huge crowds at a stadium where the body of the opposition leader, Raila Odinga, was lying in state. With thousands of supporters on the streets from early morning. Chaos erupted when a huge crowd breached a gate at Nairobi's main stadium, prompting soldiers to fire in the air. Police said that 2 persons were shot dead at the stadium, while the death toll later increased to 4, with scores injured. After security forces fired shots, police were also said to have used tear gas to disperse thousands of mourners. Early in the day, thousands of mourners briefly stormed Nairobi's international airport, interrupting a ceremony for the President William Ruto and other officials to receive Odinga's body with military honors. The incidents prompted a 2-hour suspension of airport operations. From Kenya, almost straight to Madagascar, where the military leader, Colonel Michael Randrianirina, has been sworn in as president before the High Constitutional Court in the capital, Antananarivo. Taking the oath of office, Randrianirina said he will fulfill completely and justly fulfill the high responsibilities of his position as president of the Republic of Madagascar. The swearing-in followed weeks of protests over water and power shortages, in which over 20 persons died and about 100 were injured. Facing impeachment, the former president, Andry Rajoelina, fled earlier this week. Still in Madagascar, the Madagascan military coup leader, Colonel Michael, says he is open to talks with the African Union, which had earlier suspended the country's membership after President Andry Rajoelina was ousted. He told a news conference that the decision was expected, adding that from now on, there will be behind-the-scenes negotiations to see how things unfold. However, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres condemned what he termed the unconstitutional change of government in the island country, calling for a return to constitutional order and the rule of law. From Madagascar, we'll go straight to South Africa, where a storm is brewing in South Africa's intelligence ward as President Cyril Ramaphosa suspends the Inspector General of Intelligence, Imtiaz Fazel, who is tasked with keeping the country's spies in check. His suspension followed information from Parliament's Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, which aimed to have received a complaint about Fazel. Peter Dotoid says it is reminiscent of the Marquis Richard Ndoli era, noting that Fazel looked into allegations of malfeasance and corruption at crime intelligence. According to him, Fazel produced a report which recommended actions against the National Police Commissioner and which recommended action against the head of crime intelligence, and all of a sudden, the IGI is suspended after the recommended action. He added that questions needed asking, but that by its very nature, crime intelligence is something that happens in the dark and needs to be protected from prying eyes, according to him. Still in South Africa, former Chief Executive Officer of the South African Road Accident Fund, Collins Letsoalo, has questioned the authority of Parliament's Standing Committee on Public Accounts, COPA, to probe the agency's finances. Letsoalo said that he believes that COPA was the wrong committee for the undertaking, saying it should instead be the Parliament's Transport Portfolio Committee. It said it was unclear while he was being requested to appear as a witness and to respond to allegations about the management of the fund during his tenure, which ended in August. From South Africa, we'll move straight to Uganda, where President of Uganda's National Economic Empowerment Dialogue NEAD party, Joseph Kabuleta, has dismissed claims that his party has joined a coalition supporting President Yoweri Museveni's 2026 re-election bid.
In a statement, Kabuleta refuted Prime Minister Robina Nambaja's announcement that NEED was among political parties that had pledged to back President Museveni in the upcoming polls, describing the allegation as false and part of a wilder plot to capture his party. The former presidential candidate accused the government and elements within what he called a fake opposition of attempting to co-opt his party to advance the ruling National Resistance Movement agenda. According to him, there have been countless attempts to recruit him into a fake opposition that is silently working to entrench the Museveni dynasty, but he has consistently resisted them. In another development, and still in Uganda, the Ugandan Cancer Institute, that's the UCI, has dismissed as false a long-standing myth suggesting that men sucking women's breasts can prevent or cure breast cancer. For years, the claim has circulated wildly on social media and in some tabloids urging men to help save women by engaging in the act. However, oncologists have firmly stated that the belief has no scientific basis. Speaking at the Ugandan Media Center during a briefing to mark Breast Cancer Awareness Month, UCI oncologist Dr. Maghib Bogere said there is no medical evidence to support the claim. He explained that a man sucking a woman's breast may not necessarily save her from breast cancer, but if she is breastfeeding her child for at least a year, it will reduce her chances of getting breast cancer. According to him, the only proven link between breast activity and cancer prevention lies in breastfeeding, not adult recreation. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now we'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is an economist, a Nobel writer, and also on this table, a public and political affairs analyst. Doctor, a very good afternoon to you. All right, then let me start off with this particular story, particularly on the path of breast cancer awareness in Uganda. It's been clearly stated here that there is no scientific proven basis on the fact that men sucking women's breasts saves them the risk of breast cancer. Move of the story. That medical checkups are not easy to come by, particularly on funding now, on the part of average Africans, not just Uganda now, because this is also a visible thing even in Nigeria. Some have said the path of low income for women and of course their husbands in general has caused the reason why they do not go for a checkup of these kind of ailments that has bedeviled them for a while now.
Well, whatever, it is 10 times cheaper to prevent than to cure. It is 10 times better to prevent than to cure. So I always say constant medical checkup. At least when somebody is doing that, maybe once in 6 months or two times a year.
Yeah.
There's any signs of detection in case if he wants to come. Mm-hmm. Because some doctors have talked about when women see lumps
right
on their breast. Mm-hmm. You know, so for me, checkup should be the easiest way to go.
Well, again, I totally would agree with you on this because constant checkup truly can help women identify this ailment very quickly and, of course, get treated for it. All right, let's jump to another conversation. I'm going to take you to Kenya right now where some have been declared dead. Precisely four persons have been declared dead in the national honor, of course, of a man who has passed on right now. I'm talking about former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Odinga. Looking at the fact that, yes, there has been concerns about the fact that these shots that were fired by security operatives clearly was to disperse the too much crowd. What do you make of this story? That the people are going to pay their last respect to a man who has shown so much love for the people and are still being found dead in the end. What's your position on this?
For me, it is unfortunate. It is very, very unfortunate. Crowd management is a cost. Crowd management is a cost, but which many of our security officers are not taking. There are ways of managing a crowd so that it will not lead to violence. And since they are coming there to pay last respect, I wonder why they should go there with a knife bullets.
You're talking on the part of the security officers.
Sure, because so the issue, there are other ways of dispersing crowd, like tear gas, like hot water. Understand me? Like so, for me, using a knife bullet is not the right thing to do.
Now, again, Doctor, sorry to cut your line of thought. There has also been this concern about the African Union not being vocal about these kind of consistent killings in Kenya precisely, because I'm still staying in Kenya, with security forces dispersing crowd with live bullets, and not, of course, they did say in that story they had tear gas and all. Should it get to that level that lives will be lost? 4 persons now as a result of these shootings periodically by security operatives in Kenya.
So that's why I talked about crowd management.
Okay.
Because, an instance, we are now using mobile toilet at most of the events. Most people did not know how this idea of mobile toilets came about. In South Africa, during the World Cup in South Africa in 2010,
yes,
mobile toilets was used as a way of managing crowd. And the person that came up with this idea is, if a big event is going there to hold, for example, in a stadium, so it will be very difficult to move people to the toilet.
Okay.
Yes. So instead of, since it will be difficult to move people to the toilet, bring the toilet to the people.
Right.
So this is how this mobile toilet that is now being used everywhere in Africa started. So this is also a way of managing people. So our security officers don't know how to manage people. And when you cannot manage people, that you will become overwhelmed. And when you become overwhelmed, they now go to arms, which is very, very wrong.
Okay, now looking at this,
and again, I don't see AU talking about it because they want that it is not aimed at a particular group or at a particular people. This is concerned people, concerned Kenyans who want to go maybe show their last respect. So it's not targeted at the opposition or at the ruling party. So I don't see AU coming to talk about this.
Well, then again, some opposition figures will want to disagree with you because they have said that the AU have been clearly blinded with this selective kind of losses that have affected both young Kenyans in the country, because again, the directive by the president during the protest to shoot at the leg is one that they hold
not
every
this
single
particular
moment.
occasion.
Yes.
Not this particular occasion.
But they definitely would feel that this is a directive that the president have given. So the security forces consistently want to use little force to disperse crowd. You did say earlier that it is a course to learn how to crowd management.
It's a course which security agencies teach.
Now, security agencies, even in Kenya, goes as far as learning and unlearning some of these courses, which again, according to some quarters, there's been budget for some of these kind of courses. But is there the possibility that African security operatives do not clearly have that understanding of how to disperse crowd, particularly in very large moments like we found in Kenyan stadiums today?
For me, their mental state comes into it.
The mental state of the security operatives?
If you value life, you will not want to destroy it. If you value life, you will not want to destroy it. So for somebody who can shoot at people who are not violent, who are not protesting, but just a crowd, maybe surging towards where the Prime Minister is lying in state.
Yes.
You have no reason whatsoever to use life bullets on them. So it depends on that person's mental state.
Okay.
It depends on that person's mental state. Some of the security agencies in Africa, Nigeria, they transfer their frustration on the people. They transfer their anger on the people. They transfer their hatred on the people.
Okay.
They guard those who are killing them, who are maltreating them, who are underpaying them. They guard them generously. Now transfer that anger on innocent people who contribute nothing to what is happening to them. And understand me?
Right. Now, this again is a very contrasting story because when you spoke about security operative, what just came to mind is soldiers in Madagascar. Right now, as we speak, Madagascar has a new leader, and of course, a military leader to be precise, Colonel Michael Randrianirina. He's been sworn in as the president of Madagascar. Of course, in absentia of the president, they have taken off from the island of Madagascar. But concerns are being raised about the youth-led protests versus elite manipulation, because this is what the former president, Andry Rajoelina, has called it. What's your position with these kind of takeover? Because again, when Andry Rajoelina was in power, he did ask the military to help quell the young people who are protesting in the country, but they refused and rather joined the protest. What wave of political move are we seeing in Madagascar with this kind of move by the military leader?
Well, for me, why the military refused is that they felt that the protest was right, that the protesters were right, because they too are having shortage of what those youths were protesting for.
Right, which is water and electricity.
No basic communities.
Right.
So you cannot suppress the will of the people. Those army officers are part of the community. They don't have their own borehole elsewhere. They are buying from the same market. You understand me? So, but it's only in Nigeria that soldiers will be fighting the masses who are protesting for a genuine cause. Imagine during end bad governance, policemen, soldiers shooting innocent Nigerians who are fighting for what you know, if it's achieved, will benefit you.
Right.
So I'm happy that the military took over. Understand? I'm happy that the military took over, because that the best military is worse than that the worst democracy is better than the best military is manipulation.
Now, Doctor, this
manipulation is not true.
No, but what you just said now, a lot of quarters from Madagascar have really said this, but the concern now would be, is this the rise of a democratic reset, or are we seeing a recycled coup dressed in a constitutional release?
No, for me it is a reset. Now, these people, once the president is gone, understand?
Right.
Then who takes over is the chief of army staff. It happened in Nigeria when Tafawa, Benawa, that was killed in a military coup. Understand me?
Yeah.
Aguiyi, he is the chief of army staff, then has to take over. And then there are going to be a transition back to democracy. But mind you, democracy is not just civil rule. Democracy is a development. So what I now expect these military guys to do is to make sure that the reason for the protest, that they will now do it.
Oh well, the new
yes, what those youths are protesting for, the lack of water, lack of electricity, let them put those things in.
Now, Doctor, concerns are being raised here because some have said the same military that installed Andry Rajoelina in 2009 are now the ones that are claiming to rescuing democracy from the same man. How can we juxtapose this? Because again, this is the military that installed him into power in 2009.
Maybe he is not doing what they expect him to do. Understand me?
On his second tenure, because this is his second tenure.
And mind you, if it's 2009 till now,
yes,
understand, that is almost that's almost the democracy talks about periodic elections.
Yes.
So no single term can last a 10-year period. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. Understand me? So it's highest 4 or 5 years.
Right.
So for somebody who came on board 2009 that to 2019 is 10 years.
True.
And now
that cannot just be a first tenure.
Understand me? Right. So something is wrong. So they might have felt that why we brought this guy in, our purpose is not really being achieved. So he should go.
Now again, Doctor, there are concerns about the fact that before he left office, I'm talking about the former president, Andry Rajoelina, he did say to the protesters, give me 1 year. Everything you ask for, I will give to you. He even went ahead to bring down all of his ministers and cabinets, dropping all of them. Isn't that enough move for negotiations with these Gen Zs, as they are popularly called in Madagascar?
One thing with the Gen Zs is they are very, very impatient. Understand?
For a full year.
They are very, very impatient because these politicians will keep on dribbling. Understand me? So or they feel that enough is enough.
Okay.
That he has stayed there for almost 19 years. Understand me? Minimum of 15 years is enough. What else are you asking for? Understand? So, or they feel that even if it's given just like what is his name, Paul Biya.
Oh yes.
Who has stayed for 43 years, is now saying that he wants to reform Cameroon. You've stayed for 43 years. You've not done it. It's now that you are 90-something that you are going to reform that country. Right. Why you have stayed for 43 years? So when did this message of reformation come? So politicians can promise anything just to stay in
other
power.
Words, the words of Andry Rajoelina, the former president of Madagascar, is clearly politically motivated.
That's it. He just wants to buy time.
All right then. Well, let's still talk on this part, this same conversation. The African Union are swift to talking right now on the move of power. But some quarters have said that this clearly isn't a principled stand.
No.
What do you make of this?
That's a selfish call. They want to protect themselves. They don't want to happen. They don't want what happened in Madagascar to happen in their own country. You know, when this thing happened, they just say quick. Okay, that's all the wars in DR Congo, and why haven't they all come out? That one doesn't concern them. This one now concerns them. Understand? They don't want to lose their seats. That's why they are quick to condemn. Understand me?
You actually think this is selective?
It is selfish. It is very, very selfish.
Well, again, let's also put it here. The leader of the AU, I'm talking about Lourenco, the president of Angola, is also not having it easy with his people because there have been protests, particularly on the part of the same young people in Angola. But then again, looking at the fact that right now Madagascar is right now in the hands of a new military leader, do you see?
And Madagascar is in the same region with Angola.
Well, I was going there, but do you see some reflection of what is happening in Madagascar go straight to happening in Angola? Because, like you said, this looks like some persons are scared of this happening in their country.
That's why they are quick to respond, because it might affect them. If it becomes just like the Arab Spring.
Yes.
Understand?
Yes.
So when this thing happens, it sends message to people to youth in the other country. They will say, look at what youth have done in Nepal, in Madagascar, in Sri Lanka. Understand me? Why can't we do the same? So that's why they have been quick to suspend them from AU. Understand?
Okay.
Why haven't you suspend Paul Kagame from AU?
I'm still going to ask you more on this suspension by the AU, but I want to flash back to the part where you made earlier that the young people, the Gen Zs now, are not patient enough, and of course they want things done their way. There is a current protest in Nigeria here by the Take It Back movement, particularly on the illegal demolition of the Lagos state government. And of course, from their own end, they believe that is an uncalled for decision and bad governance as well. Do you think the wake-up call within the young people that is ravaging some part of Africa is clearly coming to Nigeria, or are we seeing just a minute of such move with these kind of protests in Nigeria that happen in Lagos?
One, pockets of protests will continue that to happen, but now, why this is not on a nice scale, because a lot of the youth are not really being affected directly.
Okay.
Now, it is those who are very, very conscious of this that are participating. Understand? Nepal was because they want to ban social media.
Right.
And this is what is at the heart of the youth. Understand me? This is what is at the heart of the youth, because in Nigeria, ethnicity and religion is still very, very deep. It's still very, very strong.
Okay.
So in Nigeria, it is still like we and them. That was why the NSAS happened in this. No, NSAS happened in the south. And bad governance happened in the north. Understand me? So we are not really one country yet.
With all the pockets of protest?
Understand me? We are not really one country. If you go to where that's happening now, you see that a lot of them are from one political, that's from one region.
Okay.
You ask yourself, why should I participate in the protest for this demolition? Understand? After all, I'm not from here. After all, the people, the government here are also demolishing our own. Understand me?
Okay.
So when something, but I feel that when it becomes, when all the youth are really affected, it will happen in the country.
All right, then let's talk about the disassociation of AU with the new junta government in Madagascar. From your position, you've seen several of these kind of conversations and, of course, move by the AU. Do you think, again, the AU, because the military leader, I'm talking about Colonel Michael, clearly said there will be some level of conversation with these bodies if they choose to want to be part of it. With that kind of statement, do you think any of such conversation will happen?
One, AU is not putting food on any country's table in Africa. AU is not fighting for the war of any country in this Africa. So ordinarily, and again, AU is a voluntary organization. So there's nothing inciting or enticing about being a member of AU. This is what that they should know. Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso voluntarily exited the ECOWAS.
Right.
And they are doing better now. So, for me, this suspension is just political, because government is about the good of the people. Not if a military government can bring succor to the people, let them practice that military government. Understand?
All right then.
If a military government can take good care of the life of the people, let them practice it
without disturbance from any.
Sure.
Body. Well, you said earlier that that move from AU is highly political, and then there is another conversation of a political move somewhere in South Africa where President Cyril Ramaphosa clearly has suspended Inspector General of Intelligence Imtiaz Fazel, who was tasked with keeping the country's spies at check with the African intelligence. It's just what it is. Some have said that this is something that is brewing so heavy. Interestingly, the man in question did submit a report that indicted some members of the cabinet of Cyril Ramaphosa, and then days after, he's been suspended. What's the position with this kind of suspension, Dr. Peter?
Well, Peter Botha, that the former Prime Minister of South Africa under the apartheid, made a serious claim that Africans don't have the capacity, even the mental intellect to rule themselves. That's what Peter Botha said.
Okay.
That Africa don't have what it takes to govern themselves, and that's why they'll continue. That's the apartheid regime should continue. And then, in a way, these people are proving it. Understand? Because for more than 10 years now, there has not been a stability in South Africa.
Okay.
And then, the guy must have stepped on sacred toes. That is by publishing those things. Maybe he touched at those who are very dear to the president.
Now, of course, that again is the conversation on ground. His reports that he produced had a recommendation action against the National Police Commissioner, and which, of course, recommended actions against the head of crimes intelligence. And all of a sudden, this IGI is being suspended by the president. So if these people are dear to the president, as against a recommendation that, again, he was saddled with the responsibility of bringing out and producing, why take him out of office because of some other reasons?
Which means from the one or the president don't want a true result. Which means or the president don't want a transparent result. Because if you give somebody an assignment and allow him or her to do that job to the best of his or her capacity.
So, Doctor, where leaves the Crimes Intelligence Unit of the South African Security Force with the suspension of this man and, of course, these reports that he produced just yesterday? Where lies the Crimes Unit with the reports, of course, that has been brought out like by yesterday?
Well, crime is very, very heavy in South Africa. Crime is heavy, and maybe the report has exposed a lot of corruption, which if investigated, might also get to the president himself. And he may not want it, and because of that, has that to ask him that to go. Right now, Ramaphosa is not very strong because ANC got their worst result, that's election result in the last election.
Yes.
That they don't even have enough that to form, so they have to go into a coalition. And as we speak, the Minister of Home Affairs in South Africa is a member of another party.
Right.
So, and this is the kind of things that makes a government unpopular. When you don't want transparency, when you want to truncate or the will of the people.
Oh, well, Doctor, I really would love you to continue, but maybe in 30 seconds, let's go to Uganda, where the opposition have denied any coalition with the president's party. And the opposition I'm talking about is the National Economic Empowerment Dialogue Party. That's the NEAD party. They've dismissed the claim that, of course, the party is joining the president in his re-election bid. Something that they say is fake news. And of course, coming from the party of the president, which again, they have clearly debunked that they are not in any coalition with the president in his bid for the next election. What's your position?
Well, I see what happened in Cameroon happening in Uganda.
How do you mean?
The Bob Wine, that's might win the election, but Museveni would want to stay put in power.
As declared by the electoral body, if the electoral body declares Museveni as the next president come 2026, would that be something worth fighting for in the court by Bobby Wine?
But Paul Biya is still there fighting that's his own.
Oh, well, because of our time, really, I would love to continue this conversation, but this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African news. We've been talking with Dr. Peter Anosike, an economist, a Nobel writer, and of course, one who on this table is a public and political affairs analyst. Doctor, thank you so very much for always being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right, then we'll go on a very short break now. When we return, the rest of the African news will continue shortly. Please stay with us. Come on. The African news right here on Voice of the People television. Now to more stories. No fewer than 33 persons have died from Rift Valley fever in Senegal and Mauritania since its outbreak in last September. An official of the African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Africa CDC, has said. Data released by the Deputy Incident Manager at the African CDC, Yap Bom II, showed the disease has claimed the lives of no fewer than 20 persons in Senegal, with a case fatality rate of 11.7% in the 5 regions of the West African country. Speaking during a virtual press conference from the Democratic Republic of Congo on key health issues around the continent, Yap said 171 confirmed cases have been recorded. The northern St. Louis region is the most affected, with about 159 of the recorded cases since the first laboratory confirmation of Rift Valley fever in the country on September the 20th. The data also showed that in Mauritania, Rift Valley fever has killed 13 persons, while 36 cases have been recorded. The disease has affected 12 regions of Mauritania, with Brakna and Traza the most hit areas. Moving on, Canada's newly appointed ambassador to Ethiopia, Nicolas Simard, says his country and Ethiopia have a lot to do together, including in aerospace, renewable energy, mining, and education to support key sectors for economic relations. Simard, who presented his credentials to President Haile Selassie, said he had a great conversation with the president covering issues of peace, security, and economic relations. Elaborating on the meeting, Simard said he mentioned to the president that they have a lot to do together to support key sectors for economic relations. The credential presentation coincided with a significant milestone in Canada-Ethiopia relations, marking the 60th anniversary of bilateral relations. According to the ambassador, Ethiopia is the second largest partner of Canada in the world in terms of development assistance after Ukraine, and the biggest in Africa, with about $195 million of development assistance per year. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on another quick break right now. When we return, more stories in African business and sports will be up next. Please stay.
Some People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. Governor of Ghana's Central Bank, Johnson Asamia, says its plans to introduce crypto regulations by the end of 2025 after advancing a related bill to the parliament. Asamia said during an appearance at the International Monetary Fund's meeting in Washington that the bank was forming a new department to oversee the crypto sector. He added that the regulators had been working on a draft over the past 4 months. According to him, the bill is on its way to Parliament, adding that the country should be able to regulate cryptocurrencies. He stated that the legislation will also serve as the foundation for building out the necessary oversight tools and institutional capacity to monitor crypto flows effectively. Asiama disclosed that the bank was developing the expertise and manpower, putting together a new department that will help it. And to wrap up the African News, we'll go straight talking some sports. Newcastle United legend Alan Shearer has criticized Democratic Republic of Congo's forward Yohan Wissa for featuring in international matches during the September break, urging him to show loyalty to his new club. Wissa, who joined Newcastle from Brentford in a £55 million move, is yet to make his debut for the Magpies after sustaining a knee injury while on international duty last month. The 29-year-old scored in both DR Congo's games against South Sudan and Senegal, but picked up the injury in the later encounter, which has kept him sidelined since then. Nevertheless, even if his recovery goes according to plan, Newcastle are still expected to be without him for much of December and early January, as he will be on international duties at the AFCON finals. Speaking to Betfair, Shearer questioned Wissa's decision to play for his country, saying he should have exercised more caution after missing preseason with Newcastle. He noted that while it would be really difficult for Wissa not to go to AFCON to represent his country, he could have shown more responsibility, not playing as much as he did in those 2 games when he went away on international duties. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Health Check, the program where we discuss key issues that affect our health and well-being here on Voice of the People TV. I am Praise Peters, and as always, I'm delighted to be here with fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health issues in ways that are real, relevant, and empowering. But first, remember you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. Today, we're focusing on a very, very interesting topic, one that is often overlooked but deeply affects millions of people. And the topic is mental health and depression. Well, mental health has increasingly become a global concern affecting millions of people across age groups and backgrounds. Depression is a result of mental health disorder, and it is more than just feeling sad or down for a few days. It's really a serious condition that affects how we think, feel, and handle daily life. Yet, many still suffer in silence due to stigma or lack of understanding. According to statistics, globally, over 1 billion people are living with a mental health condition, with depression affecting approximately 280 million adults worldwide and being more common in women and men. Well, women than men. Well, mental disorders are a leading cause of long-term disability and contributes to significant economic losses, though effective treatments exist for many conditions, but they often lack sufficient investment and access, particularly in lower-income countries. But today, to help us understand these conditions better, we will be speaking with a medical expert who will share professional insights and practical tips to guide us through. And today I'm joined by Dr. Miracle Ihuoma, who is a clinical psychologist and a family life therapist. And I'm also joined with Dr. Charles Adiogo, who is a public health physician and wellness advocate. And together, they will be shining light to the topic of discussion for today. So do stay tuned. You're welcome, Doctor. Welcome, Dr. Miracle, and welcome, Dr. Adiogo. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. Mr. Miracle, how are you doing? How is everything? You're looking amazing.
Thank you very much, and so do you.
Thank you. So how have you been?
I've been great.
Amazing. Very well, thank you. Good. Dr. Adiogo, how are you doing,
I'm
sir?
very well, thank you.
Very well, thank you. You look really good.
Thanks.
All right, so let's go straight to the topic of discussion today. So, Doctor, Mr. Miracle, we're talking about mental health, and I understand that you were a specialist in this field. So I really want to understand, what does mental health mean? What does depression mean? And how important is it to your overall well-being?
All right, beautiful. So when I talk about mental health, I usually like to start with talking about health, because it gives you a background, a backdrop of what mental health is about, and helps you to appreciate mental health even better. Yeah, so World Health Organization has defined health as the total well-being, the physical, mental, and social well-being of an individual, not just the mere absence of infirmity. To say that health is tripartite in nature, it is physical, yes, but it's also mental and social, right? And then mental health, as then defined by World Health Organization, is the well-being of an individual in which that individual is able to realize their potential, is able to cope with the normal stresses of life. That individual is also able to work productively and fruitfully, and then the individual is able to contribute meaningfully to his or her community. So that is in 4 parts. You know, sometimes I take like 1 hour to explain all of this, but you know, it's just knowing that, talking about realizing your potential, 1, coping with the normal stresses of life, 2, working productively and fruitfully, 3, and then contributing to his or her community. And then depression is a mood disorder that is characterized by intense sadness, right? And the symptoms of depression must have existed for at least 2 weeks before you can actually diagnose and say somebody has depression. So that's like a brief definition of what mental health is. I don't know if you want me to explain further or
Well,
come back with
seems like we're going to be learning a whole lot today. All right, Dr. Diogo, you deal with a lot of patients, and a lot of people think that physical health is all there is. Do you agree with us that there is something called mental health that needs to be paid attention to as well?
Absolutely. Like the doctor has well spoken, mental health is a very crucial aspect of general well-being. And a person's mental status has a lot to do with their well-being. So in order for a person to be deemed a healthy person, all the 4 criteria that he listed earlier, the mental, physical, social, and emotional well-being must be intact. For the mental state of an individual to a large extent determines how productive they are in the society, determines their motivation, determines what they can achieve, and determines to a large extent how they interact with the environment and people around them. Mental health is something that is quite vast, and there are a lot of mental health disorders or associated mental health disorders that can manifest in different people. So it's very essential that the good physician is very open and has a high index of suspicion for mental health challenges because they may present in a subtle way, but because you are looking out for them, you are going to be able to pick them up. Because, the orientation we have in Nigeria or in Africa for most people is that when they hear mental health, they usually think of people who are out of their mind.
Exactly.
Who are walking the streets, without clothes on, who are looking so dirty and unkempt. But it goes beyond that. There are a lot of mental health challenges that people do have that they don't necessarily present in that way. So a good physician is out there looking out for those symptoms and is able to make the right referrals to the psychiatrist or the clinical psychologist, as the case may be, for proper management. So we cannot overemphasize the importance of mental health across all different age brackets, in children, in adolescents, in adults, and even in the elderly, because mental health is a paramount part of our well-being.
All right, so there is this ideology amongst us Nigerians. When you hear mental health, you're like, oh, don't stress me. Depression and all of that. So are you trying to, you said something that there are many aspects to mental health, and it even cuts across all age groups.
Absolutely.
So I really want to know, so what are the other sides to mental health aside depression? Because that's what most of us think it is, really.
Well, when it comes to mental health, there are broad classifications. You have some that are neuroses, you have some that are psychoses, you have some that are mood disorders, you have some, part of the neuroses, those ones, you have the phobias, you have the anxiety disorders, the panic attacks and everything. These are things that people have, and sometimes they don't even realize they have it. And then you also have personality traits and personality disorders that people have.
Okay.
You have them in different clusters. You have people who are schizoid, for instance. They like being on their own, not interacting much with people.
Yeah.
They consider it normal, and but they may have some undertones of some other things there.
This one you just said is not zodiac sign. So people say zodiac sign, oh, there is this temperament thing. Oh, I'm melancholy, and I never knew mental health has to do with personality traits.
different traits. Even people that have different personality disorders, like borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorders, even antisocial, personality disorders. Yeah, a lot of people, have these traits that point sometimes to deep-seated psychiatric issues. And then, of course, substance abuse, which is on the rise amongst our youngsters and the youth. You would realize that it's usually accompanies or is an important factor in development of certain mental health disorders. So it's very essential that we're on the lookout for these things. When we talk of mental health, we're not referring only to depression. There are a constellation of other problems that can be associated with mental health issues that need urgent attention. Even amongst children, learning disorders, learning disability, dyslexia, and all that. All those things are so important because overall they can have some kind of mental health associations that also require attention.
Okay, so if we focus on mental health, we'll just go round and round, and we will definitely just touch a whole lot of things. So let's streamline it down to depression now. Okay, so depression, Dr. Miracle, do you think depression is just the feeling of sadness, emotional, feeling down and all of that? So we really want to know, is that what depression means? Just feeling down for a few days and feeling like killing yourself? I really want to understand what depression is for the sake of our viewers as well.
All right, thank you very much. So like when I was defining depression, I said it is intense sadness. Yeah.
Intense sadness.
Yes. So sadness is not the same thing with depression. I know a lot of people throw the word around. I'm depressed.
Thank you.
I'm depressed.
It has turned to a regular word, and we don't even know the depth.
But for a lot of those people, what they're trying to say is that I'm sad, because there's a difference between sadness and depression.
Okay.
I'd just like to ask my audience, when I talk about depression, to say, have you ever been sad before? So I'm asking you, for example, have you ever been sad before?
Yes, I have.
You didn't have to think about it. Everybody has been sad.
Yes.
At one point or the other in their life, everybody has been sad.
Yes, true.
Now multiply that sadness by maybe 100.
Whoa, okay.
That is depression.
Wow.
Yes. Of course, at its peak, right? That is depression. So depression is different from sadness in 3 major areas. Number 1 is intensity or severity. To say that the intensity of depression is way more than the intensity of sadness. Number 2 is longevity. The longevity of depression is way more than that of sadness. That is why I also said, when I was defining depression, that the symptoms of depression must have lasted for at least 2 weeks before one can be diagnosed as depressed. Why sadness, for example, would most likely last a few days, right? Wow. So if I feel sad about a particular thing, maybe a day or 2 or 3, I'm fine. But with depression, that feeling is consistent for at least 2 weeks. Then the third difference between sadness and depression is in cause. In sadness, the cause is always known. In depression, the cause is not always known.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes there's even no visible cause.
Wow.
Sometimes the individual cannot point to what is making them depressed. Yeah.
Wow.
And sometimes there is a cause, because sadness can metamorphose into depression.
Depression, yes.
Yeah. If not properly managed, something that happens to a person, say the person loses a loved one, experience a breakup or what have you. If not properly managed, that person can slip from sadness into depression. But sadness is not depression. Whilst depression, has the elements of sadness, it is not also sadness in itself. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so now that you're talking about symptoms, I'm really interested, because I understand that you said something. Sadness can metamorphose into depression. So something can be happening to someone, for example, owing debt. Okay, so you can be owing someone, and probably between the time when you were owing the person to the time when you pay off, it could be just sadness. So let's say it's a month. That is now more than 2 weeks. So can we call that depression just because it lingered for a month? Because you said something that after 2 weeks, it can be diagnosed as depression.
So what I meant by after 2 weeks is the consistency of the symptoms. Not just that. So I can go in and out of sadness.
Okay.
Right? So, I'm sad today, I'm better tomorrow, and then maybe next tomorrow again I remember, I'm owing this person, and then I become sad, and then I'm fine. That's in and out of sadness. But depression, the symptoms are consistent. So I feel like that for most part of the day, for a period of 2 weeks. I'm having that feeling consistently for the most part of the day, for a period of 2 weeks, and not in and out. So that's when we say, okay, this person is most likely depressed.
All right. So I'd love to hear from the point of view as a doctor, and I'd also love to hear the point of view as a psychologist. What are the common signs you see in your patients that they should look out for in diagnosing depression? And what do you also think that could be the possible sign and symptom to look out for whenever you want to diagnose depression?
Okay, so I'm going first, right?
Yeah, you can go first, and then he speaks from the general public health point.
Yeah, so the symptoms of depression, can be cognitive, emotional, and behavioral, meaning that it is typical of every other mental health condition. It usually tripartite in nature. It's usually cognitive, that affects the way we think and process things. It can be emotional, talking about our feelings. It can also be behavioral, talking about our actions and behavior. Right. The symptoms would, for example, include, like I've mentioned, intense sadness already.
Yeah.
To say that there's usually depression is a mood disorder, just like you was mentioned earlier about the categories of mental health issues. So depression falls under the umbrella of mood disorder. So it's a mood. It is a mental health disorder or condition that affects your mood, right? So there's intense sadness, one. And then there could also be fatigue, presence of fatigue, where one just gets unnecessarily tired. Yeah, sometimes unable to get out of the bed. Yeah. There could be sleep problems. Most times there are sleep problems. So it's either the person sleeps too much or sleeps too little. Yeah. There could be eating problems as well. So it's either the person eats too much, begins to eat too much, or begins to eat too little in comparison to how they used to eat. And in comparison to how they used to sleep. Like, that's why I put that caveat there. In comparison to how they used to eat. So if somebody used to eat 2 wraps of fufu, and now they're eating 6.
That could be depression.
It could be.
Okay.
Not that we are saying it categorically is.
Okay.
So that's why you don't diagnose in isolation. You don't see somebody eating 6 times and say, this person is depressed. No. It has to be a cluster of symptoms coming together. Right?
Okay.
So somebody, for instance, can be eating 6 before and now they can't even finish 1 wrap. That could be a symptom of depression as well. Wow. So yeah, even libido, depression can affect libido. Yeah, it can cause a reduction in libido, right? It can also affect even the outlook of a person, where if you see people who are depressed, sometimes they are not concerned about how they look anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, they're not concerned about that. So there are many other. Suicidal ideation is also another, where one begins to contemplate suicide. I mean, they think about taking their own life. That's also a symptom of depression. Should I go ahead? It looks like you want me to.
Okay.
To hold.
You have a whole lot of things to say. Okay. I'm enjoying this conversation. So, doctor, it's very interesting that people could start having headache and some of the things he mentioned, like loss of appetite or fatigue and all of these things. Maybe it's malaria. Just give me malaria drugs and all of these things. So it's quite difficult for people to experience some emotional, symptoms and know what is going on. So from the standpoint of a medical doctor, we would love to know how you diagnose depression in people, knowing that some people only come to the clinic for physical or very obvious signs of malaria and all of those things that they could misinterpret. Please help us throw a light on that.
Okay, thank you. But part of the answer in response to this question is already in what he has said. When you're going to make a diagnosis of depression, it's not going to be in isolation. You're going to have the clusters of those symptoms, and then you are able to run your relevant investigations. For instance, somebody comes to you with chronic fatigue, always tired, can't explain why, always uninterested in things. But so we would now ask important questions. There's something called apathy. You don't have motivation. If you are working on a project, you are normally a vibrant person. You are normally somebody who meets up targets, always on the move, and suddenly you don't have interest in what you've always had interest in. That could also signal depression. Then we also have what we call anhedonia. The things that you enjoy before, you don't have interest in them anymore. You are a music lover, you are a sports lover. Suddenly you have lost interest in all these things. Could also point to depression. You're going to be running a few investigations, for instance. So I paint a scenario, somebody coming to the hospital, telling the doctor, I've been feeling so tired, I don't know why, I'm not interested in anything, I just want to be in bed all day and all that. And the person is looking gloomy. And then from there, you can ask all these questions. Then run your investigations. Because as a doctor, you also want to carry out relevant investigations. Because you want to find out if the cause of fatigue is something clinical or medical. So you're going to order for your complete blood count, check the hemoglobin levels, check the PCV levels if they are optimal. But for somebody who is depressed, most likely they will come out fine. And then your sugar levels and all that would also be normal, but you would still find out that the cause of fatigue or tiredness is still unclear. And when you keep probing and asking questions about what are your hopes or your aspirations, what are things you look forward to, by the time suicidal ideations are beginning to come in there, all they see is gloom, feeling of worthlessness and hopelessness, and they're not interested in anything futuristic. When you're trying to ask them, okay, so what's your plan in the next 5 years? Everything just looks bleak to them. They don't see any light at the end of the tunnel.
Wow.
So those give you insights that you may be dealing with a mental health situation. And like you rightly said, sleeping too little or sleeping too much. So for me, my index of suspicion is always high when I hear a person is not getting enough sleep. So when people tell you that they sleep for only 2 or 3 hours, I know something is amiss. Because for you to be actively working and active during the day and you barely get 3 hours of sleep and you think you are functional, that is apparently not healthy at all. So you would be on the lookout for potential mental health issues that may be accompanying this kind of patient. And of course, there's an important test that we also do that can mimic depression sometimes. When people have hypothyroidism, we send them for a thyroid function test. When the thyroid is underactive, everything seems to slow down a bit. Even their memory, they may have some disturbances, fatigue and lethargy. We just want to rule out all these things, making sure that anemia is not in the picture, it is not an underactive thyroid, and you don't have maybe hypoglycemia or anything making them weak unnecessarily. You do a thorough assessment. So when all that is done and you cannot pinpoint the source of fatigue and they are having sleep issues, appetite issues, not looking forward to anything, feeling hopeless, feeling worthless, and maybe there has been a traumatic situation that's happened to them recently, because I have also come across patients that have been dealing with unresolved grief. Maybe something happened to them, a loved one passed away maybe a year ago, and everybody thinks that they are over it, but they are actually not over it. A lot of other relatives have moved on, but this other person is still struggling to come out of that bereavement. So you can actually know from a deep history. That's why as a doctor you have to go deep into your clinical history taking, because you're able to extract relevant information from your patient and you're able to make the connections and you can make a proper diagnosis and refer to the clinical psychologist or the psychiatrist for further management.
Yeah, and just to add something to what he said, are you aware that even sometimes moving sensations could be a symptom of depression?
Moving sensation
in one's body.
Okay.
Yeah. So sometimes
this is very new.
Yeah, people have moving sensations in their bodies, and it's as a result of depression. They go to the medical doctor. The doctor checks them out and says, "You are fine. There's nothing wrong with you."
Wow.
And in Africa, whatever we don't understand, we mystify. So because we don't understand, there's nothing wrong medically. I'm fine.
Thank you very much.
This must be from powers.
My father's house.
Exactly. So instead of going to see a professional, they go to a spiritual house. Right? So moving sensation sometimes could also be a symptom of depression. Like he said, of course, eliminating every other medical factor, right? Which happens a lot, where somebody goes for medical checkup and say, "I'm fine, there's nothing wrong with me." Yet I'm experiencing anhedonia. I'm not interested in activities I used to be interested in. Yet I'm still feeling fatigued and tired, not able to get enough sleep and all of that. Then most likely it's a mental health issue.
I just have to make a comment that this medical line is very delicate and you're all doing a great job. My God. Okay, so from the standpoint of psychologists, most people don't like to talk about what they're going through. Most people might have gone through something and they would not talk about it. So how can you even detect depression in people when they don't talk about what is going on with them, and how you can even help them when they don't talk about it? So what do you do in situations like that?
Are you talking about me as a professional or somebody else as a professional?
Yes.
How do I detect?
Yes.
So
people that don't talk about it.
Yeah, so one of the things that I even try not to do, even though, for example, if I look at a person who exhibits certain symptoms, I might be able to guess that, okay, this person might be dealing with depression or anxiety or schizophrenia or whatever it is, as the case may be. But I always like to do a proper investigation, right? Proper diagnosis by administering the appropriate assessments so that we are sure this is what is done. So, and just like he's mentioned, history taking is, we also do that in the psychological setting where we ask questions about, you know, the person's background, where you're coming from and things like that. All of the histories of that person's life would now pose or shine the torchlight into, you know, where the problem areas might be in that person's life. So as much as possible, right, there are suspicions I can have when I look at an individual, but I will still need to confirm my suspicions by doing a proper diagnosis before I can then say, okay, this person needs treatment or needs intervention, because diagnosis is very important. Yeah, the same way doctors, I'm sure it's the same thing even in the medical, physical medical field, where you are not just permitted to say, oh, because you have headache and you have your tummy is paining you, is typhoid. What if it's something else? Yeah, you never can tell, because there might be other illnesses that have such symptoms as well. So a proper diagnosis has to be done for you to be able to properly label, to say, okay, this person is dealing with this particular issue or the other. And in the case where the person is now dealing with depression, right, because even depression, as well as every other mental health issues or conditions, are in levels. So typically there are 5 levels of every mental health condition.
Wow.
There is the normal level, where anybody who is at the normal rate doesn't have that particular condition. There is the mild level, where an individual has it mildly, right? Just trickles of the symptoms are displayed, right, in that person's life. And then there is the moderate level, where, okay, you can tell that there is the presence of this particular condition, right? But then afterwards, you now have the severe level. At the severe level, you know, okay, this has water don't pass Gary, like we say it in our local parlance,
yes,
right?
wow.
Yeah, and then there's extremely severe, right? It's at the extremely severe stage that the person might even need the intervention of a psychiatrist as well, because sometimes they need medication to stabilize them before psychotherapy can work, right? Because, for example, if somebody is dealing with schizophrenia, the person might not be in the right state of mind to even understand what I'm saying. So the person needs to be stabilized first before I can have a conversation with them, right? Even in the case of depression sometimes, because are you aware that sometimes even depression can have underlying psychotic symptoms? So somebody can be depressed and then be behaving like the person who you see on the street, you know, picking deaths and all of that.
Wow,
it could sometimes get to that level. Yeah.
Wow.
So when one has been diagnosed with depression, the next thing the person wants to do is, of course, to seek help from a professional. It's very important.
Okay, wow, it has been a very interesting conversation, and we've had Dr. Miracle with us as well as Dr. Diogo, and they've been shining the light towards the topic of mental health and depression, to be precise. But right about now, we're going on a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking about the causes, the prevention, and treatments for depression. Do stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to Health Check on Voice of the People TV. You can still connect on SLTV channel 264 or YouTube at VOP TV Live. And it's been a very interesting conversation so far, as Dr. Adiogo and Dr. Miracle have been explaining a whole lot about depression, the signs, the symptoms, all of the things you should look out for when you possibly have this particular ailment. Well, we'll be going deep into the conversation now, and we'll be talking about the major biological, psychological, and social factors that can lead to depression. Well, I believe that he has said a lot about that already. So let's just go straight to if depression can be inherited. So, doctor, can it be linked to genetics? Can it be linked to family line and all of that? Is peculiar to genetics, please?
So many health challenges, including mental health challenges, have a genetic basis. That's why when you're doing a clinical history taking, you ask for family history, you ask, for pre-morbid personality, how the person was before the problem started. All those gives you a good guideline to the source of the problem. And basically, depression has been shown to have a biological basis and explanation because you have neurotransmitters in your brain that when they are not in the right amounts, you may have symptoms of depression like serotonin. Those are very, very important neurotransmitters in the brain and can affect mood. So that is why most of the treatments that the mechanism of action of most antidepressants, are based on maintaining serotonin levels in the brain. Those help to improve the mood of the individual. And then, of course, they may also need to be on some mood stabilizers. And in some cases, if they have psychotic tendencies, they may need to be on some antipsychotics. But basically, overall, there may be a strong genetic basis to inheritance of some of these mental health challenges. Wow. And I think we should also mention from the medical angle that there's what we call postpartum depression, postpartum blues. When women give birth, just shortly after delivery, they may have a kind of depression. Wow. Whereby they may not even be interested in the new baby. They may even find it hard to lactate or breastfeed the baby, or even take care of the baby. And this is something that in our society may not be fully understood. And you have a lot of pressure from the spouse rather than them getting support, family support. They may have a lot of people complaining why the woman is neglecting her baby or why she's not paying enough attention to her baby, not knowing that she's actually dealing with depression that is following delivery. So it's very important that we have a high index of suspicions for these things and we remove the stigma that we still see in our environment towards mental health.
So there is stigma associated with mental health?
Absolutely.
Wow. Why is that? Why is there stigma associated with it?
I think
because it's something that should attract care, and if you ask me.
Well, I think it comes from the background, the level of exposure and how much of education or how much of awareness people have towards mental health, because a lot of people they still associate mental health to something mystical or something spiritual, because they can't explain it, and hence they want to stay away. Anything you don't understand, the best thing is just safe for you to stay away from it and to keep a distance. So I believe the discrimination and stigmatization that comes to people with mental health challenges stems from not having a thorough understanding of what mental health challenges really are or how they should be managed properly. That's why majority of people that have mental health challenges end up in spiritual homes or with a traditionalist or something, because they feel that this is a cause from beyond. This is not something from our sphere here. So because they can't understand why somebody will be dancing without you hearing music or communicating with the wall, seeing other beings that other people cannot appreciate. So it's very important that we overcome this stigma as a people and we are more compassionate and empathetic towards people with mental health challenges.
Wow, thank you very much. All right, so Dr. Miracle, we go through stress and trauma, loss. These things happen and we almost do not have total control of these things. So how do they contribute to depression, and how do we work towards staying out of the depths, like going so deep in all of those grief that it causes depression?
Yes. So mental health conditions are generally caused by three broad things, right? We call them the biopsychosocial model: biological factors, psychological factors, and sociological factors. Right? And the things that you mentioned, for example, would fall under the psychological and sociological factors. Things like trauma, abuse, loss, even increase in fuel price.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
And gas, scarcity of gas.
Scarcity of gas, exactly. That's a sociological factor.
So such little things could cause depression.
Yes.
It's not so little anyway.
It can cause depression, actually. It can be a trigger for depression or depressive episodes, as the case may be, right? And we must realize that, the word trigger is very important in that conversation, because every mental health condition also needs a trigger to surface. Yeah, because the person who is dealing with that particular mental condition has had it in a residual form before that trigger brought it out. Yeah, and that's why the biological factor that he mentioned is very important, because I tell people that physical health and psychological health or mental health mimic each other. Yeah. So physical health mimics mental health mimics physical health. So there are a lot of similarities between the both of them.
Wow.
Yeah. So the same way you have you have hereditary genetics play a huge role in physical health conditions. The same way you have that same those same factors play a huge role in mental health conditions.
Wow.
For example, if you have a parent that has had, say, high blood pressure, there is maybe 40% chance that you would also have it in your lifetime, right?
Wow.
Yeah. It's the same thing with mental health. If you have a member of your family who has had, say, depression, there's also maybe a 30% chance you also have it in your lifetime, right? Yeah. But that kind of person, for example, can be living their life and be okay until maybe they lose their job. And then the loss of that job can be what triggers that depressive symptom that was on the inside, in a residual form.
Wow.
But then, at the end of the day, the same way physical health conditions can be managed, the same way you have, it's possible to have, say, somebody in your family who has had a particular physical ailment or illness, and they not have it because you have done some lifestyle changes and things like that. It's the same way that can also happen, in the realm of mental health as well. Because I tell people, for example, just like you mentioned, some of the things you mentioned are things you don't have control over.
Yes, exactly.
You don't have control over the fuel price. You don't have control over sometimes the loss of a loved one.
Yes.
Sometimes somebody serves you breakfast. You didn't serve them, they served you.
Yes, but actually, breakfast could even cause these things.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
So, it wasn't you wanted the relationship to last. You wanted to get married to the person. You wanted to, do all of that. But it happens. So I tell people that it is not what happens to you that determines your emotions at the end of the day. At the end of the day, it is how you interpret what happens to you that determines your emotion. We call it the ABC of emotion in psychology, where A is awareness, what happens to you, right? B is belief or thoughts, and then C is emotional consequence. To say, people say A causes C. So if somebody slaps me, I say I slapped them back because they first slapped me. That is saying A caused C, but that's not true. Because if 5 people were here and 5 people were slapped, their response will most likely be different.
Yes.
Yeah. So if A causes C, everybody should act the same way. Everybody should slap back when they are slapped. So if anybody among the 5 acts differently, it shows that it's not A that causes C. It is B that actually causes C. It is the interpretation of that slap, how they interpreted it, how they saw it, the meaning they gave to it, that then determined how they felt and what they did. Yeah. And you would see, so I've always done this, given this scenario many times, where I say, if, for example, right, your younger brother slaps you at home. Of course, I don't want to ask you on air, but how would you feel? Your emotion and reaction will be different.
Oh yes.
From if your father slaps you.
Oh, definitely.
Your emotion and action will most likely be different if your boss slaps you.
Yes.
Your emotion and reaction will most likely be different if you go out there and you see somebody with a visible mental health condition slaps you. You see that this person has a mental health condition. He's wearing tattered clothes, it has hallucinating and all of that, slaps you. Your emotion and reaction will most likely be different. For that one, you most likely even wrong.
Instead of thinking to slap back, go on collect.
So you see, so you see that there is a constant K in all of this. What was that constant K? Slap.
Yes.
But then your responses were different for each of the slaps.
Yes.
So it is not slap that caused your response. It is your interpretation of slap that determines your response. It's the same way our interpretation of life and the things that happen to us is what ultimately determines our mental health. Our emotion and our action are not really what happens, because we don't always have control over what happens. What we, however, have control over is how we choose to interpret what has happened.
All right. So does it mean that we can deliberately choose how to respond to situations?
Of course. You can train yourself.
So that is what to focus on now.
Yeah, you can train yourself to always think rational thoughts. Yeah. So I restrain myself from saying positive thought, because not all positive thoughts are rational.
Not all positive thoughts are rational.
Not all positive thoughts are rational. Positive thoughts are not always rational thoughts. For example, if, say, I go for an interview and then I did not get the job, a positive thought can be, I don't even need them. Or it can be, I'm the best in my field. That can be true or false.
Sure.
That can be a positive. I'm the best in my field, but that can be a lie. It can be irrational. You might not be the best in your field. That's an irrational thought. But a rational thought is, okay, I didn't pass this interview today, but it doesn't mean I won't get a job next time. I can get better, improve, and go back again. And I'm sure I'll do better. That's a rational thought. Yeah. That is rational, and it's also positive. But a positive thought is not always rational. So you can train yourself, and it's part of what we even do in therapy, to train an individual to begin to think rationally. It's not an easy job. It's not an easy job, because there's what we call reflexive thoughts or reflexive thinking. The same way we have reflex actions.
Reflex actions. Okay.
Knee-jerking, sneezing.
How can they play a role in preventing depression, just in 1 minute?
It's always in our best interest to eat balanced meals, because our bodies need good nourishment to work or function optimally. So we encourage that people should make sure that they eat as healthy as they can, having all the right nutrients of food in their right proportions, and ultimately engaging in lifestyle changes that would benefit their mood. For instance, exercise has been shown to be very productive when it comes to you improving your mood, because endorphins, feel-good hormones that you have in high amounts when you exercise. And exercise can also boost circulation to the brain, help you maintain a healthy weight, because sometimes what causes depression for some people may be something just like somebody body shaming them.
Very true.
So by the time you're already working on your diet, working on your exercise, you have better self-esteem. You feel good about yourself. And then also lifestyle changes, like you being motivated and being driven towards your goals or aspirations and being able to achieve the things that you're looking up to. It gives you a sense of fulfillment, a sense of wellness. And this ultimately translates to your mental well-being, improving. And then having a sense of belonging. Humans are social beings. You need to have quality relationships. You need to have relationships with your family, with friends, with co-workers. You don't need a toxic environment.
You don't need isolation.
Yeah, you don't need isolation. Yes, we are social beings and we need to interact. We know we don't need to interact with every single person we see around us, but we need quality relationships that nurture us, that nurture our well-being, so that ultimately they are beneficial to us. And you see, having a sense of belonging does something to your self-esteem. When people can work on their self-esteem, then you would notice their mental health is also more stable. And when people also have what we call a good support system, which can come in different forms. When they're going through different issues, you have a solid shoulder to cry on. You have people who are checking on you, who are looking out for you, no matter what you're going through. All that helps. So we encourage people, in as much as we don't have control over life, like you said, life happens to everybody. A lot of uncertainties here and there, but our coping strategies matter a lot. The coping strategy, how we actually interpret those occurrences and how we actually cope with them goes a long way. Sometimes it's difficult, you can't do it on your own, and that's why professional help is available.
All right. So on a final note, we'd love to know, can depression be totally cured? And what are the possible treatments available for depression, basically? So how can, when you notice you have depression, what can they do therapies and all of those things, what do we actually need them, and can it be totally taken off?
Yes. So, which one do I start from now? Okay, so depression. Depression, now, when it comes to mental health issues, again, there's what is called the 25% rule, right? Which says that 25% of people would experience automatic remission. So that's of people who have mental health issues. So, for example, there are people who will not need medication, who will not need therapy, who will just be fine by themselves, automatically, they'll just be fine. So that 25% who would need medication or a form of therapy for them to be okay. Another 25% of people, even though they do therapy and medication, the mental health condition will have to be managed through life, right? And then there's the last 25% of people as well who what was the last part I haven't talked about now? So I've talked about the ones who will be well with medication or therapy. I've talked about the ones who will be well by themselves. I've talked about the ones who would have to be managed throughout life, right? And I've talked about and then the last one would then be people who, with medication and treatment, they would get better, but they will still need to be on the medication or any other form of treatment for them to remain stable.
Right.
Now, so depression or any other form of mental health issues sometimes might require chemotherapy, that's medication, psychotherapy, which is equally effective depending on the severity, right? And then just like you mentioned, lifestyle changes as well. Yeah. So these are important, factors to help deal with depression. Yeah.
All right. It has been a very interesting conversation, and I wish we had more time. So a very big thank you to Dr. Miracle and Dr. Adeogun, who respectfully is a clinical psychologist and a family life therapist, and also Dr. Charles Adeogun is a public health physician and wellness advocate. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and enlightening insights. So we've learned a lot today, and we want to let you know that depression is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign that you've been strong for too long. And the good news is help is available and recovery is possible. If you or someone you know is struggling, please reach out to a friend, a counselor, or a healthcare professional. But remember, mental health matters. And to you watching, remember, taking care of your mind is just as important as taking care of your body. You don't have total control of everything that happens to you, so be deliberate about taking good care of yourself. Don't be afraid to speak up, seek help, and make your mental health being a priority. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. See you next week. And until then, stay informed, stay safe, and stay alive.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television. Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
I've been in this profession over 30 years. And I must confess to you, VOP is just too welcoming. You can't do without VOP on a daily basis. The moment you join VOP on a daily basis, you are all in all. I must confess to you.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
in a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They still call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be all also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. VOP TV. Now you have more.
Some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank God it's Friday, TGIF, and welcome on board. It is People's Voice on VOP TV, where citizen stories shape the narrative. And today, we'll be dissecting a major story that is actually dominating the headlines. I'm talking about Anambra's future in focus, the 2025 governorship election. You would agree with me that this particular conversation has been sparking reactions across the nation, because all eyes are presently on Anambra State, and this would be the first proof of concept for the INEC. So you should understand what I'm talking about when I say all eyes, okay, on that particular state for now. The election is actually drawing nearer. We're talking about the 8th of November, and we're all getting set. I don't even know, I can't wait. Perhaps I may actually be there, because I really want to see what would happen as regards to that particular post talking about Anambra State. To join the conversation with experts insight and citizen perspective, share your thoughts with us. I am Xavier Udo, and quickly, I would like us to look into other news stories with details. APC targets 30 states by 2027. The All Progressive Congress, APC, is confident it will control at least 30 states before the end of 2027. According to Folorunsho Aluko, Director General of the Progressive Governors Forum, PGF, currently the APC controls 24 states, and Aluko attributes the party's growth to its strategic posture and alignment with measurable impact. The APC projection is based on its performance, governance, and the progress made in various states under its leadership. Okay, I understand that APC for now, let me use the theological term, APC for now are the highest party with the greatest number of evangelism. Okay, APC have been winning souls ever since they came into power, and they never stop. But this year alone, APC have actually invested more souls to their party, okay? And this has actually caused a lot of controversy as regards to this conversation. But in the coming days, we'll see how this whole drama unfolds. Let's move to the PDP tent, the PDP's future challenges and potential revival. The People's Democratic Party is facing a significant challenges, with some observers declaring it dead or half dead. However, others are actually arguing that the party's decline doesn't necessarily mean the end of Nigeria's democratic process. High-profile defections to the ruling All Progressive Congress, and as well as including Governor of Bayelsa, Governor Diridoye, Peter Mba. Okay, criticism have actually talked about the members not being faithful enough in their party, and they're being greedy as regards to why they actually left. Uncertainty is actually roaming about this particular party's ability to win a future election, with prediction of further losses unless the party undergoes significant reform. Some prominent figures believe the PDP can recover with new leadership and revitalization. Of course, I mentioned this particular point, and I talked about this when I highlighted the PDP situation. And usually I would use that statement, except a house, comes together to build A house that divides against itself cannot stand. So let everyone share their swords, talk to your group members, and come together. And I think someone mentioned something I read in the news. A particular chieftain talked about the PDP's situation, and he actually attributed the fall of PDP as regards to them depending on the funding of the FCT Minister Wike, and that has been the modus operandi for years. And this has been the reason why it looks like they can kick Wike out and they can sanction Wike for anti-party or anything, regardless of whatever Wike says. Wike still holds that tough power. So if that's the case, let PDP come together and settle their grievances so that this party can be built again. Otherwise, in the coming days, more senators are to leave, more House of Rep members would leave. I think PDP has only 8, if I'm not mistaken, only 8 governors left now in Nigeria, and that's not a good number, to be precise. Away from that particular one, corruption in Nigeria, a broad definition and societal impact. Corruption in Nigeria extends beyond stealing public funds, encompassing any deviation from the rule or due process. According to Dr. Musa Alihu, chairman of the Independent Corrupt Practice and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, corruption includes acts like administrative misconduct, falsification of records, nepotism, and abuse of office. Okay, if this is all you have cited as corruption, then this has been existing in Nigeria for a very, very long time. Okay, it's beyond just stealing of money now. Okay, and I think it's high time we reform every sector in Nigeria. You know, we look into the legislative arm, we look into the judiciary arm, we look into the executive arm. Everyone needs to be accountable. We have to look for how to hold every public officer accountable. You know, every public office holder accountable for whatsoever position that we give to them. If you are voted in, if you are appointed, you have to be accountable to the people of this nation. The civil society needs to do their job. We want transparency. You know, we talked about it in, I think the Labour Party people came on board yesterday as regards to why INEC would invite Julius Abure and not Senator Nadi. And we talked about, forging of signature, which actually happened all through 2023 during the election. So what are we saying here? The corruption has, I don't want to say it has come to stay, but it's been existing for decades. And we need it to stop. Just like the ICPC boss has actually talked about it, okay? So we want everybody to be accountable. We want every agency to take it up, every commission to take this up, to see how to synthesize and also regulate all of this particular thing, so this thing can stop once and for all, okay? That's all we want. And Nigeria will move forward. People just take money, they take things, they do anything, and they just feel there's nothing that can happen to anybody. There's nobody can hold them to ransom. Nobody can actually hold them, for them to be accountable. This is the reason why this country is like this. That would be my submission as regards to that. But of course, I was just reiterating what the ICPC boss just said. Wike tells Peter Obi to stop criticizing and focus on rebuilding political career. Nyesom Wike, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, has criticized Peter Obi, a former Labour Party presidential candidate, over his comments on the state of public schools in Abuja. Wike believes Obi's criticism are politically motivated and lack the moral standing to critique in any government on infrastructure. Wike questioned Obi's leadership abilities, citing his alleged failure to manage the Labour Party and develop Anambra State during his governorship tenure. Okay, this is actually election period. Of course, whatsoever you're doing, anybody can discredit it. And aside from that, no matter how good your tenure has been, no matter how good your administration was, of course, because it is election period, everyone would just keep citing different things as regards to looking for how to either rubbish your personality or to bring you down in one way or the other. This has been the politicians' tool for now. So let them just keep doing it. All we're just saying is we want a good leader to rule this nation. We want a good leader to rule every state. We want a good leaders in the legislative arm, okay, to represent us in the green and the red chamber, and also the state level House of Assemblies, okay, and also to the grassroots, which is the council. So please, that's all we're saying. So aside from that, and if you're appointing anyone, either in ministerial position or commissioner position, please let the person be on merit and nothing more. Sincerely, I appreciate the fact that UINEC just talked about some actually make politicians, when he starts, and he is going to start conducting elections that would make politicians that actually lost the election to call the winner to congratulate the person. That's how it was meant to be, and that's how it should be. That's all we're saying here. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, of course, we'll be diving into that particular conversation. Anambra's future in focus. The 2025 gubernatorial candidates election is actually approaching. What next for the people of Anambra? You don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
Where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on VOP TV. A quick one into that particular story. As Anambra State gears up for the 2025 governorship election, the political landscape is abuzz with activities. Okay, the election is seen as a crucial test for the state's democracy and a significant indicator of the political direction of the state. With various candidates vying for the top seat, the electorate is eager to know what the future holds for the state. The 2025 governorship election in Anambra State is shaping up to be a highly competitive contest with several prominent candidates throwing their heart into the ring. The election is expected to be a closely contested one, with each candidate presenting their vision and policies for the development of the state. The 2025 governorship election in Anambra State is not just about selecting a new governor, it is about determining the future of the state. Some of the key issues that will shape the election include the state's economy, which is largely independent on commerce and agriculture. And of course, candidates will need to present policies that can boost economic growth and create jobs. Another state infrastructure is in their needs, of course, of improvement, and candidates will need to outline plans for upgrading roads, hospitals, and schools. Security is a major concern for the residents of Anambra State. Candidates will need to present credible plans for improving security and protecting citizens. Of course, for that of the security, I saw in the news today that I think the Aguna Chamber, the local securities that the governor actually created, the local outfits, security outfit that the governor created, they just apprehended a few suspects, and they've been handed over. I think I saw that particular one about 5 hours ago. So for that, I know Governor Soludo is, doing his job. But of course, we would need more in the coming days, because it's going head to head with every other candidate. We're now being joined by the senior media aide to the governor of Anambra State, Mr. Daniel Eze Igwe. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Xavier. It's quite exciting joining you.
Thank you so much for coming on board again.
Program.
This will be Officially, this will be the first time that we'll be talking together without anyone coming head to head with you. The last time it was the APC that came, okay, and the other time it was the Labour Party that came.
I always like his spice stuff because when you are coming with proofs, when you are coming with facts, you don't need to be scared.
Sincerely. No, see, the truth remains that the reason why you can be this confident to say, whenever we talk on the phone and you tell me, please, whoever that wants to come, let them come. I'm ready to go head to head with them. Yeah. It is because you have a working governor, okay? To an extent, the state has actually seen all of the things he has done, and they are seeing his work, and they are seeing what he's even about to do. So that's the reason why you can actually come with your facts and figures. You are not scared whenever you are to be called, for you guys to be accountable, for your party or your principal to be accountable. You're always free, to come on air. But of course, we need to talk about your principal today, and you have to talk to us as regards to your principal. So let me just quickly bring you up to speed. You'd agree with me that some critics have actually come to say that the governor promised the state a lot, and he has not fulfilled almost all of them. And aside from that particular one, some still say that insecurity is still ravaging that particular state, which I saw in the news as of today. That's one thing about me. If your governor is not doing well, I would say it here, but if he's doing well, I will also say it here. I saw it, I think, about 5 or 6 hours ago that the local security outfit of your state, they just apprehended some gang leaders or whatever, So I know the Agudo Chamber is working to an extent. I remember when I also called you and you came on the show, I called you for you to be accountable for Agudo Chamber handling the core member. Can you remember that particular situation then? But today, I can also talk about what Agudo Chamber is doing. They are doing their job, which is what we love. So, let me quickly ask you, you would add that to what you want to say. What is the governor's vision for Anambra State economic development? So I would want you to touch every major area that you can touch. Then let's take it up from there. Please go ahead.
Okay. First of all, let me start by telling you that the security guys that we are, of course, you know that they are no longer part of Agudo Chamber security outfit now. They were dismissed, and they are currently facing trial at the magistrate court here in Oka. They are starting trial for the torture, manhandling of a core member. So that's to tell you that the administration is all about law and order. As a matter of fact, the first working policy that will follow the first arm or the first pillar of this administration is law and order. So security, law and order. So despite the fact that we are trying to protect our people, we are trying to keep the state safe, we must also ensure that we do it within the ambit of the law. We don't go about harassing people, manhandling people in the name of keeping Anambra safe. First of all, let me also bring to your notice that just a few weeks ago, just under 2 weeks, October 5th, Anambra won the best school in Nigeria. Courtesy of that was an award teachers, the courtesy of presidential and teachers award that was held in Abuja. So talking about Governor Soludo's economic vision, it's not something that's strange to him. It's something that God has blessed him with. Remember that we are talking about a first-class professor of economics, first-class undergraduate, first-class masters, first-class PhD, and a world-class economist. So it's something that is in him. It's something that he carefully planned before coming into the seat of Anambra State, before even coming to contest as a governor of Anambra State. You look at Anambra's security performance, Anambra economic performance compared to other states, and you see that Anambra is doing well. We are talking about ease of doing business. Anambra is leading as a state with the highest level of ease of doing business. So Anambra is leading at that level, and the state is performing very well. Our IGR has been growing every other economic index that you need to judge our state with, they have been growing, and the state is benefiting from the great vision of the man at the helm of affairs of Anambra State, talking about Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo. So it's all win for Anambra State because we have the right hand there, we have the man with the right vision, we have the man that understands the mechanics of governance and the mechanics of economics, we have the man that understands the politics and every other thing that you have there.
Okay, so Mr. Daniel, you've actually cited what your governor has done in the past, what he's still doing. You know, you talked about the educational system and all of that. Now let's talk about a very strong area that we all know that is a very key part of every state and this nation, which is unemployment. How does Governor Soludo propose to tackle the issue of unemployment in Anambra State? You would agree with me that we know we have so many people doing business. We know we have so many people that are into agriculture. But we cannot say for a fact that everybody's totally employed in that state. But how does he plan to tackle the issue? I know he has been doing that, but of course he has to continue. If he would go in again for another 4 term, with you guys believing that he will win the election. So how does he propose to tackle, unemployment in Anambra State?
Now, let me tell you something. Are you there?
I'm here. Go ahead, please.
And this is not just for you. This is also for people out there watching, or people watching from every from Nigeria across the world. Let me enlighten. Let me bring this to your notice, so to say. This administration is built on humanity, and Governor Soludo believes that human capital investment is the pillar of economic sustainable development. That's why when he came in, just less than just under 8 months of his administration, he recruited 5,000 teachers and over 1,500 health workers. Just 8 months into office, he did recruitment. This is something that most governors do just few months before they leave office, and they leave the dirt for the incoming governor. But the governor believes that for you to achieve the Anambra of our dream, the Anambra of Indian Anambra's dream, you have to start from investing in human capital. He recruited 5,000 teachers, and to date, we are just over 3 years in office. He has recruited 8,115 teachers total. 8,115 teachers and over 5,000 health workers now in Anambra State. That's not all. We should also know that education in Anambra State is free. In public schools from primary to secondary. That's trying to build on the concept of human capital. That's trying to build solidly on human capital investment. That's investing in the core of human capital. Now, just a few weeks ago, still last year, the governor kicked off a program we call One Youth, Two Skills. Let me explain it for you. One Youth, Two Skill program means that for each youth taking part in the program, the person must have been trained in two different skills. So after they graduated last year, 5,000 of them were empowered. Some got as much as 1 million naira, 700,000 naira, 500,000 naira to start up their businesses. 5,000 of them. And early this year, over 1,000 of them.
Okay, Mr. Daniel, please, I'd like you to hold your thoughts. Mr. Daniel, please, I'd like you to hold your thoughts. We have a caller. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, this is Aina calling you from Lagos.
Aina, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, it's a wonderful day. I want to first of all thank you for the opportunity you're giving me but let me address our special advisor.
Okay, please go ahead.
But before I do that, please, can you remember when I called on Monday? I told you that my President Ahmed Tinubu wasn't fully aware of that list. And
you mentioned something like that, yes.
Yeah, and by yesterday, that confirmed what I said, because anything I say politically that's how it's going. It is by God's grace. Now, let's look at Soludo. To me, I will scale Soludo as an average governor.
Please give me your reasons. Inaya, are you there? Hello, Inaya. Inaya, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah,
Thank
please.
you.
You said you want to rate the governor average, or I said give me reasons.
In my rating, I will scale him with average. I'll put him as an average governor. When we look at his pedigree, his educational pedigree, I'll look at him as I will look at him as an average governor. Why will I look at him as an average governor? But when you compare him with the likes of Governor Mba of Enugu State, Governor Alex Otti of Abia State, if you weigh these two people and then look at Soludo academically, you know that you look at Soludo as an average governor. Yes, he has done well. But when I look at his debt management, he has been able to reduce the debt of the state massively, and that's commendable. But when I look at his overall performance with his pedigree, academic pedigree, I will give him just a little bit above average. And remember what I said, Soludo will win massively. Will win with a landslide. I've said it over and over again.
Okay, so if you are saying that everything as regards to what he's doing is average, yet you are saying he would win massively, I want you to really point out some areas that you feel he's not doing well. That's what I really want. We have a senior special assistant now, okay, online with us. So if you have any message, let's convey it to him, and he will get it to the governor as soon as possible.
Okay, let me draw a comparison between Soludo.
You know what, Inaya, okay. For us to have a proper clarity, I wouldn't like, every state is different, every state is dynamic, right? So, but I would like you to look into Anambra. These are the things that you were thinking, or you wish Anambra people were enjoying or should be enjoying, and this and this and this is not done, or he did this but he didn't do it in the right way, or the way he approached this particular situation or regulations, he didn't do it well. These are the things I want you to do. Do you understand? So that we can actually mention it to the senior media head as we speak. Please go ahead.
Okay, now let's look at power generation.
Okay.
My president Bola Ahmed Tinubu signed off on the state to have independent power generation. What has Soludo done about that? What has Soludo done about it compared to Abia State? That's a section of Abia is having 24 hours power supply for free. That's when I mean for free. I mean that's a free information. What will you do? How has he done to revive moribund industries in Anambra State? Alex Otti of Abia State has, bought over moribund industries in Abia State, revitalizing them to give Abians employment. What has Soludo done about that? What has Soludo done about that line? Now, Abia State governor is now contacting foreigners to invest on waste management in order to generate electricity. What has Soludo done about it? When we look at his academic background, that's why I say his people need to feel him more than what he's given. Yes, he has almost paid off the debt. I give it to him. Okay. But in terms of power generation, when I mean making people feel the impact, well, that's why I give him the average. Sorry, that's my personal assessment.
No, we are all entitled to our opinions. Thank you so much, Ina, for your call.
Thank you. God bless you.
All right. Keep enjoying the program as well. Hello, Mr. Danny, are you there?
Yeah. I didn't hear the caller. So
okay, so he started by saying that Governor Soludo, as regards to his performance, is of the average. He's seeing him as an average governor, and I asked him. I said, "Why?"
Where was the caller calling from? Where did he come from?
He's calling from Lagos. But his name is Inaya.
I think the first thing you should do. You should ask your callers 2 questions when they call in. Are they
Mr. Daniel, just hold on.
No.
Please just hold on. You get there. So, aside from that, so I asked him, I said, give me reasons, okay? You can't even compare Anambra State and maybe Enugu, for example, or Abia State. No, don't do that. If you know Anambra very well, tell me the things that you feel that you were thinking Anambra people should be enjoying that is not there. Or what you think that would have been there, okay, or what should be there that the governor is yet to do. You know, it talked about the money bond. It talked about the power generation. He mentioned unemployment and all of that. Let me leave you to continue your statement. Please go ahead.
No, I think we should have a serious conversation. We should stick to seriousness here. Someone that has not been in Anambra State in the last 30 years shouldn't be talking about Anambra State. In all honesty,
so we wouldn't know if he has not. We wouldn't know.
No. It don't.
Okay, you know what? Okay, Mr. Daniel, please hold your thoughts. Mr. Daniel, please hold your thoughts.
No. You have to allow me.
No, I'm coming. You will go on now. You will go on now. I promise you will go on. Just hold on.
No.
Please hold on. I just need to clear the air. I need to clear the air.
Can you hear me?
Hold on. I want to clear the air as regards to this. Please hold on. Just hold your thoughts, okay? I understand that you're coming from a standpoint that is calling from Lagos. But Inaya, just like Mr. Daniel just said, that you've not been to Anambra State, maybe in 30 years, okay? So if that is true, of course, I know it's going to call back. If that is true, we'd like you to clear the air. But aside from that, after this particular call, Mr. Daniel, I promise you I'm coming straight to you. Then you can give me all your submission as regards to this situation. Hello, Inaya, are you there? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
This is Aina on the line calling from Lagos.
Yes, you're calling from Lagos. So the essay just said that you've not been to Anambra for the past 30 years or something. So please, can you debunk that?
No,
what state are you from? I'm coming. What state are you from?
I'm from Abia State. I was in Anambra. I was in Abia, Anambra in that was in February, that March. I was in February, March.
Okay, that's all I wanted to confirm from you.
No, I was also there by August.
Okay.
So you're telling me that I've not been
in
Anambra?
That's fine.
It's laughable.
Okay, no problem. But no problem. That's fine. Thank you. Let's go back to him. So let's get his submission. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Daniel, are you there? Hello, Mr. Daniel.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Okay, so he said he was in Anambra in February, and he was also in Anambra in August. That's it. But please go ahead. The floor is yours. The floor is yours now. Please go ahead.
I think you should. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
You guys should allow me to.
No, that's what I'm saying. The floor is yours now. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
I think the person that called is from Abia State. I think you should ask him where he visited. I don't think he visited Anambra State. If indeed he visited Anambra State in January and later visited in August, and didn't see and didn't see February and August and didn't see any significant change, that means he's lying to himself. He's lying to himself. As a matter of fact, let me talk to you as a neutral person.
Please go ahead.
What Anambra State is witnessing now, under 3 years, no governor in the history of Anambra State has done it in 8 years. Ask anybody. Ask anyone. No governor in the history of Anambra State has done it in 8 years. So when the guy comes in, and maybe spends comes to Anambra State at night and leaves in the morning, maybe I don't know where he stayed, and comes up to say that Anambra is this, Anambra is that. We should laugh at that. Anambra is excelling. Anambra is excelling at a speed that has never been seen before, at a pace that has never been seen before. Electricity, road, infrastructure, water, education, agriculture, healthcare. Do you know that all the 326 primary healthcare centers in Anambra State have now been remodeled, and they are now working 24/7 under solar light? They've now been remodeled. Anambra State, we are talking about free education. We are talking about free antenatal and delivery services, including cesarean section. We are talking about public water coming back across Anambra State. We are talking about transformation of our roads. Over 1,000 kilometers of roads have been awarded, and 800 and something have been completed with bridges and dualizations. What are we talking about?
Okay.
The governor just appointed members of board of Anambra State Electricity Regulatory Commission, and very soon, when we kick off, everything about electricity in Anambra State will be good and fine. Listen, let me tell you something. I think we should also look at the political mindset of people that are coming on the program to criticize, to talk about Anambra State. Because if you were in Anambra State 4 years ago, let me say 2 years ago, and you come back to Anambra State, you will see that you ask yourself, is it Anambra that I was 2 years ago? Do you know that some communities in Anambra South had people from those communities had not returned to their communities in the last 4 years? They ran away from their communities. Churches overgrown by grass, thick bush. Today they've all come back. Anambra South, Ihiala, Osumoru, Liu, all those places that used to be dominated by non-state actors, the people have come back. The towns are liberated. You are seeing the videos, aren't you? See, what the governor is doing in Anambra State is unprecedented, and it's only right. It's only right that every right-thinking person, everyone who appreciates progress, everyone who appreciates vision, should applaud the governor. The governor hasn't he said he hasn't started. This is just a tip of the iceberg. By the time he completes his 4 years, would have witnessed incredible magnificent changes in infrastructure and overall development of the state.
Okay. So, Mr. Daniel, quickly, I'd like to read a few concern. I'd like to read a few concern. This particular one was sent. Of course, you know, whenever we post our flyer, the flyer of the program out, well-meaning people of your state as well gets to send in their contributions and sometimes questions for us to ask. So this was sent. It said a newly completed section of the Amabia-Kulobia dual carriage is already showing signs of damage. Ordinarily, I would urge Governor Soludo to hold the construction company accountable and ensure they bear the cost of repairs. That is number one, which I would want you to look into. And also, attention, please. I want to pass this information across to everyone it may concern, because along Onitsha-Owerri Road, near CR's Oil Company, Ozubulu, Kweziogu local government, the highway express road have cut off totally. One side of it and the other side enter the second side of the road. Please be cautioned and all of that. So I'd like you to react to this particular messages we got from people of Anambra.
The Amobia, the road, the first road is talking about, the governor came in, started the construction and dualization.
Okay.
By the way, it's a trunk A road. By trunk A road, you know what I mean? It's a federal government road.
Yeah.
But the governor came in and started constructing that road and dualized it. But the construction hasn't been completed. The construction hasn't been completed. He's dualizing it from Amobia up to Ekulobia, then from Aglo up to Newi, Adazi, to Newi. He's dualizing. As a matter of fact, I told you that the governor is dualizing all the trunk A roads in Anambra State, all of them. So the road hasn't been completed. So the person that said some parts of the, he should know that the road hasn't been completed. When the road is completed and commissioned, then we cannot talk about that. Remember that for every road that is awarded, the contractors are meant to sign that the road will last nothing less than 20 years, a guarantee of 20 years. So for the Onitsha-Owerri Road, that one is a federal government highway. Remember some months ago, the governor did palliative works on some section of that road. The road keeps breaking down. While we do the one we have to do as a state, we also have to call on the federal government to look at Anambra State and come to our rescue in terms of constructing and rehabilitating trunk A roads. So we did one. The governor is doing the best he can do to take care of the ones internal roads, internal trunk A roads in Anambra State. Those on the expressway, he can do the best he can within the availability of the resources at our disposal. We are running on frugality. We are running on limited resources. So there is a lot to do. and the governor is focused on doing more with less.
Okay,
So that's it.
so we also got this particular one. Still Ogidi town in Idemili, North local government, Anambra area, and this one happened in Umoji in Idemili North local government area as well. Water, that's a flood. The areas have been flooded and carries people. So you know, we have the video footages, but I can't. It's quite sad. So I wouldn't want that particular.
Can you hear me?
Played. Yes, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Remember the incident that happened, I think, a week ago, and the governor went. The Ogidi incident is not something that's just happening now. Okay. It's something that began with the last administration. It's something that was not corrected by the last administration, and the community suffered for that abnormally. But the governor visited that place and promised that he will start reconstruction and corrections will be done to make sure that floods don't go into people's houses, destroying properties and all of that. So one thing you should know is that when the governor says he's going to take action, he's going to take action. And I assure you that in due time something will be done about that particular situation. But just know that it's not something that began with this administration, but it's something and it's a responsibility that this administration must tackle.
Okay, so Mr. Daniel, first I must commend you for your response as regards to how you get to handle most situations as regards to your principal. This is what I want every senior special assistant to every governor or even to the presidency to do. In a situation where your principal is doing a good job, you mention it. In a place that you feel is lacking or is working towards it, you mention it. And in a situation where you know it is not you guys, it is not your principal's responsibility to do, but he has been trying his best, you also mention it. This is the reason why I love clarity on this particular program, okay? And for you to actually give that particular clarity, first, I would commend you to say thank you very much for that particular one. And your people, the people of Anambra who are actually watching and who sent all of this particular one, they would also thank you for giving clarity to all of that. And I believe the governor is still willing to do even more for the people as regards to infrastructure and all of that. Now, let's talk about insecurity in Anambra State. And I want to touch a very... I'm coming. I want to touch a very, very vital part of insecurity in Anambra State. I know to an extent, to a particular large percentage, the governor have been able to actually hold that state, secure the state to an extent. But is it very difficult for this Monday sit at home to be stopped, to end? I just want to know, why is it that difficult? And what is the governor doing to even improve more security in Anambra State? Please go ahead.
First of all, I don't like it when you say let's talk about insecurity in Anambra State. I think it's a negative question. I think
no, it's not. I buttressed it by.
The question rather should be, let's talk about the security situation in Anambra State. Anambra is not insecure. Anambra is one of the, if not the safest state in Nigeria. If not the safest state in Nigeria at the moment. Listen, when the governor came in, remember that Governor Soludo was attacked in his own town. He was holding a town hall meeting with the youths of his Sofia in Agua local government area in 2021. 2021, I think. He was attacked and 3 policemen who were killed.
Yeah.
Remember that when he was campaigning, that was 2021, when he was campaigning, there were towns that you couldn't campaign at. Iyala. Remember the governor was at Iyala yesterday for a rally. Then he couldn't campaign, nobody could campaign, even the sitting governor at the time could not, even with his security, could not campaign, could not go to Iyala. There were places in Anambra South, 8 local government areas were held, some parts of the local government areas, some parts of those 8 local government areas were held strongly by non-state actors. That was how bad it is. People were kidnapped, people were killed. It was scary. But the governor came in and went to work immediately. Remember, I told you the first pillar is security, law, and order. He came in and mobilized thanks to all the security agencies in Anambra State, mobilized all the security agencies, and they went to work. And before you knew what was happening, they liberated local government areas. And some few areas were still occupied by those non-state actors. Some communities in Osumoru, Liu, Ihiala, Uli, Iseke, Amoka, and all of that. We are still occupied by these people because it was difficult. Because it was difficult for security forces to go there because of what they called non-cooperation from the people of the area. At a point, the governor didn't stop. Remember when the governor established Operation Udogachi with Agune Chamber as its operational arm. And when the governor established that, the critics said a lot of things. Today, Agune Chamber, combined with all the security agencies in Anambra State, have combined together to bust all the camps of these terrorists, all the camps in Anambra State. And today, people of Osumoru are back to their communities. People of Lilu are back to their communities. People of Iseke, the traditional ruler of Iseke, ran away from his palace for over 5 years. I could send you the video. His palace was overgrown by grass, thick bush. Youth of that village, of that community, came back 2 weeks ago, cleared their communities, cleared the traditional palace, and took back their community. They've all taken back their communities in Uli, Iyala, Osumoru, Lilu, Iseke, Amoka. They've all taken back their communities. Why? Courtesy of the effort of the government, courtesy of the vision of the government. This is a government. This administration have promised in the Anambra. Talked about that talks about the Dubai Taiwan approach. Dubai Taiwan Anambra State.
Okay.
And thank God you confessed about seeing a video of those that were dislodged at Achala yesterday, early this morning.
Yes, of course.
Achala is working out. We should give credit to.
No, Mr. Daniel.
We should give massive. Listen, have you ever heard in recent time that those campaigning were attacked at anywhere in Anambra State?
None for now.
Have you ever heard recently that unknown government or whatever they call them attacked anywhere in Anambra State? When last did you hear something like that?
Okay.
I'm telling you,
Mr. Daniel.
Anambra is safe. Anambra is the safest state in Nigeria at the moment.
Mr. Daniel.
Anambra is the safest state in the southeast at the moment. You can take it to the bank.
No, of course, you would agree with me that when I started the program, even before I allowed you give your submission, I talked about how these guys were apprehended, and that's what you're reiterating. One thing about me is that as far as I'm following every state in Nigeria, including the FCT, whatsoever that happens in this nation, my job is for me to look into everything, holistically, and for me to come here and dissect them. All right. So when I saw the news, I came here and I talked about it.
Remember that the governor offered amnesty to those that are willing to come out and surrender.
Of course.
And yesterday, 6 of them. Yesterday at Ihiala, 6 of them who have surrendered their arms. The government will now rehabilitate them and engage them.
But Mr. Daniel, you've not answered something I wanted to talk about. I just want to know in just 1 minute, why is it looking difficult for this Monday sit at home to stop?
The Monday sit at home, you see, you're not in Anambra State.
And that's why I want you to educate us as regards to that.
When you read these things on social media, you take them hook, line, and sinker. These things are social media. This is our propaganda, false narrative. There's nothing like sit at home in Anambra State. There is nothing like that. Civil servants go to work on Mondays. School children go to school on Mondays. Market traders go to markets on Mondays.
Okay. All right. I will take that particular one as
Anambra.
I'll take that particular one into record.
Anambra people are very enterprising.
Okay, so
people
I will take
very enterprising.
I'll take that particular one into record.
We wouldn't sacrifice our businesses, our jobs in the name of sit at home.
Okay, all right, Mr. Daniel.
Remember when the governor came? Remember when the governor came out, went around the state and assured people. He said, "Come out and do your businesses."
Okay,
yes, security is assured.
All right, Mr. Daniel.
People listen. And today, maybe there are sit at homes elsewhere, but Anambra State is bustling.
All right, thank you very much for your submission as regards to all of that. Which I would also want to just ask this in passing. I know the campaign is on and the governor has been in and out, including you, moving from one place to the other. I would just want to know, there is a particular fever in Nigeria now, in political space, not in Nigeria to be precise, but in Nigerian political space, and the fever is called defection. Governors moving from one party to the All Progressive Congress or to the coalition. So, are we going to see Governor Soludo in the coming days move from APGA to APC?
No. Anambra is a leading state. It's a state of the first. It's a state that people look at and want to emulate. Okay. Anambra is APGA. Okay. APGA is Anambra.
Okay, thank you. That's all I want to take. That's all I want to take.
APGA is Anambra. APGA is
APGA. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel, for coming on board. The senior media aide to Governor Soludo, the governor of Anambra State. Thank you so much for always making sure that you appear on the program. This is how far we can actually go on the program this afternoon. And hopefully that before the election would close, we would have you as well. And I wouldn't know if I'll be in Anambra State for the polls, but let's see what would happen in the coming days. But for now, this is how far we can actually go. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening rest.
People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelihon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise Wave, lift him up. Praise Wave,
Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP this morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Burning Down, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks
It's another beautiful Friday edition of The Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. My name is Jerry Arpelio. Say welcome to the show this lovely afternoon as we've got a thrilling show for you today, as it promises to be exciting. Joining me are the usual suspects, talking about Afeez and Maiwa, ready to break down all the action and share their hot takes on what's going down in the football world. Let's get into it, and don't forget, you can to stay tuned, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so you don't get to miss an episode of The Locker Room. It's a conversational program. You can call us via the WhatsApp number showing on your screen to join the conversation. We're also on Facebook, we're also on Instagram, we're lively on TikTok as well. And of course, we're on LCL TV channel 264. We are everywhere as far as VOP TV is concerned, the Voice of the People Television. And Afeez, once again, great to have you on The Locker Room.
Yep, it's good evening to you, Jerry. Good evening to the viewers. And club football is back. You can bear with me. I'm sure that the international window, maybe it's not really the most popular amongst the fans of football, but then Nigerian football lovers will really accept this window because it bore fruits in the end. Maybe not the really ripe fruits of qualifying to the World Cup automatically, but then the Super Eagles, against all odds, made it to the playoff round where they'll be facing Gabon. And like I said, club football is back, But Manchester United fans will be the ones that I think they won't be really anticipating the return of club football because it's like they are resuming to their usual pain and heartbreak. But because they'll be facing Liverpool, yes, in the Premier League. But yeah, it's good to be here, and I'm excited to break down all the stories we have in the world of football this evening.
Right, and of course, just as we're making our way to the studio for the locker room, the CAF Awards, it looks like it's gathering momentum, and of course, talking about the categories are beginning to look more interesting. But we'll take a look at that as far as the FIFA rankings as well, which will be the talking about the starting point or the takeoff point of the show. But Maiwa, it's great to have you join us on this auspicious day. And of course, on Sunday, don't worry, I'll take it easy.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. However, I wanted to correct something Afif said. He said, the league is back and the history of Manchester United continue and the rest of that. Forgetting that we are playing a particular Liverpool that doesn't have a defense.
That would be a mistake.
Liverpool that cannot score. A particular Liverpool that even Jerry himself, who is supporting a Liverpool jersey, is even confused about what next. Particular team.
Wait, you said Liverpool does not have a defense. Do you have an attack as Manchester United?
They have successful.
Do you have an attack? Our worst attack, we score against that shabby defense of Liverpool. I mean, can you see what they are parading?
This is why you don't want Manchester United to win games, because that energy will just come from nowhere and beat everybody.
We are winning this one.
At Anfield,
when Sheshko will score, we are winning.
Do you remember the way Martinez stormed against Salah at Anfield?
Maiwa, I don't blame Maiwa. I don't blame you. It's Konate and Van Dijk's fault. If not for Crystal Palace and Osimhen, Galatasaray, Maiwa will not be coming and be flexing.
But this is even a team that has they have De Ligt and Maguire, and they are still speaking on somebody's defense.
I'm perplexed this afternoon. I can't believe this.
Salah is not firing on all cylinders. Their midfield is not delivering the pass. Salah is continuing to lose the ball. From Isakaba, 125 million. It's not. There's not a change against Manchester United. Jerry, I will cook you on Sunday. Don't worry.
But Ekitike has more goals than your attack combined. You know that, right?
They are not doing well in the last 3 games, and they will continue again
against Manchester United. All right.
I'm saying it. We are winning 3-0. We are winning 3-0.
Maiwa, this is delusion. This is delusion. Calm down.
We'll be ready to discuss.
Maiwa, it's easy. You know me very well. I always keep to my words. I will cut this part of 3-0 on Monday morning.
Yes,
I will edit it very well. I will put all the adjust on it. So on Monday afternoon on locker room,
I'm with you.
I will play it for you, Maiwa. I will make sure you watch it. I will even send you a copy.
I have one request. You know you have an habit of ghosting everybody in the WhatsApp group and not responding until 6 hours later. I hope you will not do the same thing on Sunday, because that is your way.
Don't worry. I will never walk alone. I will not ghost anybody.
I might not work with you.
This is that if in case there might be power outage, and there's a clause. You know, in every contract there's a clause.
Where your generator? I know you have one. Where your generator?
Don't worry. I'll be available. We go nowhere. Good or bad, but I know it's going to be good. But
as the leader of the table right now, you guys should fight it out. Maybe I should go with you, Maiwa, at least if you can spring a surprise. I'm not trusting in you.
If
this is not surprise.
If you can spring a surprise, no problem.
If Man U beats Liverpool, I will wear Man United jersey on next week Friday. In this.
Wow.
Yes, we are clipping that. You must wear my, and they will remind you. We are clipping it.
If you collect your normal beating,
it's going to wear Liverpool jersey.
Liverpool jersey will be too
anti-Liverpool headgear.
Yes, I will send you muffler so that you wear. You will tie it on your head.
Don't worry, I will come and pick up the muffler on Monday and I will use it. I'm serious.
No problem.
All right, clipped.
Sealed, signed, sealed, delivered.
Signed, sealed, delivered.
The world is watching. Everybody is watching.
Sealed, done.
Anyway, let's start off with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Have moved up 4 places in the latest FIFA ranking, rising from 45th to 41st position globally. And this move also saw them climb 1 spot in Africa, placing them among the top 5 teams in the on the continent. I beg your pardon. And they are currently behind Morocco, 12th, Senegal 18th, Egypt 32nd, and Algeria, who are 35th in the world. The team's recent wins over Lesotho and Benin Republic in their 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifying fixtures have contributed to their improved rankings. And of course, what you say is a good one ahead of the playoffs and maybe the draws. Maybe these rankings, if it keeps getting better, we'll have a better position when it comes to the draws.
Yes, I mean, the game against Lesotho, just like you said, and the final game against Benin Republic, pushed up Nigeria a bit in the FIFA rankings. A lot of Nigerians are waiting for the FIFA rankings, for the qualifiers, even though, I was talking about the playoffs, sorry, even though they knew that the change might not really be so much. And eventually, when the list came out, the 4 teams that qualified for the playoffs, Gabon was on 79th. Now they are on 77th in the FIFA rankings. They are still like the least when it comes to the 4 teams that are playing in the playoffs. Nigeria were 45th, now they're 41st to the first. And the seedings for the playoff happening in Morocco is that first place team, when the FIFA rankings come out, they are going to meet the last place. That's talking about Nigeria and Gabon. And Cameroon, they are 55th or 54th, if I'm not mistaken. Right now, they dropped from 52nd, while DR Congo still maintain their 60th spot in the world. So it's still going to be the way Nigeria saw it before the FIFA rankings officially came out. It is Cameroon against DR Congo and Nigeria against Gabon. And yes, hopefully, if the Super Eagles can negotiate the Gabon game, which for me personally, I think is going to be very, very difficult. But I still hope the Super Eagles will do their job. It will boost the FIFA rankings the next time, maybe by November or even in December when it comes out. But kudos to the Super Eagles. Now they are in Africa's top 5. They need to regain that spot as the best team in Africa. It is difficult because look at the teams in front of them. That's talking about Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, and Senegal. These are 4 teams that have actually qualified to the World Cup, automatically. And Nigeria is still, battling with a playoff place. So if they make the World Cup and they perform so well at the World Cup, who says Nigeria can't be number 1 in Africa again? There used to be a time where we were 5th in the world. I mean, that's talking about the Super Eagles. That was in 1994. And I think that we were 9th in the world at some point. So it's all about, bringing in consistent, fantastic performances, just like the one against Benin Republic, so that we'll be able to get back, in our rightful place in Africa and world football.
All right, and of course, Maiwa, the rankings are looking good. Top 5 in Africa, not a bad one for a team that have been fumbling and wobbling all this while.
The ranking says a whole lot. The 4 teams ahead of us are teams who qualified automatically from their group. Obviously, you don't expect a Cabo Verde, to be ahead of the Super Eagles and the rest of that. I think it's a good one that we are back in the top 5. However, our ranking at the moment, with the kind of talent we have, sometimes it might not be the same class as the class of 94 and the rest of that. I think we should be shooting higher than where we are. And this is where, a whole lot of organization goes in. Morocco has been able to turn their football around, and the ranking speak for itself, and even their performance also speak for themselves. Even the under 20, they are currently in the finals of the under 20 World Cup. It shows how a whole lot has gone into the development of football, and they are reaping the results. But it's a good one. We are in the 5th position, in the 41st position in the world, and 5th position in Africa. However, the position we are right now does not speak well. So, does not justify where we are supposed to be based on the talent we have. I remember in 1994, we were one of the top 3 teams in the world. And for us, the question is always, can we ever get back there again? Can we get back there again? And we're this close to getting to dispatching Italy. We lost it in the 88th minute, and that was how Baggio and the rest of them were able to dispatch us 2-1. Can we ever get back to that level again? That is the big question, because if you look at the ranking so far, we are always, fluctuating from the 30-something position to the 40-something position, and this has been our position in the last 5 years, and this does not speak well to the kind of talent we have in the country. I hope those running our floor, go back to the drawing board and ensure they put in what they're supposed to put in to ensure that our team consistently deliver results for us to be able to get to where we were in 1994.
All right, 1994, and of course at the point we're almost in the top 10 rankings in the world, even top 4.
Fifth in the world.
Fifth in the world at some point in time. That's the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Hopefully we get there someday. And of course, we're talking about the Super Eagles. Sunday Olise, a former Nigerian international, has advised the Super Eagles coach Eric Chol not to start William Chust Ekong in the playoff match against Gabon. Olise believes Chust Ekong needs to rest and let the team play with the best players in top form. He cited the team's performance in recent games where Chust Ekong didn't feature, saying they didn't concede a goal. Olise's advice comes after Nigeria sealed their playoff spot with a 4-0 win over Benin Republic. The Super Eagles will face Gabon in the playoff, with the winner advancing to the Intercontinental playoffs in Mexico. Do you agree with Olise?
Well, I mean, there's something that you read where they said he should rest. I mean, what does it mean he should rest? In Nigeria, it's about rest now. Rest now. We others, shine. But he made a point. He made something when he said in the games he didn't feature, Nigeria did not concede a goal. Is he trying to throw shades or throw shots?
The facts are there.
It's facts. But then who says William Chust Ekong can play a game and Nigeria will concede? He can play a game and Nigeria might not concede.
That's different.
I know. For me, I just think William Chust Ekong, I think he looks a bit off the pace. I'm not always the one in his defense that saying that maybe age is no longer on his side and he doesn't have that pace for African football anymore. Maybe it can be like a Jordan Henderson who continually gets picked for England, not because of his talents, but because of that leadership in him. William Chust Ekong is still a leader, even on and off the pitch for the Super Eagles. It might not be going well for him, but I think he's still a leader. He can still guide the team. So for me, it might not necessarily be starting. We've seen the emergence of Benjamin Fredericks, and we are still looking to see the emergence of other players as well, even in the centre-back position. Semi Ajayi, unfortunately, he will be missing that game against Gabon, but he has also shown that he can get back into the team, and play very well. Even though he also is in his 30s, there will be a time where, he will also be declining and, will get off the pace. Calvin Bassey is there, but we need more. We have young cats right now. I was talking about Bassey and Benjamin Fredericks, but we need more. Felix Agu also will be coming back, but we still need more. Kevin Akpoguma, I don't know where he is at the moment, but like I'm saying again, we still need more young players, so that when these young players emerge, the likes of Chust Ekong, the likes of Semi Ajayi, can say, okay, we've done our job, over to you, the young cats. But Sunday Olise, I think he has a point, but for now, who says William Chust Ekong can't play games and continue to lead us? But like I said, it's up to the coach, Eric Sekuche, right now. Just find your perfect balance. We've seen what the pairing of Benjamin Fredericks and Calvin Bassey can do. Why not continue with that one instead of playing the young man Fredericks? I know it's because of an issue with Olaino. You don't play Benjamin Fredericks on the fullback. Bring it back to the centre-back pairing. If you want to go 3 at the back, if you want to go 2 at the back, it's left to you. But for me, I think William Chust Ekong can continue to give that leadership, even though he might not be getting games. But as for him starting games, personally, I would say maybe he should rest and let the young cats, dominate.
All right, Mike, do you agree with Sunday Ogochukwu Olise, the former Super Eagles captain and coach, saying that Chust Ekong rest, let those who have been giving us clean sheets start the game against Gabon?
Well, in any case, stats don't lie. Just like the same way if Osman does not play, we find it difficult to score goals. Especially these qualifiers, most of the games, the games we have to second play, we concede goals. And, that goes in one way, in terms of his capability. And we've said it consistently, he is not fully match fit yet. He has been off his play. and it's a big blow, and we don't need that. And remember, the playoff is very critical. It might be decided by just a goal. Remember against South Africa, he did a own goal. The second game he came in and was able to score a penalty and the rest of that. However, the playoff we are going to, we should go with the mindset of not conceding a goal, because a single goal against us might just be the deciding factor, and this is a one-off match. So I would not want a two-second can still be invited. He has the leadership qualities. You see how the way he's coordinating the boys, the way he's calming the boys down. You will know that he has a whole lot to do in terms of leadership. He has a whole lot to still teach even the young defenders that we have, the likes of Benjamin Frederick and Calvin Bassey and the rest of them. They have a whole lot to still learn from him. So definitely he should be part of the team. But fielding him to play in that crucial player, I don't think it's the best move for us. And anytime we play, we concede, and that is not what we want. We should have the mindset of going to that playoff and not conceding a goal. Should we concede first? That might just be the end of it. So I think Sunday is very correct. Sometimes you can leave more from the bench. Joseph Yobo did it in 2013. Even Stephen Keshi himself did it in 1994. The team that won the Nations Cup, he was not a constant regular. Even in the World Cup, he was not a constant regular. He was there, as a leader, and he was leading the team from the bench, and we saw the impact of the team. So he can be part of the team, but definitely not playing in that particular game.
I wanted to ask you something. I mean, is it not a case of maybe, I know stats don't lie, but is it not a case of throwing him under the bus a little bit, because this is somebody that he's been a stalwart, a defensive stalwart, to say it at AFCON. It's not as if all the games they played in the qualifier. I know the Zimbabwe game and South Africa game cost us points, but we can still say the Zimbabwe game, even though it cost us automatic qualification, that draw is still a reason why we are playing in the playoffs for some reason. But it's not a case of throwing him under the bus, because I don't think he's had very poor game in the games he's played. Maybe we shouldn't judge him by those 2 games alone. He's still somebody that even on the pitch he can be a leader. He's a good defender on his day. I know he looks off the pace, but I know stats don't lie. But it's not a case of throwing him under the bus. Should he still play?
Well, it's not a matter of throwing him under the bus. Even for his club, how consistent has he been? Remember, he has been having this recurrent issue against Zimbabwe, and this is why I fought the game against Zimbabwe, the one we considered in the 93rd minute, if I'm not mistaken. Eric Child somebody came out to say, to second, Eric Child himself came out to say to second played that particular game with an injury.
And you still used him.
Yeah, and you still used him. So I will throw the blame on Eric Child. I will also throw the blame on Second himself. If you know you are not fully fit, there's no reason to kill yourself and play, because people will come for you. And outside that, he has not been playing consistently. Since he joined the team in Saudi Arabia, he has not played 10 games consecutively for them. And the reason for that is he's been getting injured. He gets injured, pick up 1 or 2 weeks injury, go back. He's fully fit. He gets to play again. He gets enough, and that comes with age, and that's the reason for that. If he has been playing consistently, you will see the sharpness in his game. The sharpness against South Africa. His slowness, him not being sharp, was exposed in that particular game. And we do not need, a two-second that is not fully fit, that is not back to full sharpness, to play in a very crucial game that will determine if we are even going to make it to the Intercontinental playoff. So for me, I think he should just be on the bench. Yes, the criticism might be a bit harsh on him. I understand that. But logically, looking at what I've said so far, I don't think he's fully fit enough. I don't think he's sharp enough to be able to handle, that kind of pressure.
All right, and of course, we wish them all the best. I was going to ask Hafiz whether, I don't know, he is having a soft spot for Troost-Ekong, because for me, I think you're as good as your last game, and in this business, it's a very cruel business. No room for mistakes. One mistake can cost the team. Let's not forget. Had it been he didn't score an own goal, we would not know. Whether would have beaten South Africa, we would not know. Okay. Definitely. Right. And had it been of not his performance against Zimbabwe, we would have qualified without all the stress. Okay. Maybe. I don't know too. So, but the mistakes happened, and he was the culprit. in those situations. So you will not want to try again because now this is a knockout round. If he scores an own goal and there's an issue, we will not be able to find out what will be the result at the end of the day. The result will be that we will come back to the drawing board, and I don't know whether Chustekong will be available in 2030 to correct his mistakes. And I think I don't want to find out. Yeah, I don't want to find out. I think we'll rest. He will rest. Rest that case now. No, I will tell you, I tell you to rest. So
it's not me that is Chustekong.
You have Chustekong rest.
What I do?
Where could I rest?
No, but Chustekong, for me, I think I just remember his time with Leon Balogun. When he was emerging as well, he was a fantastic defender. But the thing is, I know it's a results business, right? And like you said, you're as good as your last game. But at the same time, too, the way
they said he motivated Benjamin Frederick. Yeah, we need him to come and
to motivate that, not to play.
Yeah,
so okay,
motivate.
What if this player now, maybe we are defending the lead and he comes on, and we get a corner and he scores the goal that gives us that edge. How about that? Are you going to praise him? Are you going to keep the same energy, or you praise him, saying you're as good as your last game?
But that does not mean I'm going to start him. That's just it. He's not going to start. I'll be worried if Chustekong is starting against Aubameyang, because if Aubameyang puts him in a difficult situation when he has to chase him with the ball, I'll be worried.
If Calvin Bassey does an own goal against Gabon,
see, those are ifs, Abi. You are painting ifs. The thing is that we've just said here that you're as good as your last game.
Yeah.
Has Calvin Bassey been
it's been consistent. No, it's been very consistent.
Yeah. That's why Odyssey is not talking about him. They're talking about Chustekong right now. So rest. Anyway, let's talk about the CAF Awards. The CAF Awards are upon us, and as we speak, CAF is already giving us the nominees list. And of course, they've only dealt with the women, and they are carefully churning out the nominees list. And as we speak, talking about the CAF Awards, we already have the talking about the team of the year. Okay, that's it. And of course, the player of the year for women is also there, as well as the coach of the year for women. I know unavoidably it has to be Madugu, because he made the top 10 for, is it the top 10 or top 5 for women?
The top 10 in the Ballon
d'Or category. So, and of course, the goalkeeper of the year, it has to be Rasheedat Ajibade. And of course, the national team of the year definitely has to be Super Falcons.
Of course.
It has to be Super Falcons. All CAF should just line up all the awards and keep it for the Super Falcons.
No. I saw one just now. Maybe the
Interclub.
The player of the year for the women.
It has to be Ruti Rasheedat and Esther.
Of course, I know, but there are other players.
Who else?
Other players are.
Please, I remember. Tell me the name. Let me know.
There's a Moroccan player there, and she performed really well. Barbara Banda is an OG. Barbara Banda is an OG. And no, on club football. Maybe it depends.
There's also a category for Interclub.
It depends on the calendar.
The calendar is the WAFCON as far as women football is concerned. It's WAFCON.
WAFCON is always the calendar.
It's the major calendar as far as CAF is concerned.
Yeah, for women.
It's the biggest competition, both for men and women. Any year there is CAF competition, it has to be considered first.
Yeah,
definitely. And my one, you've seen the list is out. Rasheedat Ajibade should pick the women goalkeeper of the year.
No, footballer of the year. Unadozie, goalkeeper of the year.
Sorry, Unadozie.
And Unadozie has been fantastic, even for Brighton.
Yeah, she's been fantastic. And of course, the player of the year is going to be between Esther and Rasheedat. And I think somehow I'm just of Esther.
Rasheedat even scored yesterday for PSG.
I'm more of Esther, but because Ajibade was the MVP at the CAF and the WAFCON, maybe. And my one, the CAF award so far so good. It's looking very interesting.
The spanner I want to throw in this is I hope Morocco will not start crying again.
No,
because
they will understand. If they are going to host it, they will understand.
No, I mean because if you look at the list, goalkeeper Nadoze is definitely picking it up.
Yeah.
Madugu gets the coach of the tournament. Team of the year for the women version definitely goes to the Super Falcons. They've been very dominant. And player of the tournament, Rasheedat Ajibade MVP. She did very well for the team, but I think it is very unfair for Esther Okoronkwo not to win. Esther Okoronkwo was very, very instrumental to whatever the Super Falcons achieved in that particular tournament. Well, definitely, we cannot take the contribution of Rasheedat Ajibade away from that particular team. But if you take an Esther Okoronkwo away from that team, we might probably lack some few things. Yes. And that's how important Esther Okoronkwo has been for that particular team. So I think I want to tilt more to Rasheedat Ajibade. As I said, Esther Okoronkwo winning it. So we have Nigeria winning everything. What does Morocco win?
I think for me,
the top three.
For me, I was looking at the Moroccan player. I said it earlier. For me, I think for that player of the year, I don't know, maybe because of the tournament, maybe because of the tournament, right? You can consider Ajibade and Okoronkwo. But for me, for that WAFCON that I watched, I will give it to Chebak. I saw her just now. Chebak, Morocco's number 10. A fantastic player, supporting striker, attacking. She played really well. I know they didn't go on to win the tournament, but sometimes you can win a tournament and not even be the best player.
Was she better than Esther Okoronkwo at the tournament?
For me, I think she was.
She was better than Esther Okoronkwo.
Yes, I think she was. Chebak really played well.
Better than Esther Okoronkwo.
For me, I think yes.
I think they played. Who did they play in the final?
They played Nigeria. In the final. It was not Nigeria-Morocco. It was Nigeria-Morocco.
So what was she doing when Esther Okoronkwo was giving those assists?
Really?
That's the question now.
You say what was she doing?
What was she doing now?
Okay.
Because she was good at your last game now.
2018. No, the thing is that 2018 FIFA World Cup. A World Cup here, right? Mbappe outperformed Modric. Griezmann outperformed Modric. Pogba outperformed Modric. But Modric still picked the Ballon d'Or.
2006.
So
2006 World Cup. The Ballon d'Or was in the hands of Zinedine Zidane
until the red card. Until the red card. They don't want to give. They don't want to put I don't want to use the word
delinquents as the,
exactly. That's the reason.
The next option was Cannavaro.
Yes, but you can't deny Zidane's talent.
Did very well for the Azuris at that World Cup when they won.
So you are buttressing my point, right?
Yeah, buttressing
by saying that somebody played well, but because of a reason.
Yes,
in that final. Listen to you.
I'm buttressing the point that Italy won.
Yes.
And because Italy won, they
was Cannavaro Italy's best player? Was Cannavaro Italy's best player? At 2006.
He didn't pick up a simple caution. He was very, very.
He did because he was clinical in defense. He was unplayable in that defense of the Azuris. Forget because he was a defender. He was unplayable.
I'm
was something else.
I'm somebody that is against attack bias, right? I'm actually against attack bias. But for me, he gave just the same performance as Buffon, Pelu, Zambrotta, even the likes of Vincenzo Iaquinta, Del Piero, how about Fabio Grosso? Fabio Grosso was for me Italy's best player at that tournament because he was also untouchable and he was old.
Fabio Grosso scored the penalty. That was what's exceptional about him. Yes, he did it.
He scored the crucial goal in the semi-final. Don't forget. He scored the crucial goal in the semi-final. It was the one who scored the winner. He scored the first goal before Del Piero added something as the second goal. For me, I know Cannavaro. He was spotless at the tournament, right? But then it wasn't even going to be considered. It wasn't going to be considered in the Ballon d'Or, even if Zidane did not do that, right?
He would have come second. He would have come second. He would have come second. He would have come because
that was 2006, by the way.
After Zidane, he was the best thing. Was the next best thing in that particular tournament. And remember, he had a very in quote now. I'm not saying whether the department is very important. He had a very difficult and important job for the Italian side, playing as a central defender, coordinating the defense, and not picking up any capture that tournament. Shows the kind of character he has.
My 2006 was a collective thing for Italy. It was collective. You can't pick out someone. That's what I'm saying. That you can't pick out a particular player. Same as Spain. Euros win. Rodri was not Spain's best player at the Euros. It was Lamine Yamal. We all saw it. It was Lamine Yamal, and they had to give it to him.
Rodri was not the standout player in that particular tournament. You not put Rodri and Lamine Yamal. And the reason for that is definitely they are not playing the same position or whatever. However, Rodri was important.
He did his job. He did his job.
In the heart of the midfield, he coordinated a whole lot of things, and he was instrumental into Spain winning that particular final. Also, remember, he came from a season that was very successful. He played, I think, about 73 or 74 games, and he lost only one, if I'm not mistaken, for his club. He showed the kind of,
Did he even lose at all before the Euros? Okay, I think it was that Arsenal game, and he wasn't even there.
So definitely, I think it's important. Now let's come back to the female team that we are talking about. Shabak and Esther Okoronkwo. Look at their performance throughout that particular tournament. Yeah, tough luck. They led 2-0 and they split up, and Nigeria took it and just what. If you put the performance of the two, Esther Okoronkwo and Shabak, put them side by side, definitely you will always be picking Esther Okoronkwo.
They both scored in the final. They both scored in the final, Sha.
No, definitely, sure, definitely. And Esther Okoronkwo won.
Yeah, she went on to win. I agree.
The killer pass. A world-class assist. And she was the player. She was the player of the month for her club this last month with 3 assists and 2 goals.
Well, I'm not doubting.
She's consistent.
See, Jerry is making me look like
instrumental to winning.
Like I'm arguing against them.
Yes, you are doing against.
I can say for me,
you
right?
say for
I
you
got
is
my opinion, right?
And I say no. Cheba cannot be the conversation. Rest.
Tell him to rest.
Rest this Cheba.
Mayowa, who should rest? Mayowa, who should rest?
Cheba rest or Esther?
It's whatever you say. Who should rest?
Is it Cheba or Esther?
I think, and I'm not being biased, I think Shabak should rest. He should deserve a second.
Mayowa, how are you a bottle of wine? How are you a vintage bottle of wine?
Mayowa,
don't worry.
I don't owe you anything. This thing, I don't owe you anything.
You know, human did not give you this inspiration. It was exposed to you by the spirit.
Mayowa, rest.
This was exposed to you by the spirit. This is not a camera. This is clear now. In plain sight. Anyway, we'll wait for
opinion I give.
We'll wait for the CAF Men Player of the Year, because I think it's going to be more controversial.
That should be a Moroccan, right?
I don't know yet. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see.
Well, I know Jerry want to say Salah. You want to mention Salah.
It's not about Jerry.
I know that's how it's going.
No, it's not about Jerry.
You can't see about. You cannot see.
The thing is that let's wait for CAF to unveil the nominations list.
Then we'll get to that conversation about Salah. Now it's let's wait. Okay, we're waiting.
No, now we have to wait now. Salah may not be on the list.
He might not even be on the list.
Yes, now
with his performance.
I will now address the matter. Yes, we will now know what happened.
We will now address
Morocco is not the owner of CAF.
We will now tell you to rest.
Morocco will rest if it happens. No,
I think it's going to be Achraf Hakimi for me. I mean,
I know you say Achraf Hakimi.
He was a treble winner. Now he performed well. He was.
Remove Achraf Hakimi.
Was he the Ballon d'Or?
Remove Achraf Hakimi.
For a right back.
Remove Achraf Hakimi. Was Mosala not in the Ballon d'Or?
Yeah, he was supposed to be now because of his performance.
Okay,
right. As an attacker, and look at the right back. A right back.
Achraf Hakimi and Mosala, who finished highest?
Salah did.
Okay.
Who won the treble?
Okay.
Who won the treble?
Okay. Why did they not say Achraf Hakimi won the treble? Should have been ahead of Salah. Why the Ballon d'Or not say that?
Was not the one just using trophies? You were using trophies to back up
No. Oga, calm down. Did Achraf Hakimi win the CAF? Did Achraf Hakimi win the AFCON? The last AFCON?
No, he did not win. Has Salah ever won an AFCON?
Yeah, Salah has won an AFCON now.
Where?
He has won an AFCON with Egypt.
When is the Salah win an AFCON with Egypt?
Yes, he has won an AFCON with Egypt. Do you know how long Salah has played for Egypt? Do you know how many years ago?
He was supposed to win in 2019. They lost to Cameroon.
Before 2019, Salah has been playing for Egypt.
I think he won one. I'm not sure which of this, but I know he won one. I know Algeria won one.
Egypt last won in 2010, and Salah was not even there.
I'm not sure.
2012 was Zambia. Zambia, Ivory Coast. Has Egypt won the AFCON after that? No, now. How about Salah?
Salah is the former African footballer of the year, and he's going to win it this time around. Don't worry. I know you are waiting for that
Mayowa, please give him another forfeit if Salah doesn't win, please.
Don't worry. The nominees list will be unveiled now.
All right,
Ballon d'Or has already started giving us the roll call. They've already started it.
Okay.
So who am I to now argue with Ballon d'Or?
So
Ballon d'Or has already told us who is higher than the other.
You are Ballon d'Or rest at the end.
No, it is you that will rest. You are Morocco agenda. Morocco has settled you.
Yes,
if you make it to the Ballon d'Or list, I mean, the Ballon d'Or list always tells us who the short list will be in Africa. I mean, the time of Ademola Lookman, even though we called it before they start releasing any list, immediately the Ballon d'Or list came out, we already knew that, it was definitely going to be Ademola Lookman and the rest of them. So, I mean, the Ballon d'Or list always tells us. So, if Salah is there, definitely you will be in the conversation.
Of course. Of course. And there's I don't think any Nigerian
It doesn't even need to be in
player
conversation. It's Salah and the rest, as far as the CAF awards for men are concerned. Anyway, let's talk about South Africa's Minister of Sport, Gayton McKenzie, has expressed his desire for the Super Eagles of Nigeria not to qualify for the 2026 World Cup, despite Nigeria's 4-0 win over Benin Republic, which helped South Africa qualify as group leaders. McKenzie insists that the win wasn't a favor. Nigeria has booked a spot in the playoff tournament in Morocco, where they will face Gabon. McKenzie made it clear that he wants Nigeria to lose in the playoffs, stating, "We must support Nigeria to lose. I don't want them to go to the World Cup." He emphasized that it's not personal, but rather a competitive spirit, likening it to a rivalry between teams like Chiefs and Pirates. How do you say it's not personal when you are wishing ill luck on Nigeria? Even me, if South Africa goes there, I will not wish them well.
Well, I think
so
I'll just
it's
say,
not a new thing.
Number one, I'll just use what we've been using so far, McKenzie rest, right? Because at this point, we are at the playoffs. Jerry, it will interest you to know that this is somebody that even South Africans really don't like. I mean, he just wrote SAFA and FIFA to ask them about South Africa's deduction of points. When they've got deducted points for fielding an ineligible player, you are the Minister of Sports in South Africa and you don't know FIFA rules. And even South Africans have actually come out to even say it that, hey, it's like you're just embarrassing us outside. So for Gayton McKenzie, I mean, he can say what he likes. He's just trying to incite that rivalry, a rivalry that is even coming up in club football. That's talking about Remo Stars against Mamelodi Sundowns. So he wants to still keep that Nigeria versus South Africa fire burning. But McKenzie, please, on behalf of Jerry and Mayowa, just rest. You don't be surprised when you see us at the World Cup. And I would even like us to even play. Even at the AFCON, we should play. Because it's normal for him to beat us like that. But
no matter how far South Africa wants to go at the World Cup, we'll never meet them. Because they will finish up in the group stage.
But Jerry, let's calm down. We never go to the World Cup.
See, they will finish. If we make it to the World Cup, I'm saying if. We and South Africa will never meet. Because they will finish up in the group stage.
South Africa can't even say if right now because they're already there.
They are there. They know they are going there to mark up.
But why can't you just calm down? Let him enjoy their
let me inform him now. I know the only World Cup they've been to was the one they hosted.
With the Jabalani, without ball.
With all the Vuvuzela, they still finished in the group stage.
They waka comot.
Yes, but they have watched the rest of the tournament.
They waka
as fans.
With their waka.
That's what they are still going to do in USA. Let him know now. We'll never meet because if Nigeria advance to the next stage, by the grace of God,
we never even reached
and advance to the other stage, we will never meet South Africa because we will not be among those who will be negotiating group and see if they score. If they will score one goal in the end of the match, they will celebrate it as a win.
You can't give them Argentina and Spain. Let's see about
if they give them the worst team. Is it as arrogant? If they win the worst team, they will not perform.
But we are not beefing you, McKenzie. But because you started it, you want to stay the point.
We're ready. We are coming for you.
So
let them just qualify first. We will carry McKenzie and table him here.
Come and sit down and
discuss his matter.
Come and explain.
Explain yourself. McKenzie says he doesn't want us to qualify. It's like he has even turned it to a prayer point, but he said it's not personal. It's just something about rivalry. What's the difference between rivalry and personal?
What rivalry do we even have with South Africa, to be honest? In terms of our head to head.
We're not even close.
These guys want the AFCON because we did not go now.
The syphilis just started yesterday.
What is all this?
The syphilis just started
because you collected a piano or something.
I don't know.
The thing is very simple. There is a whole lot of rivalry going on. You might not say, even with the men's team, even with the female national team too. Anytime Nigeria is playing South Africa, there's always this tension and the rest of that. Especially from the South African side, they always want to have one over Nigeria. The thing is this, and I'm not throwing short at the sport
minister
or whatever. I can't even pronounce his name.
You are taking shots. He said he's not taking shots, but he just took shots. His name is He just took shots. He said he's not taking shots.
Pronouncing his name is an insult, so there's no need to pronounce his name. That's just the honest truth. The thing is this, I mean, you cannot be throwing shots. You already qualified. Why are you throwing shots at Nigeria? Why? For what reason? You have already qualified. You should enjoy the qualification and leave Nigeria to it. However, now Nigeria give them this
mouth.
Now
when a 2-year-old is slapping his 27-year-old brother, and the 27-year-old brother starts crying, that's the situation. The 2-year-old will think he has arrived and can beat anybody, and that's the reason why he's talking. I think Nigeria will got ourselves into this place. On a good day, Nigeria should be dispatched. I know disrespect to South Africa, they have a good football league, their players are doing
absolutely
good. On a good day, with the talent we have, we should be dispatching the likes of South Africa and the rest of that. But we have got ourselves into this place. Now it's left for the boys to take this insult. Because as far as I'm concerned, this is an insult. To take this insult, let it ginger them and ensure that they are in the World Cup. They can come back. And what's his name again? I forgot his name.
Gatesman McKenzie.
Gatesman.
That doesn't even know FIFA rules. He doesn't know FIFA rules. You are asking why your team was deducted 3 points for freezing an ineligible player. Shows your position.
I think he should be fired.
You don't know FIFA rules. Even South Africans are saying this guy embarrasses us every time. I mean, so I'm not surprised.
He wants to trend. You know, when you talk about Nigeria, you trend.
You trend, right?
So, and congratulations, you've trained for 5 minutes.
See, you Nigerians never forget. If there's something, you never forget. We'll find you. Don't worry. I beg, just we walk up. With this thing where you talk, just try we walk up, please.
He should lose his first match.
Or else, he has to back it up now. So you don't want somebody to qualify. You will not qualify now. Go win now.
I can imagine a South African Nigerian match at the AFCON.
I actually want the South African Nigerian match because and we are not going to use Jerry's best friend. He's not going to start. So don't worry.
Who is that?
Tristan.
No, I have no love lost for Tristan. I have no love lost for Tristan.
He has 2 best friends, Tristan and Victor Boniface.
No, you forgot
Tanimu.
You can also have Paul Onachuku.
This is that if you are not doing well, I will say it. I'm not one of those journalists that will be petty and say, I will petty and say, don't worry, you are trying, you will do well in this match. No,
get out.
Baba, rest, make others play. It's pure simple, purely simple. So it's not up for conversation.
Just go, make others come and beg. Like Tolu, when Tolu came on in that game against the Benin Republic, they give you ball, they jam you, you fall. Hey, ref, let him come back.
He's lucky it's not Mourinho.
Exactly.
Mourinho will take him over after 2 minutes. And put somebody who can play.
As you enter, just come back.
Anyway, time not really our friend. We'd love us to talk about the game this Sunday, Liverpool, Manchester United. We just have some bit of short period of time. Of course, that's the big game this weekend. Yeah. Liverpool has lost 3 games on the bounce, and of course, Mario has been brimming with confidence for him to say that they win by 3-0 at Anfield. It's not even at.
That's neutral confidence.
It's not even a neutral venue.
Chest.
They are saying this at Anfield. I think Mario didn't know it was Anfield. Maybe I'll forgive him. But maybe he thought even Old Trafford is custom at Dadani 7-0. All the they happened there.
But I think they got the point off Liverpool last season, right?
Last season, was it?
Yeah, they did.
No, it was in the year.
No, last season. Did you beat them on the way last season? I think they got a point. They got a point, right?
Mario.
Did not happen.
Wow.
Home and away now, Premier League now, customer. Mo Salah knows his way around Man United's 18-yard box. So, but anytime he sees Man U,
he's taking shots at your team, Mayowa.
If Mo Salah is sick, if he's in the hospital bed and he hears Man U,
he will stand up, go and use the crutches and still score at you.
Like we become agile.
Ball against Crystal Palace. We will see it now.
Yeah.
See, we will let you know there's difference between C and M. That one is C. This one is M. It doesn't use here to hear M before you say man, you. If you see man, yeah.
I think it was 2-1 or 2-2 last season.
No.
Was not last season that Cody Gakpo scored when he caught the lead now.
Okay.
I think it was last season, but I don't think it was home and away. But
who's going to defend for Man U this weekend?
It's still going to be the same Delete and Maguire.
Delete?
Yes.
Maguire.
But if, to be honest,
I know how Salah retired Martinez, and he might retire.
But Mayo, you can agree with me that you don't know the type of Manchester United that will turn up, and that is where the problem is. I know you are riding on the wave of defeating Sunderland 2-0 before the international break. But the issue now is this is not Sunderland. To be honest, now a banter aside,
thank you very much.
This is not Sunderland.
Thank you for reminding
This is Liverpool. I know that they've also lost 3 on the bounce. Florian Wirtz is not gelling well yet. Alexander Isak, Kekej and all of that. But then this is a game where form goes out of the window. It's not about what you have done before now.
You're advising him.
I'm just telling him to just take it. It's going to be a tough game, don't you think?
It's beginning to sound like I advise you. It's not.
I think I'm not delusional that it's not going to be a tough game. It's going to be a very tough game. But the thing is this. I mean, if you look at and it's a thing throughout the season. And I'm not talking about the last 3 games alone. Yes, they lost the last 3 games, and that's the reason why there's a lot of pressure. But if you look at Liverpool this season, in the last 15 minutes of almost all their games, they concede goal. Also, the center of defense, that is Van Dijk, he has been committing schoolboy errors. To be honest,
he's a schoolboy defender. I mean, putting him in the conversation with John Terry and a 2-time Premier League Player of the Year, Nemanja Vidic, is disrespectful.
I mean, Jerry was saying he was the best thing after
sliced bread. Who still eats sliced bread these days?
Now we are
good. See, if it's not good, if Van Dijk is not good, they will not be comparing with defenders that have played before.
Football these days compares anybody. No. Some people even say Vinicius is better than Neymar.
Compare with his current mates. Who is better than Van Dijk in the Premier League?
Saliba.
What?
Right?
That's what I will agree. I will agree. Saliba has been consistent.
Even Gabriel.
Van Dijk, we are seeing the last week.
There's a reason why they call Van Dijk oral defender these days, right?
Time has.
You don't want me to stand up and do that pose?
No, it's over now.
Let's go ahead.
It's over. Don't worry.
You don't want me to do that pose?
I'll give you time.
Do you want me to do that?
I'll give you time tomorrow. Anyway, you rest.
He said rest. We will see on Sunday on Monday, right?
Rest. On Monday we will come. No way. Maiwa, thanks very much for being also on the show. It's a pleasure always have you inside.
It's always amazing to be here, and I'm looking forward to Manchester United with my leads beating Liverpool 3-0.
How about Remo Stars, Maiwa, against Sundowns?
I think Remo Stars should do the job for us. Mackenzie has been running his mouth. I think Remo Stars should show them pepper.
I hope Remo Stars. Sundowns.
I hope so. Sundowns is not easy.
If they see one goal, make them thank God.
And most of their players that were involved in Bafana, they are back. South Africa has qualified, so the pressure is off.
No jokes.
They will come and play Remo Stars here.
Afis, thanks.
Pleasure always.
To the guys behind the scenes, talking about like some Manfred Adura, Paul, and of course, Ike Chuku. My name is Jerry Apela. I say thanks for being a part of the Sharpness, this politicalness with Chuku Maokoro. And I will say, have a great weekend.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kiddies Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelihon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị? Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu? Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedu ka o si aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
This is Health Check,
your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. Now, thanks for joining us. Now, this is Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. On the show today, State of the Nation with Barrister Deji Adeyanju. We've been joined virtually by Barrister Deji Adeyanju, who is a lawyer and human rights activist. Good evening, Barrister Deji Adeyanju, and thanks for coming to Political Lens.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, beautiful. Good to have you. Good to have you. Now, let's get right into it. Barrister Deji, we would like to have your general overview, of the state of things in Nigeria, democracy, free space, the economy, and the level of poverty. What level of progress are we making as a people? Let's have your broad reaction to these sectoral issues before we get into the specifics of it. But before we get into all of that, I'd like to ask you, how have you been? How is the battlefield? How is the talk? Because you seem to be in the battlefield every time.
Very fine indeed. I'm very well. I'm heading to Anambra soon. I may even vie for maybe a senatorial seat or a House of Reps seat in Anambra.
You are Nigerian. Yes. You are free to do all of that. Well, we'll talk about you are heading to Anambra in a bit. But before then, let's get into it all. The free space in Nigeria, democracy, poverty level, insecurity, and all of that. Let's have your broad review of how we have been as a people. How far are we traveling, in our journey to nationhood, especially within the past and the present dispensation? Talking about the 26 years of our democracy, how far have we traveled as a people?
You see, unfortunately, Nigeria became independent on paper, but in reality, Nigeria is still not independent. The colonial masters left and new political masters, economic masters, the Aliko Dangote of this world, and other economic masters took over. So Nigeria is not free economically, socially, politically. You can see that even socially, the religious and traditional rulers brainwash people and are exploiting the citizenry. That's why some people sell key of salvation, holy water, and all kinds of spiritual merchandise in brainwashing people. They pray about divine protection, but they use bodyguards and security men, mobile police, DSS, and other sundry people to protect themselves. So that is the parody of of the nation that we have found ourselves. Now speaking about democracy or development or its development thereto, unfortunately, what we currently have in Nigeria is a one-party state where there's practically no opposition in the country. The 36 state governors are members of the ruling party. Almost every single member of them supporting the ruling party. They defend the ruling party. They act as spokespersons of the ruling party because they've never had it this good in their life. Majority of the states now earn 8 times what they used to earn before. So, and that is why, there's a trending issue if you reach your turn. So now, all of them, they are taking turns to defect to the ruling party. Was this how democracy was strengthened in 2003 when Obasanjo was there, in 2007, in 2011, 2015, and now that we have President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is this how we are going to strengthen democracy? By everyone congregating in the ruling party. Certainly, this is not how to strengthen democracy. Every democracy, thriving one, or even one that is not thriving, that is pretending to be a democracy, must have a viral opposition. And that is currently lacking in our country. If you look at all the other indices of poverty, poverty is at a record high. In fact, when I see some of the statistics, I'm extremely alarmed. But the political class, they are not alarmed, they are not worried. All you have today in a form of opposition in the country is ambitious people who just want to run for running's sake. The opposition had just one duty in 2023, one duty, not to split their votes. That will have prevented Tinubu from coming to power and APC from retaining power. But alas, they thought they were smart that by dividing their votes, they will be able to, they wanted to prove a point that, this person, I can run without this person. I can be president on my own. Now look at them. They've come together when it's already too late. As far as I'm concerned, 2027 is already a done deal. Tinubu has already secured the second term. We should all, zero down our expectations so that we don't have nervous breakdown. I personally don't want to have nervous breakdowns as far as 2027 is concerned. I've already considered that Tinubu has secured the second term. And my expectations now is centered around 2031, because the opposition, they are absolutely to blame. How can almost all the governors in the country defect to the ruling party? How? Wike, look at the role that Wike played in the last election. They left him to continue to remain in the party. Should have driven him away. And we have weak people in the opposition, noise makers. Look at them, Atiku making noise on social media. Is that opposition? People will be making noise, tweeting on. Is that opposition? So that is my take.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister. But you have said quite a lot in these few minutes that you spoke to me. But let's begin to interrogate it. In your opening intervention, you said Nigeria got independence, on paper, and that a certain class of people have also subdued us away from the real independence we are supposed to have. You mentioned the business class, and you mentioned the name of Aliko Dangote. You said Ali Cash. He is just a private businessman. What has it got to do with the politics of Nigeria? Why bring him into all of this?
Aliko Dangote is more influential, more powerful. He has more influence. Look at when somebody tells me that, he's employing people. Give me the money you have given him now. Let me see if I'll not employ people.
Who gave him the money? Did the government give him money? He's just a businessman.
Of course.
How?
Of course.
How, please?
Of course. The money that was used to build the refinery is not part of Nigeria's money. I was taking the refinery. Was it not 30% before?
Participation.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Look at all the various concessions that was done for him, the rate at which they were giving him dollar. They were practically giving him almost all our forex in this country. How can you give one person? Even our constitution forbids that kind of dealings. Like the constitution says you must give everybody equal opportunity, economic opportunity. You must give everybody. And that is why sometimes I wonder whether this is Federal Republic of Nigeria or Federal Republic of Dangote. There is no way that anybody can justify the kind of patronage that Aliko Dangote has received. And he tries to trivialize it and make it as if it's not Nigeria's money that was used to build the refinery. Okay, how did our equity in that refinery from 30%, how did it jump to 8%? Or is it 7% as of today? How did it jump to that? And you know what these guys do is just, they turn everything into deals.
All right. Okay. Now, all right. I get your drift, and our viewers will understand all the position you have taken. Now, let's talk about the gale of defections. You talked about Nigeria sliding into one-party state. We still have 8 governors belonging to the People's Democratic Party (PDP).
They are all in APC.
One in Abia and one in Labour. How will you say they are all in APC?
The Abia governor is an APC man. He will not just defect. Is he not the one that defends all Tinubu economic policies every time? Oh, please.
No, but he's an economist. He will see something good. We will talk about that.
Okay, he's an economist. He's defending the government. Why was Tinubu not defending Obasanjo's government? Why did Tinubu not defect?
Maybe he chose not to.
No, this is not to talk about political ideology and principle. You don't play opposition with this kind of people. These are bread and butter politicians, food is ready politicians. The Abia man is an APC man. It's only people that are naive that cannot read between the lines. An APC man. All the governors, the so-called governors you're talking, look at Seyi Makinde in Oyo. He's fooling himself. It's only people that are naive that think Seyi Makinde wants to contest for president, that he wants to do opposition. He's working for Tinubu. Look at all of the governors, they are working for Tinubu. They are working for the APC. They are all in APC. Some will not, like the Abia man, he will not want to defect because if he defects, it will affect his election. So he will stay in Labour Party. But he's an APC man. He defends the president every time. He has never, since he became governor over 2 years ago, he has never criticized this government. He has never opposed the government. Then why are you in opposition?
No, sorry.
Why are you in opposition?
I want to get it right. Must a governor must a governor oppose the central government, to be in the good books of the opposition? I mean, we have party men. We have party men doing all of that.
That is why
his party men in the Labour Party.
That is why I even respect Diri and others that have openly defected than Oti, and these other people that you say have not defected. I respect them because they are more sincere and courageous. But you are an APC man. You remain in Labour Party. You are an APC man. You remain in PDP like Wike. Who are you fooling, for God's sake?
Okay, now,
how can you say you're an opposition governor? Since you've been an opposition governor, you've never, with everything that's gone wrong in this country, you've never seen one reason why you should oppose the government?
That's exactly my point. He has his party men doing all of that. Should he be the one to jump into the fray to say, look, President,
at the National Council, at the National Executive, Tinubu as governor was opposing the Obasanjo government.
At the National Economic Council meetings where the governors attend with the president, they do have disagreements with him.
Which disagreement? These ones are
the tax reform bill.
These ones don't have any disagreement with the government.
It took a while for the governors to be railroaded into it. They disagreed initially, and they were able to force the president, to make some concessions. Must he come out in the open to say, look, Mr. President, you have done this. Meanwhile, they are getting more money, like you said. So why will he oppose the governor, the president?
Yeah, it seems towards the end you are now agreeing with me. So what is the bone of contention? You are now agreeing with me that the reason why he's not opposing the government or the president or the APC is because they've never had it this good. That is the only explanation.
No, so exactly. So if you're having it good, like we normally say, if it is not broken, you don't need to mend it. If the governors are getting more money and delivering on the promises,
the only people that enjoy dividends of democracy currently today in Nigeria are the governors.
Okay.
Alex Oti, Seyi Makinde and others.
Okay.
And that is why they are members of the ruling party.
You see, this issue of being members of the ruling party, I don't get it. Somebody is in Labour Party and you say he belongs to the ruling party.
He's an APC man.
How does he a actually member of the APC?
He's an APC man.
Will he eventually defect? Do you have information that he will eventually defect?
Whether he defects or not, he's an APC. He's an APC man.
I spoke to a lawyer colleague of yours yesterday on this show, and I asked him, are we seeing a gradual descent to one-party state? He said Nigeria has always been one-party state.
Is that not true?
I asked him how. He said under Obasanjo, we saw gale of defections.
It's not true. Let me tell you something.
So you think that there's a difference now?
Yeah, see, in 2000, under Obasanjo, this current president, not only did he stand his ground, he opposed the government to the very end.
Bala Mohammed is doing the same thing.
Look, see, the only reason why Bala Mohammed is not yet in APC, and I've said it publicly, that the only governor today that I can say in the opposition that he's not yet in APC, the only reason why Bala Mohammed is not doing APC or defending the APC government, why Bala Mohammed is criticizing the APC government, the only reason is because Bala Mohammed is a close ally of Goodluck Jonathan. And Goodluck Jonathan has partially indicated interest to contest. And if Goodluck Jonathan is going to contest, there's no way Bala Mohammed will support Tinubu, because Bala Mohammed is extremely loyal to Goodluck Jonathan. So on ideological ground, Bala Mohammed will rather stick with Goodluck Jonathan, either they win or lose. So that is the reason, and Bala Mohammed is the only one among them that have been critical of this government.
Okay. The way
all the other opposition governors, they are in APC.
Oh, go ahead, Deji. I'll land on your thought. Go ahead.
Yes, so what I'm saying is that all the other governors are in APC. They may not be card-carrying member, but they are members by their conduct. We have seen their conduct. They are more or less, these governors are more or less media aides of the president. If you see somebody, a governor of our opposition party, like in the Abia man and the Oyo man and others, you see them when they critical issues that everybody knows is black, they just come and they start defending the government.
Okay.
Issues around unemployment, issues around inflation, all these issues, they start defending the government.
All right. Still talking about the gale of defections hitting the People's Democratic Party. The other day, that was on Tuesday, Peter Amba of Enugu State, formally declared for dumped the PDP and
the best governor in the Southeast. The APC grabbed him just like that.
Just like that. Good. And Kassim Shettima, the vice president, was on hand, to receive him into the APC fold. And you know what Kashim said? He said with the defection of Peter Amba to the APC, now the Southeast has been brought into the mainstream of Nigerian politics. I would like to put you on the spot. You are Nigerian basically. If you were from the Southeast, will you feel insulted by that comment from the vice president?
You see, the problem of the Southeast are the leaders. It's not the vice president. Everybody knows that I've never liked this vice president. I dislike him. I'm uncomfortable with his antecedents. You understand? The role he played during the Chibok girls, the issues of allegation against him on Boko Haram. I'm uncomfortable with this man. I'm even uncomfortable with him to be vice president in the first place.
Okay.
I don't even know how Tinubu sleeps at night, knowing fully well that kind of a person is his vice president. But however,
okay, beautiful.
The law has permitted him to be VP. It is constitutional right for him to have vied with the president. They have a joint mandate. I congratulate him. However, the leaders of the Southeast, I don't know the ones mismanaging the Southeast. All the money and the federal allocation that they've received, what have they done with it? Yes, I was at Enugu at the last MBA conference. I've seen a lot of infrastructure. And that's why I'm of the view that Peter Mba is the best governor in the Southeast. However, look at how APC grabbed him like that without any challenge from the opposition. The so-called people that want to contest for president, Peter Obi, Atiku, they couldn't prevail on the man that we need to oppose this government. We need to stay. We need to ideologically, he was plucked like a flower in a garden by the APC. And he was just gone like that. So it tells you that these people are not ready for any election. They are not planning to contest any election in 2027.
Okay. No, all right, I'm sorry to go back to it because I'd like for us to treat it like he says that with Peter Mba's movement from the PDP to the APC, that Southeast has been brought into the mainstream of Nigerian politics. What is that supposed to mean? Because a lot of people are asking.
Peter Mba himself said the same thing. He was the one that said it, that they are now close to the center. So and many Southeasterners have been saying it. That the reason why we are defecting to APC is because we want to be at the center. We want Southeast. The VP remarks is not new. That's what the people, and that's why I said. That's why I said you must put the blame where the blame should be.
Okay.
The mismanagement of resources allocated to the Southeast the bad road in the southeast. Is it not leaders in the southeast that are causing it?
Because
my zone, the North Central zone where I come from, the mismanagement of my zone, the maladministration and the bad governance in my zone, is it not caused by people of my zone? Democracy only exists partly in Abuja. Look at this, governors they are not accountable. Look at the amount of resources that they are receiving. What is happening in the states? Practically almost nothing. Look at all the southeast states. You travel by road. The roads are completely up. I think the southeast has one of the worst road networks in this country. And I've been to every state in Nigeria. So who is to blame? Is it Kashim Shettima that I don't like that is to blame for the plight of the southeast?
Okay.
Look at this issue of Nnamdi Kanu. Extraordinary rendition of Nnamdi Kanu. Nobody in the southeast have come out to boldly challenge the government to say, release this guy. And we are seeing open negotiation with terrorists that have killed people. They are carrying guns all over the place. Government is forgiving them. And people in the southeast cannot talk. Is that one Kashim Shettima's problem as well? He's taking it up.
Okay, all right. I'd like for you to hold on to your line of thought. We have an incoming call. Let's take the call and I'll come back to you. Hello, good evening and thanks for calling in. Where are you calling from? Your name, please.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead. I can hear you. Your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Ina. I'm calling from Lagos.
Beautiful. Go ahead.
It's an honor speaking with Deji. I've always been his fan and I respect him and I can tell you that he has his money on he's saying the truth. But the point I want to ask, in the mismanagement of Nigeria, who is to blame? As he rightly said, the governors have mountains of resources given to them. How have they accounted for the resources given to them? Everything should not be laid on the foot of Tinubu. Yes, he's the president, but can you believe some governors are so wasteful, unimaginably wasteful, that even in the animal kingdom, these things cannot happen? Can you imagine a northern governor spending 20 million naira each on each of his local government to renovate cemeteries? How is that the problem of Tinubu? Can you believe that a governor Adeleke is spending 300 million to renovate the Oshongo shrine? What kind of waste is that? And is that the problem of Tinubu? So the APC government is a wasteful government and should be called to order.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very
we
much.
appreciate your call. Now, let's get back to Deji Adeyanju, the barrister who joined us from Abuja. Now, Deji, okay, I get your point now. But I would like for us to look at the gale of defections. Do you think that these governors are just moving out of political convenience, or are they being coerced into moving into the APC? Let's talk about Delta State. You know, Ifeanyi Okowa, with his protege, Sherry Oboroway, moved over to the APC and said, look, we want to align with the center. And a few weeks before that, something came out about a certain trillion naira that was missing during the government of Okowa and all of that. And a moment after that, we heard that Ifeanyi Okowa and Oborowere moved over to APC. I would like for you to hold on to your line of thought. Let's take another call that is supposed to be an open conversation. Hello there, good evening and thanks for calling in.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Ibrahim for United Kingdom.
Good evening, Ibrahim.
Yeah, Mr. Deji, thank you for your contribution, because I listen to you always. Then I think what we need to do is this. Mr. Okoro, I always appreciate you too, because we need media involvement now. We should stop blaming the president. President is not our problem. The problem is our governors. They should try to do what is necessary for the citizen. Please, let us work on this. It's right time to speak to all these governors. They are not doing good at all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ibrahim. Thank you very much. Now, Deji, before you react to the question I asked, which I'll go back to in a bit, I'd like for you
I had the question very well.
Okay. No, I want you to, okay, beautiful. Now, let's stay with it. I would like for you to react to what Ibrahim said. We should not blame the president, we should blame the governors. How does that fit into the concept of, nationhood? Should we actually
I
not
agree,
blame the
because
president?
Nigeria is running a federation. I agree that Nigerians need to hold the governors more accountable.
Okay.
All our attention, even myself, I'm to blame also for that. All our attention is on the Abuja, the federal government. But we do not hold the governors accountable for anything. Look at what has happened in most of the states. The governors, they act almost like lords in the states. They cannot be challenged. They are both reproach. They are both criticism. But we hold Abuja so accountable. We do protests. We shut protest places down in Abuja. We do a lot at the center. The allocations sent to the state, who accounts for them? Nobody. Absolutely nobody. They're having a field day. So I totally agree with his submission. Regrettably so. Now coming to the question of defection about the Delta governor. If I was in the shoe, I would defect. Okay. If I was in the shoe, I would defect. And this is my reason. The reason why I would defect is because there is no opposition in the country. And in politics, it's always about self-preservation before anything. So the governor wants to secure second term. The opposition is in disarray. The party that he belongs to, the PDP, today, if he's to run under, he will not even be able to get a ticket because it is going to end in litigation in court. You know, so how can in 2023, 2022, 2023, there was division in the opposition. Immediately after that election, why couldn't everybody come together and resolve the differences? And you now have even in America, if what we currently have in Nigeria, if it happens in America, the ruling party will win again. How can this is 8 months to primaries, presidential primaries, and look at where we are as a nation. This is where we are as a nation, and that's why I said I have given up about 2027. You know, they should go. They should stop distracting us and just all of them should go back to their home and sleep. All these opposition people, they irritate me, completely irritate me. They are unserious-minded people.
Okay,
and I do not take them serious, and I don't think Nigeria should take them serious. They are not an opposition. All that they have is just ambition.
All right, Deji, you are an activist. What will you rather the opposition does, you know, just to hold the government to account?
I said it in 2023 that they should never have divided their vote. I said it and they mocked me. And I begged all of them. I said, you must come together. When you are facing a man like Tinubu, you cannot afford to divide their vote. The same thing I said, look at them now. Peter Obi and the article, they are back together in so-called ADC that have already scattered even before it began. The same thing that I told them in 2023, all the warnings. There's no insult. They did not insult me in that 2023 election. All because I said a divided opposition cannot win because they will rig the election, they will do this. They mocked me. They said, I'm a member of the old order, that the election will not be rigged, that card reader is a master changer, this and I looked at them, I said, it is not true. They are going to rig this election, they are going to do this, they are going to do that, and they mocked me. So what I will have expected, now it is too late for them to do anything, it is too late. But there's no harm in trying anyway. But if it is this this coming election, they should just get serious and focus on 2023. They should bury their selfish ambitions.
They should get, I'd like for you to take that again. They should focus on what? On 2020?
2031. They should focus on 2030.
Okay, as far as you are concerned, 2027 is a done deal.
It's gone. It's gone. It's gone.
You don't see the opposition springing any surprise?
Even them, they know. You know politicians now. A politician, he already knows he lost. Even when they are counting the last ballot, he will still be telling his supporters, don't worry, we are going to win. We are going to win. These politicians, you know them. Don't we all live with them? We know them now.
All right. Now still on this issue of party politics. Now, the APC, with the defection of Samaila Killer yesterday, Bauchi Central Senatorial Zone, the APC now has clear majority in the Senate, 73 over 100 and now. Now, how does that fit into the broad concept of checks and balances, especially with the National Assembly? Nigerians seem to have doubts about its credibility. How do you think this majority will pan out? We have the National Assembly, a Senate that says, through its president, forget it, anything that the president brings to our table is a done deal. With this majority, what do you expect to see in the coming days, in the coming months ahead of 2027?
The Amelawan Senate was a rubber stamp Senate. The Godswill Akpabio Senate does not even exist. It only exists on paper. The president of Nigeria is the Senate president. Is anything that he wants that will be done? And anybody that is contradicting this thing I've said, the person is being economical with the truth or is plainly naive. See, the irreducible minimum in a democracy is that there must even if there's no democracy, there must be a semblance of it. What we have today is laughable democracy. It's laughable. You understand? We are not even pretending to be practicing democracy. Look at the charade and the things that go on in the National Assembly. It's better that we don't even have the Senate. It's better. It's better. Let the president just be doing everything so that we can save costs. Because it's a waste of time to be paying those people in the National Assembly. It's a waste of time. We are wasting money.
Well, you seem to paint a very scary picture. Honestly, I don't know where we are headed. Now, let's move on.
You say you don't know. Can you not see it? Why are you trying to
No.
No. The way you are talking, it's like you are talking as if you are not in this country. The thing that is there anything I've said here that is not the truth?
No, there are some of us still have hope with this country, and we'll come to that in a bit, because I want us to talk about the economy now. I think that is where the hope hinges on. If the economy is, a lot of people would prefer, to have a good life than not have a democracy, but we'll talk about all of that. 130 million Nigerians now live below the poverty line, going by international averages, even when the government promised renewed hope. Barrister, do you see and feel the hope? Let's talk about the economy, 139 million people. Let's talk about inflation, which is gradually dropping and giving Nigerians hope. Let's look at the stability of the exchange rate. Stability somehow. Let's look at the tax reform bills, which will be ushered in sometime in January. In all of these things, Barrister Deji, don't you see hope? Don't you feel it on the way? That's exactly why I say you paint a scary picture, but because some people, some analysts, some guests on my show that I've interviewed also say, look, there is hope. We see it, we can touch it, and it's coming. So I would like for you to balance all of that. Let me hear your own perspective to all of this.
Akpabio can feel the hope. He can feel the hope. Raw hope. Alex Oti can feel the hope. Raw hope. Hope Uzodinma can feel the hope. Sheyi Makinde can feel the hope. Can you feel the hope?
No, I don't have an opinion here. I'm Nyanko, I don't have an opinion.
No,
people in my level.
This is a proactive conversation.
Yes, I know.
I have told you the people that are enjoying the hope.
Exactly the point.
They can see the
people
hope.
at my level. There are people at my level, working class, middle class, who believe that, look, the president is headed in a certain direction. And that there is hope that even if it doesn't happen now, it might happen.
Direction the country is heading. Do you like the direction?
I just told you I don't have an opinion here. But I tell you that people at my level.
When you are in Nigeria now, don't you go to markets?
Maybe if you ask me this question outside, I can volunteer an opinion. But
No,
on this show,
the truth is the truth. Listen, sir, the truth is the truth, whether we are on air or we are off air.
Okay.
Because
So, I'm sorry. I would like for you to hold on to your line of thought. Let me take an incoming call. It's okay. Go ahead. I lost the call. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
So the truth is the truth. We are all Nigerians. We are all citizens. We can all feel what is happening in this country. And you cannot claim that you're not a Nigerian. You cannot claim that you don't go to the market. You cannot claim that, the inflation thing is going down, but you know what's going on in the country. And that's why, so that while we are interacting, maybe you're in an alternative universe and you need to tell me about it. So that's why I'm also asking you whether you are feeling the hope, the renewed hope.
Exactly my point. Anyway, let's not get into all of that. I don't have an opinion here. Sorry, the call is back. Let me just take it. I'll come back to you. Hello, good evening, and thanks for calling in.
Hello, this is Ain. I'm also calling you from Lagos.
Okay.
I want to, partly disagree with Deji on this point. Now, what Tinubu has done relatively absolutely better, if not the wasteful nature of APC. But let us look at, there's in economics, there's something called a long-term plan and a short-term plan. For a long-term plan, I'll give it to Tinubu. He's working towards it. But for a short-term plan, he's not there. Why did I say he's not there? Let us take a prototype from Enugu State Governor. Enugu State Governor bought CNG buses to ease transportation. Please go and ask. Transportation fell by almost 50%. And immediately transportation fell by almost 50%. Full stop and every relative thing came down automatically in Enugu State without even the iota of the federal government. If Tinubu can, duplicate this at the federal level, try to bring down transportation costs, maybe by involving CNG, by other methods that will bring down the cost of transportation. Automatically, food will drastically come down, and I tell you, the masses will feel the impact. Stability, yes, we agree that relative stability in the market, but is that enough for the pocket? No. So all Nigerians need is for it to come down, and Tinubu should be strong in supervising this to make sure that things come down for the masses.
Thank you very much, Erin. I appreciate your call. Now let's go back to Barrister.
I didn't hear anything that the caller said. I've not heard anything any of the callers said. But go ahead, sir.
Okay. Now the caller is of the opinion that look, the president has long-term plans and that it is working, and that prices of food items are coming down. The only thing is for it to be sustainable. He cited the Enugu State Governor, Peter Mba, whom, according to him, has done so well, at least by the CNG buses he brought in. He crashed the transportation, the fare in Enugu State, and expects the president to do so nationwide so that Nigerians can start feeling it. That's exactly his position. And like I said, it's different strokes for different folks. A lot of people see hope coming, some don't see. So it's a conversation that we should balance at all times. Good to know that you also have your own position. Now let's move on to other things. You are a lawyer representing Omoyele Sowore in the petition he sent to the state of Florida regarding why you termed, the acquisition of property by the 7th Minister of the FCT from process of corruption. Bring us to the speed of the moment. What progress are you making in that petition?
Basically, the Omoyele Sowore's contention is that the 3 houses in the names of the children of Nyesom Wike were bought with proceeds of fraud, of money laundering. The appeal to the Attorney General of the state of Florida is that the properties be confiscated, and forfeited to the government of the United States of America. He had further canvassed that the FCT minister has never worked anywhere in his life, that all he has done is to be in politics, and that he has corruptly enriched himself over the years, and that's why he's able to buy the properties in cash. So he had also, furthermore, contended that the wife of the FCT minister is a serving justice of the Court of Appeal, and that she cannot buy such houses or afford same. So those are some of the contentions and the prayers before the Attorney General of Florida.
Okay, now, what progress have you made in that case? Because it's in the United States.
Yes, a lot of steps are already ongoing. We are working with local attorneys on ground in ensuring that the properties are confiscated and forfeited to the government. We will not be able to disclose full strategy as regards to precisely what exactly we are doing in that matter. But we are extremely very optimistic that the United States government will eventually confiscate all the 3 properties.
I like that, fully optimistic, because as a lawyer, you also understand that your case is as strong, as good as your evidence. That is what lawyers normally say. So I do believe that you have strong evidence because you have expressed a high level of optimism, and Nigerians would like to see how this case ends. Now, why did you take the petition? Why didn't you take the petition to the EFCC in Nigeria? Why United States of America?
The subject matter, which is the properties in the United States.
In the United States, okay.
Yes, the proper forum for any action to be taken is in the United States.
Okay, but the corrupt enrichment happened here in Nigeria.
There are numerous petitions at the EFCC against Nyesom Wike. Numerous.
Okay.
Numerous. So EFCC already have enough grounds to investigate him. But on this particular issue, it's a crime. We have cited all the relevant sections of the law that Nyesom Wike has breached by buying the house in cash and issues around proceeds of crime or money laundering. We have cited them in our letter to the Attorney General of Florida.
Okay, so if you secure the judgment in U.S., would that be a basis for filing fresh cases here against him? Just asking.
Yeah, you see, basically, the idea is that Nyesom Wike does not have immunity. He's not a governor. He's not a vice president. He's not a president. Yesen Wike should ordinarily be investigated and prosecuted, for most of his crimes. And that's why I said so many petitions are against Yesen Wike. You remember there was a time that the EFCC even declared the current governor of Rivers State wanted. You remember? Yeah. So there are enough issues that Yesen Wike, and Yesen Wike was the subject matter, not even Sim Fubara, was the subject matter of that investigation. So there are enough things against Yesen Wike in the anti-corruption agencies in the country.
Now, when you say enough things, he's been done as governor of Rivers State for almost 2.5 years. And you said there are numerous petitions. Why is it that those petitions are not making progress? Is it because someone is sitting on them? Is for us fighting back and all of that?
It is the duty of the security agencies to prosecute him. We do not have prosecutorial powers except if we are given a fiat to do so.
Have you asked for one? Have you asked for one?
No, we have not. We have not asked for a fiat to do so. But we might ask for a fiat to do so. But before we even ask for a fiat, we need to even be availed via FOI on the investigation reports, the numerous investigation reports against Yesen Wike. Okay. That's the first step. Maybe after this we'll apply formally, because the truth of the matter is that these are not statute-barred allegations or crimes. They are crimes that can be prosecuted at any time. The fact that Yesen Wike may be in the good books of people in government today does not mean that he will be tomorrow.
Beautiful, beautiful. I like that statement. The fact that he's in the good books of people in government today does not mean that he will be tomorrow. If you apply for a fiat from the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, are you hopeful that one will be given to you to prosecute Yesen Wike? Given the background you just stated.
I'm not hopeful.
Okay.
Knowing Nigeria, I know Nigeria very well, and I don't deceive myself. That is why I said emotionally I have already considered that 2027 is gone. But supporters of politicians, they are more deluded than the politicians themselves. The politicians, they know the truth. They always tell themselves the truth. They know when the politician cannot win an election, he already knows. But he needs to run to remain relevant. He needs to run to raise money for the next election, because almost every election is like fundraising for them. And even when they lose election, they never lose because they still stay relevant. That is why some politicians, they've been contesting forever in this country. They know what they are doing. So, but for me, I'm very honest to myself. I know that if we apply for the fiat, we may not get it.
All right. Now let's. Before we move on, before we go to Anambra State, where you want to go and contest for a senatorial seat, I'd like for us to link the Wike Mansion issue to the intentionality of this government in fighting corruption. Do we have any hope that corruption will be dealt a terrible blow in the life of this administration? I mean, the president went to Brazil and said, "Look, corruption has been eliminated in Nigeria." Do you have any hope with what you see around the place? Yahaya Bello, Yesen Wike, numerous petitions according to you, and past governors serving in the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Do you have any hope that this administration will somehow touch the issue of corruption? I mean, you also know that they crested to power on that mantra of being incorruptible with late General Muhammadu Buhari. May God rest his soul.
So basically for me, as far as I'm concerned, on Yahaya Bello, I have to give credit to this government. Yahaya Bello is standing trial at the Federal High Court. Despite everything that he did, all the connection he tried to apply, the EFCC is prosecuting him. Do you understand? So, me, when they get it right, I say it. When they don't get it right, I say it. So I must give them kudos for that. Because at a point I was like, so Yahaya Bello is going to get away with it. So Yahaya Bello is truly going to get away with it. Where if the court frees him, it's a different ballgame. But the job has been done. Yahaya Bello has been arraigned. Yahaya Bello is standing trial for corruption, and we know what the issues are. This man paid school fees in anticipation for his children's future, and several other unprintable things that he has done. A few people here and there have been investigated. Whether they will be prosecuted is another thing. So even the president knows that corruption has not been eradicated. So why will anybody say corruption has been eradicated? How can corruption be eradicated in America, even in America, or in the UK, or in Canada, or in France, or in Japan, or anywhere in the world? Can corruption be eradicated? So there's no way that anybody can say corruption has been eradicated. So as far as I'm concerned, especially as in regards to the fact that I'm from Kogi State, I believe that Yabelo's arraignment and prosecution, for me, has satisfied my threshold that yes, Yabelo has not been above the law.
But like I said earlier, a couple of governors, that is our senators as we speak, some of them, their cases have lasted as long as 12, 13, 14, 15 years. And we don't get any justice from it. The people who...
You see, the prosecutorial agencies, the prosecutorial agencies, there's a limit to which what they can do. All they can do is to arraign. It's just for them to arraign. You cannot control what happened in court, adjournments and all these things. So you cannot really blame the prosecutorial agencies.
So who should we blame at this point?
Yes, that's what we keep saying, that our justice system needs to be overhauled. We have been saying it. It's the justice system that is to blame. You understand? Again, the courts are overburdened. You look at the volume of cases. I go to court, a judge has been sitting from 9 a.m. and he sits up to 5 p.m. in the evening. How about? And he's sitting and he's doing everything in longhand. How do you expect effectiveness in that situation?
Should we create special courts for corruption? Like create special courts for EFCC, to take those cases to special courts just to deal with corruption? Because it looks it is the only...
I don't believe that we should create special courts for corruption.
So what should
we will be falling into the same trap of how politicians created special courts for themselves for election petition. You understand? All citizens are equal before the law. So you will not be saying, for VIP politicians, we create special court for them if we arrest them. So we'll give them speedy trial. What of the people that have been standing trial for 18, 19 years for criminal matters? And some of them may even be innocent. So let us just reform our justice system so that everybody can have access to justice at the same time, at the same speed. So once we do that, our country will be more effective, in my view.
All right. All right. Now, Deji, let's go to Anambra State. Your friend, Peter B used to be your friend. What went bad? What went awry between the two of you that I had to sue you, for 1.5 billion naira damages for impinging?
He will not see shishi from my hand. That one I can assure you. He will not see shishi.
Are you in control of the courts?
Listen now. Can I give what I don't have? Can I give what except he wants my blood? Except he wants my blood. You understand? And Jesus Christ has already paid the price for me. So it's only the blood of Jesus Christ that I will
all right. Now, what actually happened? What went bad between? He used to be at a point you were supporting him.
He's a fraud. He's a fraud. He's a hypocrite. He's a 419. I said it, yes.
You have evidence for all of that?
Yes. I will prove it. I'll prove it that he's corrupt. I will prove that he's a bigot. I will prove it. Yes. I'll prove that he took Anambra money, resources, and put in a bank that he has proprietary interest in. That he took Anambra money and put in his family business. There's nothing I've said about him that is not the truth.
Okay. Now, if all of these things are true, have you raised a petition against him in any of the agencies, ICPC, EFCC, the police, or take him to court?
Why should
I can't hear you. There seems to be a technical glitch. Hello, Deji, can you hear me? Okay, let's go for a short break and try to fix that. We'll be right back before we end the show. Please join us again. All right, thanks for staying with us. We've been able to establish connection with Deji Adeyemi. Deji, please go ahead and land on your thought.
Yeah, so why should I be the one petitioning him? Who petitioned the people that was arrested? Yeah, Bello. Everybody knows, the security agencies know that this man, while he was governor, he was buying property abroad. The Pandora paper. The man is so corrupt. He did a lot of corrupt things in Anambra. They caught his driver or his ADC with physical cash. Something that was reported by the police, by Sarah reporters and every other person. He comes and start acting all of a sudden. In 2023, like a saint, a messiah. Corrupt guy, very, very corrupt. So why should I be the one petitioning him? Why can't EFCC arrest him and prosecute him for all his corrupt acts?
I mean, EFCC could also act on the prompt of a petition. If you feel that you have all those information.
In fact, the things I have said about him in public is enough for EFCC to arrest him.
Okay, so why is EFCC not going after him?
Because of politics. Because if they arrest him now, they will say it's political. They invited him for Pandora paper. People are already saying it's because of politics. The man committed grievous corruption as governor. He bought things that he did not declare. The man should be in jail. He should be in jail. But if they touch him now, they say it's politics.
No,
that's why everything is leaving him.
It looks like Peter Obi, from your estimation, is so powerful that despite evidence of corruption against him, the government cannot touch him because, I mean, when did he finish serving as a governor? And up until the time he contested the 2023 election, was he so powerful between then and 2023 that the government didn't find it convenient to arrest him and prosecute him?
They will not arrest him. This is Nigeria.
Okay.
It's the Nigerian factor. You're talking as if you're not in Nigeria. How many evidence things are against Atiku? Have they ever invited Atiku arrested him before? What are you talking about? Is it not Nigeria again? Nobody is going to arrest him because this is Nigeria.
All right, beautiful. Good to know. I hope we have not made any comments here that are sub judice because the case is already in court. So
you should add it, anything that is sub judice, you should add another suit. You should file another defamation suit. Oga, nobody you go pay the money now. Why you dey fear?
Well, whatever we say here, are the opinions of our analysts and not that of Voice of the People Television. I must say a very big thank you to you, Deji Adeyemi, for honoring my invitation to appear on my show, Political Lens. I appreciate you so much. And I hope that we can do this some other time.
Pleasure is all mine.
All right, thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the ingest manager, the bus engineer, and I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndemdoto. Bye for now.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. 3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They still call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mayday, but last, more than No Mayday, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble?
Hello, Nigeria. It's another exciting edition of The Issues. We'll take a break now and we'll come back after this, please.
Watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you worship.
People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Glad to have you on today's episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics, economy, and governance. From IMF excluding Nigeria in its recent list of fastest growing economies in sub-Saharan Africa, to federal government declaring that the presidential pardon list is still under review. Also, an APC chieftain attributing current defections to confidence in Tinubu's government. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. Okay, on today's show, we'll dive straight into today's discussion. On today's show, we have the first story, which is the International Monetary Fund has excluded Nigeria from the list of Africa's fastest growing economies. The IMF, in its Regional Economic Outlook report for Sub-Saharan Africa, launched in Washington, D.C., listed Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Uganda as the fastest growing economies on the continent. The IMF said the 5 nations ranked as the continent's top performance are driven by sustained policy reforms, fiscal prudence, and strategic investment in infrastructure and manufacturing. The report further stated that economic growth in sub-Saharan Africa is projected to remain at 4.1% in 2025, with a modest increase expected in 2026. Recall that the IMF had recently raised Nigeria's growth forecast, projecting a 3.9% expansion in 2025. However, the IMF said the pace remains below potential, urging Nigeria to deepen structural reforms, boost power supply, curb inflation, and diversify its revenue base. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by 2 distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Also joining us virtually is Archbishop Ibioko Gospel Bob Manuel. He is a public affairs analyst and is also the former national vice president of the Institute of Strategic Management, Nigeria. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's start with you, sir. How should, as you want for joining us virtually, how should Nigerians interpret IMF's exclusion from the list? Like, how would we call it? You know, we are being put out of the list, and people like countries like Benin, countries like Cote d'Ivoire are making the list. What do you make of that?
Well, it's simply because of economic rascality in our own part. We tend to blow our trumpet without doing the right thing. This multilateral organization, they have instructions they give to those that have extended facilities to. It's not rocket science. Most of the laid down principles about aids that have been extended to us are not used accordingly to the instruction. So it's not rebuilding the fundamentals of our economy. And when these people come to look at, make assessment of the nations that they relate with, they look at it dispassionately. They look at what you do, the revenues you earn, your policies, and your day-to-day economic management. And I think they have just told Nigeria the truth. You know, we were being deceived when Okonjo-Iweala came here and said the economy is doing well, but it has not touched the lives of the individual. This is another assertion from the IMF trying to buttress what she has said. Occasionally we have a superficial and deceptive growth when inflation and all that tends to nosedive. Immediately want to take glory that the economy is picking up by government officials who are not experts at all. So I am not surprised. The other countries are getting it right because they are humble and they are following instruction and directive. Though Nigeria wouldn't have had any business with IMF and the World Bank. We would have gone the the Republic, Cote d'Ivoire and all those, where we leave those institutions, curb corruption, and create an industrial hub. Because we have all it takes. And before you know it, they will be looking for us. We don't need them to rate us. But we are now going cap in hand, begging, taking loans from everybody, and not applying the loan. Even with our subsidy review, a lot of revenue comes into the coffers of the federal government, but in application, they are not outrightly invested for us to have accruement that will help the economic growth and create employment and good life for the people. So I think that by the economic variables they have used, they're only telling us to sit up. You can't bribe those guys because you can't tell them to politic with you. They tell you as it is. So it's a wake-up call for Nigeria and the managers of our economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Archbishop. Let's come to you, Dr. Peter. Does this IMF exclusion of Nigeria challenge the government's narrative? You know, of course, the government has been coming out to say the economy is improving, the economy is recovering, and even during the independence report, in the budget speech, the president also said our economy is recovering. And then here we have this. How can we put this side by side, hearing a report of we are recovering, and then of course hearing another report that we are not even making the list of fastest growing economies?
It cannot challenge them. Rather, tomorrow they will send out their attacking dogs to attack IMF. If not because Reno or Mockery is hiding now because the guy he brought from America exposed him. He would have been the first to attack IMF. So they are not challenged because this is a government that was founded in propaganda. APC is a party that was founded in propaganda. Their number 1 tool is deception. And that's what they have been using to deceive Nigerians, especially those who cannot see beyond their nose, understand? So I have been saying it that to know a government that is doing well is to look at the quality of life of the people. So this government, and even on the 1st of October, I say if I'm to score Tinubu's 2 years, he will not get up to 2%. Because In security and economy, he is a non-starter. In 2015, Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa. That's 2015. And number 19 in the world. The largest economy in Africa, number 19 in the world. In 2015, our economy was almost worth over 800 billion. But 10 years after, 2025, we are not among the first 5 in Africa. We are 55 in the world, from 19 to 55. And our economy now is worth 252 billion, from 800 to 250 and 252. In 2015, CNN projected Nigeria, China, and Qatar as the fastest growing economy in the world. That's CNN, not NTA, not a TVC. CNN projected Nigeria as one of the fastest growing economy in the world, alongside China, Qatar, and Qatar, understand me? But today, we're not even among the first 5 in Africa. So, data don't lie, statistics don't lie, unless the MBS, that Tinubu's junior brother Adeyemi is manipulating to give impression that his big uncle is doing something. Understand? But if he's doing something, it should impact on the life of the people. What is the quality of life of Nigerians today?
Okay, so you know, you already mentioned the statistics and how Nigeria has how we were 2015, which is 10 years ago, and what we are doing right now, where we are right now as a country. What would you say has gotten us to this point where we have literally spiraled down, that we can't even find ourselves amongst the 5? This is the supposedly giant of Africa. So what do you think has led us to this point that we are in today? Because
we have people who stole and get into public office. We have people who knows next to nothing about government. We have people who doesn't understand basic economics. Understand me? What they understand is nepotism and propaganda. And these things does not put food on the table. It does not pay any bill. So I was saying it even from 2014 when Buhari emerged, because I was able to witness Buhari 1984 and 1985, and I know that this man doesn't know anything. In 1984, I was in class 3 when Buhari was announced president January 1st, 1984. And from there to 1985, when he was booted out, he was a sleeping military officer. He never had a bodily presence. So when they brought him again in 2015, I saw danger. I raised an alarm. But Lagos Ibadan Press punished punished him, change the Democrat and incorruptible whatever. He's a general. Boko Haram was killing people because Jonathan was a bloody civilian. It is only a general that can stop Boko Haram. They even said that Buhari will stop Boko Haram in 2 months. Where are we today? So when the foundation is wrong, there's nothing that you put on it that will stand.
Okay.
So the foundation that brought APC is wrong, and nothing that will stand, and whatever stands on it will always fall.
Okay. Thank you for your submission. Then let's come over to you, Archbishop. Okay, you know, recently Bismarck Rwani had said, of course, that the economy is recovering, and Bismarck Rwani is a respected economist.
Who respecting him? An IMF and government apology.
Well,
it is only those who don't know him that respect
well,
him.
that is your opinion. Some persons actually respect him. Some persons actually respect Bismarck Rwani. And if you can remember, even one of the analysts we had the other day also said he's respected. Bismarck Rwani is respected.
Because they don't research, they don't study.
Okay. Okay, let's come to you, Archbishop. Nigeria, of course, how can Nigeria reconcile Bismarck Rwani's optimism that recovery is real with IMF's more cautious outlook? Are we seeing a recovery on paper, or really are we seeing this in people's pockets?
That's what my colleague in the studio have just said. Well, I have my own exposure also in the areas of finance. At least I have my doctorate fellowship in financial administration. So I know a little. I'm a professional to an extent. You know, like I told you, you can go to the indices. Even while IMF was making this report, they used certain parameters. They did not just say our economy is not growing or is not among the first 5 economies that are performing well in Africa. They use statistics and they also use parameters. So Bismarck might be looking at things the way Okonjo-Iweala looked at it from an armchair point of view. But we are talking of a professional assessment. And I think if you look, the government have not responded because the same IMF they apply to grant them a lot of facilities, and they do from time to time. So I don't think it's a personalized thing. Everybody can have their position as experts, but we are talking of what actually is pragmatic, what is happening to the life of the people. What is the average cost of, what is the inflation trend, even the exchange rate, how stable it is. Today it has gone higher from what it is. When you fix an exchange rate and you think that you can stabilize it, no, market forces actually determine it. And if the economy is not doing well, exchange rate absolutely will nosedive. And if it is nosedive, even our foreign reserves will be affected. But we are talking of how does the economy reflect on the day-to-day life of the citizenry. That's the nexus where, if your country is doing well, what the income people earn, that is the income, the earnings. What is the value to the people? You increase salary, you take money, and it cannot afford a lot of things, and many people are out of jobs, and they are going out of jobs. Many businesses are dying. So when your medium and small scale businesses are not functioning, when facilities are not there for them to have a zero level interest or very low interest to boost, the industrial sector, you can imagine what Dangote went through just with policy matters with the unions and all that. After having put over 20 billion investment on ground, and you need to have those kind of industries a lot in the country that are functional, who are even exporting their products and all that, for you to earn foreign exchange. So for here, we have not set the parameters that these other countries have set. Look, I will do more clearing through Benin Wharf. Do you know how much that is earning them than Tinkan Island? The River State wharf here is not working. The Onne wharf here is idle. What of the worry? The same thing with our refineries, where we should be exporting crude, exporting even refined product. We are still going to import even inferior products at a very high cost. People are going green. Biotechnology, we're not ready to move away. So whatever we are doing, you will see that, and there is high level of corruption among public officers. You discover that their life, the lifestyle they live, is extravagant, and people who live that lifestyle, see the kind of cars, see the kind of decisions they take. Then there is high level of corruption. We report wrongly, we inflate our budget, we pad it, all kinds of things, leakages. And at the end of the day, how can that economy pick up? But it's not a rocket science. We can reverse the Nigerian economy if we have good governance. I mean, both fiscal discipline and also the fear of God. Nigeria is one of the strongest nations in the world, just like they are aiming to be among the Security Council. When your economy is not working, you want just good to become one of the members of Security Council. Can you pay what they contribute to keep the world stable? You don't have it. So we need to come back to our drawing board and look at the things we are not doing right. And I'm quite sure IMF must have recommended, giving that report, what this country should do to get back to shape. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Peter Nosike, one of the things that he mentioned is we not doing things right. And of course, we already know what we're not doing right as a country. What would you say these countries have found themselves into this list? What would you say they are doing right that has made them to have become the fastest, to have been mentioned as the fastest growing economies in Africa?
Well, they are doing the right thing, understand? One of our biggest problems here in Nigeria is one, this government doesn't accept responsibility. And when you fail to accept responsibility, you can never move forward. When you fail to accept responsibility, you will not grow. You will keep on being where you are. Number two, we are running that's an over-bloated system. And most of the money is going into servicing of those in government. Understand? We spend far more on that's on servicing than on capital and projects. Our constitution says 36 ministers. This man is running over 48 ministers. For what? The presidential jet that they put for sale more than 3 years ago, nobody has even asked how much. Understand? Because they know that the corruption in this country is scary. So, and corruption favors just two people, the politicians and the civil servants. Understand? So they keep on repeating the same thing. For us to move forward, this president must cut down on the cost of his government.
Okay, thank you for your submission. Let's move on to the next story that we have today. The Attorney General of the Federation, AGF, and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, says the presidential pardon list is currently under review. The AGF said the process is at the final administrative stage, which includes a standard review to ensure that all names and recommendations fully comply with established legal and procedural requirements before any instrument of release is issued. Fagbemi disclosed that none of the inmates who were granted clemency has been released, adding that there are stages involved in the process. Presidential pardon list, which includes Herbert Macaulay, one of Nigeria's foremost nationalists, Farouk Lawan, a former member of the House of Representatives, members of the Ogoni 14, drug offenders, illegal miners, white-collar convicts, and foreigners, has elicited mixed reactions as some Nigerians argued that some of the people on the list should not have been pardoned, considering the magnitude of the offense. Human rights lawyer Femi Falana has also joined the call for a review. He asked the federal government to withdraw and review this list, adding that this should be done in the interest of justice and national morality. So let's come to you, Dr. Peter Nosike. Presidential pardon is a constitutional right of the president, but you know, where is the line between mercy and miscarriage of justice? Because we get to see that some of these people on this list that made it to this list should not even be giving room for pardon, should not even be pardoned.
How did their name made made the list, first of all.
That is what we don't know.
That shows you that we are in a government of somersault. They don't think through before taking their actions. So some of those people that their families are now celebrating, what would you now tell them? What will you now tell them? Just like before an appointment is made, the person will be consulted. Understand? DSS will do their own screening before that person, before the person's name will now be announced on air. Understand? This is what a government that was its sort do. So now you first of all make an announcement before going back to check whether the people that you have already mentioned qualified on. This shows you that they are not serious. The issue is this. The presidential pardon is the right of the president, and he can forgive anybody. It is within his power to do that. He doesn't even need a consultation. He doesn't even need consultation. All that's once the list is given to him, he can stand up and say everybody is pardoned. Understand? So, but the issue is the right thing are not being done in this country. Some people, some families must have influenced those that gathered this name, maybe in one way or the other. Some of those, some promises must have been made. Maybe that this guy can deliver so and so things. Understand? Because the guy that kidnapped Mike Ozokome, understand? That guy is a rattlesnake and need to be put away forever. So I wonder how those that packaged him and presented his name to the board that now presented it to the president without making their own private investigations. I know that every year some committee called the Board of Mercy go to the prisons and they check people serving certain terms, and now based on their conduct, now make some recommendations. Maybe if it's people on death row, it can be changed to maybe to life imprisonment. If it's those that are serving maybe 50 years, it can come down that to 30 years based on their conduct. Understand? And not from external influence. But 99% of this was from external influence.
So would you know there's a report out there that the president might not have been very aware of some of these names in the list. Do you agree with that?
Very, very possible. Which means I agree that he don't know most of them. But he should have asked questions, assuming that he don't trust people that brought those names. He should have asked questions, understand me, which means he has people who are deceiving him or influencing him wrongly.
Okay. Let's come to you, Archbishop. So this presidential pardon, do you think that it's politically motivated? Do you think there's politics involved in it? Do you think there's any hidden reasons for it? What would you say?
Well, I will always say that it is human to err, it is divine to forgive. I know fully well in the balance of prerogative of mercy, there are those who lobby the authorities like attorney generals of state, solicitor generals of state. Some people, because of the crimes that have been committed, some also director of public prosecution. Some people go as far as lobbying for their people to be granted mercy by the courts and the necessary authority. I wouldn't call it political, but I would say there are some level of diplomacy at times being played by those who have those authority. Yes, some are political figures, like the president is a political figure. Those who work with him are also political figures and technocrats who consider the case by case based on the constitution. So there could be situations of personal interest and communal interest, and that could put pressure on those who are making the recommendation. To that extent, we can say it's political. But what I know is you don't joke because of the image of the country and the justice system. You don't joke with this kind of decision. Of course, I'm not surprised because majority of the criminals or those who have been involved in murder and genocide, most of them are today now first-class rulers in the various places of their abode. Some today now are turned, without making public apologies of the crime they committed, without being convicted. Today they wine and dine with our governors and even with our national leaders. So when you allow people like that, they will try to give protection to their followers. If you look well, those who commit crimes, they are not afraid of even the police, because or those who do drugs and all that, because from their cartel, they have a lot of money to influence the security agencies and also penetrate circles that they can have their freedom guaranteed. Our law courts today too, leave much to be desired in terms of integrity. So we're in trouble. So the president, of course, might not know the individuals that people are complaining about. But that is why you have your cabinet and you put the right people in the right places so that they can advise you and be sincere about the future of the country. For me, there is nothing that can happen in the country. I am not surprised. It could even be for political reasons of 2027. And again, let me tell you, some people also dwell with the nuisance value of these criminals. In many of the places where they don't want a free and fair election, they bring these hoodlums to come and create crisis so that the voters will be scared of. They will not come out. And every strategy to remain in power is what politicians do. And they will tell you they have outwitted you. So, but I think there are things about prerogative of mercy should not be politicized.
Okay.
Or should not be taken with the kid gloves. Everybody is complaining because they know one or two of the people that have their names on the 175 list that do not merit it, and that it counters the spirit of granting the prerogative of mercy. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your submission there. Of course, we know even someone like Miriam Sander, the family of the husband who she killed, had come out to say this has reopened old wounds, and I'm sure that many other situations like that, saying some names on the list would definitely reopen some wounds that people would have felt they had buried or gone past. So one of the things that since, of course, the federal government, through Lateef Fagbemi, which is the Attorney General of Federation, has said these things are still being reviewed. So do you think that removing, dropping, or retaining some of these names how would it impact our image domestically and internationally?
No, it means you are putting the horse before the cart. Now, the basic thing we're talking is this: how does it portray our country? Portray us as a non-serious country. Because before if the president has pronounced pardon for everybody, you cannot review it, especially in the Council of State. It has been granted, even if it was granted in error. What the Attorney General is trying to do is a face-saving measure. It's also diplomatic. Who knows whether at the end of the day anything will be done? And before you give instrument, before you give the list to the president, you must make sure all due diligence are already done. It should not be the other way around. When the president have announced, mentioned names, but the fact that somebody's name is there, the president have mentioned it, it remains like that. They have to swallow the shame and the mistake. And that's why our economy is not so growing. people take decisions in a hurry, in a biased manner, instead of in an objective manner, then at the end of the day, we'll come back and begin to throw blames here and there. It shows that the Office of the Attorney General is loose and did not do a good job, or did not even know those they recommended to be granted until the public outcry. If not for a public outcry, if nobody mentioned anything, nobody will even know the kind of persons that they are releasing, where they say kidnappers, armed robbers, and all kinds of Ushins who should still remain to be going through the system to whether they will get better tomorrow. You already bring them. What are you saying? You're encouraging them to do more. And these people have resources. And they constitute nuisance to the society. And you're talking of insecurity on one hand. So I think that whether they review the list, the review, who know what parameters are they using for the review? They've not made it public. The statement of Attorney General is a mere statement. You don't know even his interest. So they cannot come and just throw words at us. Let us run this country as if we have responsible leadership and do what is right for at least for once. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission there, Dr. Peter. Okay, if some of these names are still retained, that some persons have cried out about, or some persons have talked about, have said, have opposed, sort of. Do you think can citizens legally oppose or challenge this list?
You cannot challenge a pronunciation that the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces has made. No name will be removed from that list.
So even if those names are not worth, even if those persons are not worth giving mercy or giving pardon, so nobody can challenge that list?
No, the president has made that pronouncement. Understand? Whoever his name is on that list is covered by the pronouncement made by the president. No court, nobody can challenge it. All of them on that list have been pardoned. So what Fagbemi is doing is just a kind of douse or detention. You cannot go back on a pronouncement that the president has made using his office as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. As I said before, the president was deceived with the names there. He wasn't given the right the full information, and maybe he did not also ask the right question. Understand? Maybe he delegated it to his to Fagbemi to do, and when that list was given to him, trusting his attorney general, he announced it. So no going back on that list.
But should that be the case? Shouldn't he have really done due diligence to really look at these names?
It's not the duty of the president. He has people that ought to have done that. So if he's a president that works based on merit, what he would have done is to fire Fagbemi for deceiving him into releasing wrong people.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, moving away from that, a chieftain of the All Progressive Congress, APC in Ondo State, Afolabi Momo, says mass defection of politicians to the party shows that Nigerians have confidence in President Bola Tinubu's government. Momo stated this in Ikari Akoko Northeast local government area of the state, while addressing over 100 members of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, who defected to the APC. He explained that the defection of governors, lawmakers, and other politicians from the opposition to the ruling party was due to the sincerity of the renewed hope agenda of the president. The APC chieftain said the last 2 years of the Tinubu-led government had given hope to Nigerians that the country could be revamped and transformed to expectations. Let's come to you first, Archbishop. Do you think that these defections truly are indicators of confidence in Tinubu's administration, or simply political repositioning?
Well, I don't think that is translate because of the laudable policies of Tinubu. You know, Tinubu is a politician to the core, and he has been an old Trojan. And they use two powers to play their politics. It's either by coercion, the power of coercion, or the power of inducement. Now, a lot of these politicians, they play politics for the stomach infrastructure, not for ideology. And that is why you see that they can cross carpet at the least opportunity. If they feel that their individual political advancement is threatened, they will not mind. They will say that they will take a personal decision and impose it on their followers. So I don't see, especially the PDP governors and others, going to align with APC because of the good works. We have just read the report card from IMF. We know what we are going through as a country, as individuals, as citizens. So what is the attraction? And these people are voted by us. So I think what we need to do in this country is to introduce what I call the independent candidacy. Because it has come to a point whereby the political parties don't represent any ideology, and people have hijacked the political parties because they have now become stronger than the party as an institution.
Okay, and
so you see that people can move from one point. But to answer your question directly, I don't think I disagree with the APC chief team who have said it's an indication that Tinubu renewed old policy is working. No, if it's working, it should work for the citizens first. Not the politicians are already guaranteed. The governors have security votes. The governors are not hungry. They are fed with public funds. They use public facility. So the economy, no matter how bad, does not affect them and their family. It is the common man it affects. So it can, whether they are in any opposing party or not, by their position, they are surviving by the providence of the state. So that is even another wrong. If it is the people that are drifting, elections have not come. If they do a free and fair election, the governors themselves will not come back. Those of them who are coming second time, people will vote them out for taking that selfish decision. I'm telling you, because when people are not happy, it's not cross-carpeting that matters. It is solving the economic problems and making them see good governance that matters to the people. So it's not about because you defect, you're a governor. Look at what is happening in Bayelsa State. The governor defected, the deputy is not following him, because he's not convinced that it's the right decision. So most of them are going for their personal gain and reason of having political protection. It's not because the Tinubu has done so well or is doing so well.
Okay, one of the things you mentioned while you were talking is independent candidates in Nigeria. Do you really think that can work in our country?
It can work very well. I tell you, look at the Dangote refinery. Is it not an independent decision, by economic decision, by one man, that the whole of our public refineries are dead? Some of them went outside to build refineries, but a man, that's how it will work. Look at Donald Trump. Look at most of these people. They have their economic life already established before they became presidents. So they are talking America first. They are talking about tariffs. They are talking. If you look, all what they are talking is about what will benefit the American economy to make it remain a leading economy. Yeah, people talk about themselves. They go pour into public office and they enrich themselves so much for the next election, and they don't mind about the people again. They and their cronies. So definitely, when you look at it, it's not worth the salt. It's not worth the salt at all. And we need to be speaking up to tell our public officers that that's not the reason, whether they selected themselves or whether they manipulated themselves to be there. It does not matter. They are there for the people, or they are supposedly there because of the people. If not, there will not be any political office created. And so they should deliver good governance in all ramifications to the people. Well, they cannot be perfect, we know, and you cannot do everything in 4 years or 8 years. But where they are doing well, the people we feel the effect and also praise them. It's not that we hate them. They were brothers and sisters. But you can see even in your family, at times the family members does not feel the effect that they have somebody in such a position because they are self-centered and greedy. And that is why their policies are also unpopular and not people-oriented. So even from the president to everybody, they think of themselves first before the nation, whereas other public officers are talking our nation and the people first before what we are going to gain. So we must review that as a policy.
Thank you very much, sir, for your submission. Dr. Peter, let's come to you before we leave. Do you think these defections can in any way affect internal democracy in APC? You know, people are coming in and people are coming in with their different ideologies and all. How do you think it's...
None of them have, there's no ideology in APC. It is grab it and run. That is the only ideology in APC. And that is what is pushing all of them there. They are going to where they will feel secured. They don't want a experience. They don't want what happened to ASU Igadando to happen to them. That's those governors that want to go for second term. They know that the APC is a rigging machine, and the PDP cannot protect them. So they are just entering APC for their that to make sure that they get a second term and not they don't care about the welfare or the well-being of the people. But for the independent candidacy, it cannot work in Nigeria. It has not even worked in the United States. Understand? One, nobody has made a president in America as an independent candidate. Nobody has become a governor in America as an independent candidate. Understand? Because now, an instance, that's P2B in 2023 don't have party agents in a lot of polling stations because Labour Party was a poor party. So he was single-handedly funding his election. And there's no way you can have party agents across all the country. And a polling unit that you don't have party agents, you cannot challenge election there in the court.
Okay.
So this kind of it cannot work in the country.
Okay, thank you very much, Archbishop, for joining us virtually from Port Harcourt. And thank you very much, Dr. Peter Nosike, for joining us today. And that's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics, economy, and governance. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya. Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kerikosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta. Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey.